If you do not want to change, if you do not want to better yourself, if you do not want to break outside of this matrix, if you want to live in your comfortable delusion that they have built for you, do not watch these videos. Leave this channel immediately. If you do not want any truth, if you don't want to understand, if you are not here to hear something that's outside of your own mind and accept others' minds and opinion and the way they think for themselves, you do not belong here. And finally, if you are not trying to be positive, if you are not trying to help create solutions while we discuss the problems and how they got here, you do not belong here. Negativity, hate, disrespect, name calling, those things will not be allowed here on this platform and not in this empire. We are the ones, the true Americans, that want to be free and stand as we have always stood.
Yo, yo. All right, guys. How y'all doing today? Today is Wednesday. We made it halfway through the week. Can you believe it? Congratulations to all of those out there that have officially made it through the week. Sometimes it's not as appreciated. The first 3 days of the week out the way. Now it's just Thursday and Friday, standing between us and a good old Sabbath, a good old rest day, a good old weekend. You know what I'm saying? Don't let them play with you. Not today, not tomorrow. They might have got away with it yesterday, but not today, not tomorrow. We do not play games with grown folks. But if we want to have fun, we don't mind cracking a few games with the kids. You know what I mean? Good old. You never know. What is it? Kids need to learn from losing to people that are better than them. Sometimes adults can be better than children at things. No hate there. Just remember, no hate. Okay? We need to continue. All right? we had a few things we were looking at today. I will be honest, I was just letting the feed hit me. Just working today and kind of just letting things kind of happen. There's a lot of controversy out there right now. See, now is the age of truth. That's why everybody wants to have a damn conversation, a damn talk, right? Most people want to know what's going on with Jesus, what's going on with the Bible. I think these are some of the bigger questions that we should answer, because ultimately we will die eventually. Yeah, that one's kind of hard. I don't know what to say about it. Yeah, we're going down. We're going down. Either way, life is life, and we need to make sure that we give it our best shot to do the most positive that we can do, so that way others can have a chance to do positive, and they can see that positivity is not a bad thing. Okay? This is a struggle. We get shamed for doing the right thing. I don't know why we do that, and we need to stop. But I don't know why we do that. We shame each other for doing the right thing. Oh, you helped somebody? I want to help nobody. Last time I helped somebody, blah, 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 blah. It's because there's no charity in your heart. Without charity, you can't love. Okay? Love is three things. We established this on many shows, on many a podcast. Everywhere I go, I tell them what love is. They don't want to hear me. They call me crazy. No. You're crazy. Those people out there, you people out there, y'all crazy as hell. Crazy as hell. Hell nah. Y'all tripping. Alright? Y'all one of the main reasons why I be smoking. Supposed to be quitting a bunch of different times, but it's hard to quit around y'all. Y'all make it hard. And then we got another war. So now I'm just like, Felicia, you're still here? What the fuck is going on? All right, Iran, like, Felicia, you still here? What the hell? Y'all didn't catch a clue and try to lay low at all? After all these years, after Dev to America making all these threats, and you see we got Trump in office, and y'all didn't think to lay the fuck low? Not even a little bit? The deal's almost up, and we need you guys to swear you're not gonna get any nuclear arms. Okay, yeah, we'll do that right away. We'll never get nuclear arms. Hint, hint, wink, wink. You couldn't even just lie? Like, what the fuck? Are y'all stupid? And then renege on the deal later like everybody else does. Like, for realsies. For realsies. Like, what the fuck is you thinking? Fucking idiots. Whatever. Because at the end of the day, look what's gonna happen. Look what's gonna happen. Now you gave us an excuse to blow your fucking brains out, blow your hood up. You gave us an excuse. You should have just shut your mouth. You should have just shut your mouth. You should have said yes. And then 3 years later, we'll come to the negotiation table. Hey, and see how people are acting. See if tensions grow between the countries or if they settle. See, the thing is, if you already didn't have nukes, there's no point in you getting any now. If you didn't already have nukes when it was time to get nukes, you're done. Okay? You're done. And you need to stop. Okay? North Korea was the last one to squeeze a few. And that's it. No more of that. Alright? So let it go. All the other countries out there, if y'all get a whiff of this, cut it out. Let it go. You do not have any nukes by the end of the Second World War. Let it go. Nukes are not for you. Okay? And that's that. Let it go. No more nukes for anybody else in the world. We already have enough. Okay? If you want to join the UN, get a vote, go for it. Only way the United States and Israel won't be able to veto, so I've heard, anybody else's, is if everybody joins the United Nations. That means we're going to have one world government. Okay? Until everybody's ready for one world government, then the United States and Israel will continue to be able to veto within the United Nations until Russia and China join and really say, you know what, we're going to work together. None of this is going to change. I mean, yo, you want to move to a new world, one world order, but you guys are not taking the proper steps to, I'm talking about Iran specifically. They're not moving the way they should be moving. That's pretty much it. Like, really. They're not moving the way they should be moving. They need to be bringing more of a submissive look to try to undermine or coerce these things and their situation. I mean, if they're not going to try to be sneaky about it, because they can't overpower anybody. And the only way to avoid any further action from the U.S. would have been to agree. So, and then I did call it definitely not an Israel move. Israel would have waited so they could retaliate. That's the thing about Israel. They're very defensive. All right? Because they don't want to get called evil because of the reputation they have from the Bible. I understand it. I get it. Nothing wrong with that. Israel, they have a lot of heat. They have a lot of heat from previous generations, including the whole Holocaust thing. So I would always remind people that beware, be careful. Do not believe everything as you hear it. Discern is hard for most people. They don't know what that means. A lot of people don't know what discernment is. When you try to discern something, you're basically allowing the information to pass through you. And if you don't allow the information to pass through you, you will not be able to understand it, feel it, go through the process of what that information would take you through. There's a process. It's not for everybody. Not everybody should be going through the process because not everybody's going to believe, or not everybody's going to take the word. See what I mean? Not everybody's going to take that word. And that's the kicker. Because if you're not going to take the word for what it says, anyone's word, anything somebody says, if you don't take it for what it is, allow it to pass through you so you can understand the vibrations there. I mean, you won't be able to move forward with the process of integration. Remember, we are constantly fighting the spirit, and we are living in these ways that we could call simple, right? It's not something that we can control necessarily, but it is definitely something that we have to deal with. We definitely have to deal with it. Life is a game, and everybody's playing you. Everybody's playing the game. Everybody's playing the game. Okay? So now that you know everybody's playing the game, don't get upset if somebody start playing with you. They play with your name. It's called slander. They'll play with your situation. They'll call it coveting. See, the hard part is trying to understand who's not trying to hurt you. That's the hard part. Because everybody's out to get you, right? And if everybody's out to get you, there must be somebody that's not. And that's the hard part to tell. Because some people come with such genuine love, right? Or this genuine, oh, I want to be loved, or I want to be helped, and nobody understands me, nobody appreciates me, right? That's a part of it. That's a part of the trap. But here's the thing. If you are that kind of person that actually feels that way, right? And it's real and it's true. And you've been honorable. Okay? You don't have to be perfect, but if you've been honorable where you actually mean no harm, and people are just getting you wrong, okay, that happens. But people that have been hurt so much can't see nothing else. All right? So you need to be able to see through your own pain. If you cannot see through your own pain, where are you really going to get? It's just going to be a circle of the same thing. The same old different shit. Oh, the same thing. The same old different shit. And I'm trying to tell you, look, even my system agrees with me. They had to repeat that shit. All right. And you can run into the same old new people. They're new, but they're the same old motherfucker you just stopped dealing with. And you know what I'm talking about. You gotta know what I'm talking about. So what we'll do is we'll bring in our AI guest, right? We like talking to AI now because AI understands what we talk about sometimes, and when it don't, we can correct it. It'll listen to us. And that's one of the things I don't like about a lot of people. People act like they listen because they heard you, or they listen, but did they hear you, or did they feel you? Like, what is it? Oh, I was listening, but they assuming something completely different than what you said. So you were listening, but did you hear me? That's the part. Does anybody even listen anymore? Or do they just hear all the words you say all at once and then determine what you said based off of how they feel? Oh, did I catch a bunch of people? Because people don't like to listen to words in order, how you put them. Because if you take them out of order, you're taking them out of context. That's why we have an order of how we say English. But along the way, people forgot the order of things. Say they didn't pay attention in English class. Say they don't give a fuck. I think I'm cooking. I think I'm cooking. I think I'm hitting a lot of these hammers, a lot of these nails, and I'm cooking today. I'm just obliterating. I'm cooking today. They don't even know what we talk about. They pop in here, they see me over here in the dark, they're just like, "Who? What is he talking about?" They hear 5 words and then poof, gone. Why? Because you don't got no attention span. There's not all this flashy, crazy. It's not. I'm not gonna be. I'm not gonna be what you're used to. I don't want to be what you're used to. I want to be me. I want to be different. I want to be the unique individual that I am. It is what it is. Everybody thinks they're special. Everybody thinks they're different. No, I don't think. I know I'm different. Y'all not like me. All right. I know I'm not the same. There's nothing I can do to be the same. I've tried. Try to be like everybody else. Trust me, I've been out there. It's not. And y'all know it's not. I'm finna kick it right here. After work, we're gonna chill. We got a bunch of knowledge and stuff cracking. But we just, laughing about the world right now. The world crazy as hell. Yo, Iran should have laid low. They should have laid low. But hey, the real is, why does everybody want to misunderstand each other? Like, you say something and you say, "I love you," right? And then they'll be like, "Oh, you love who?" Like, wait a minute. Did you not get that? People, they hear all the words you say and determine how they feel about each word, and then they tell you what they think you said. It's wild. It's wild. I don't know when this trend started. I don't know. But there's been so many fights and so many arguments because people are taking other people out of context. It's like there's this need to be right, a need to know what's right and what's true. And I get that. I mean, look at the world. There's a lot of lies, there's a lot of craziness, deception. Nobody knows what to believe right now. But personally, I know what to believe. I've been cross-referencing not only the Bible and all the old religions. All this stuff is starting to turn out to be historical. Okay, so religion is not only metaphorical and spiritual and all that. It actually has some literal history in there. Genealogies, locations. This is crazy. For these stories to have validity. And I think that's why a lot of people don't want it to be true, because if the Bible, all these religions and all these different histories are true, there's giants and all this stuff, not only are we lied to, not only do we not have to participate in this system anymore, but now everybody has to face all the horrible shit they've done and look in the mirror. Woo! Don't nobody want to look in the mirror. I'm an asshole. I done done some fucked up shit. Don't get me wrong. Okay, I am not perfect. But can't nobody tell me they are. Because I know that's a lie. Shit. I know there's some people out there that was saying, "Oh, you wasn't a Marine and you never went to the military and blah, blah, blah." I did go. I'm not going to talk about my experience because it wasn't a good one. period. But I'll show the last proof that I have because I got rid of everything else because I don't want to constantly be reminded that the United States is a bunch of bitch ass motherfuckers. I love my country, but people suck. You feel me? They do. This is my evidence right here. That's me. All right, this is my little cube. I got it when I did all my little stuff. You feel me? My face is on there and shit. I just threw everything else away. The only reason I got this is because it's still mom's. Mom's kept that shit. I gave it to her. But ever since I came back and shit, she was just like, you already got rid of everything else, so you might as well hold on to this. So at least you know, got something from your time. And I was like, well, I don't really care. But now that it came in handy, because that's that. I mean, you're not going to see the face because it was blurred, but whatever. That's the last piece of evidence I got of military service. I learned some stuff. I lost some opportunities. And there was a lot of respect lost for a lot of different people and organizations. So I left. And when I finally got out on my own, I went to school. I started realizing that college ain't shit. That's a fucked up institution. That it's a money grab. Yeah, I started to realize that everything that they were trying to teach me in college, right? I could go get the book and I could go look up everything on YouTube, the same shit they were gonna look up. And I was like, oh, well, shit, I can still get smart. All right, cool. So I just started researching and figured out my own niche. You know how you can be an apprentice in something? Started my apprenticeship in world, in just general life. Because college can't prepare you for life. It can't. There's nothing in there that you will learn that will apply other than to business or how a community runs, but it's not life. Unless you go into agriculture or something like that. Otherwise, you know, it's a stretch because you gotta try to feel and figure out where that fits. Like what job? How can I produce? How will that make me money? Will my children be able to do this, or will they have to figure out something else? You know, there's a lot that you have to consider when you look into a career. Careers, you cannot take them lightly. That is a part of your character building. All right. What you do is who you are. If you have kids, you're a parent. You know what I'm saying? Like that's what you do. If you're an electrician, you know what I'm saying? Like if you're a plumber, like what you do is what you are. And people that don't do shit, they're nothing. You gotta do something. A lot of people want to be gamers or influencers nowadays, right? That's fine, whatever. At least you're something. But you have to put the work in to be great at it. If you're not gonna sacrifice the time to sit there, put together shows and put together a piece, or even have an opinion that's worth something. Like to have an opinion about something, you have to go through something. And a lot of people ain't been through nothing. So how you gonna be an influencer but you ain't been through nothing? That's crazy. Unless you about to be, because you're a gamer, you're gonna be a gamer influencer. Now when you say a game is good, people gonna start playing that game. Okay, cool. You gotta figure out what kind of influencer you are. Now you're getting deeper into the rabbit hole. Because you could start off as a book critic, reading books online. You know what I mean? There's a lot of different niches out there. Me, I'm just a kick it kind of guy. And I got some information. I'm like the rabbit hole. We'll start talking about some shit that people will be like, what the hell? Y'all crazy. Maybe, maybe not. It's a conversation though. It's not trying to be, this is true, this is real. I'm not trying to hurt your feelings. All right? But if something that we talk about comes up, and has validity and is provable, and there's some holes in the narrative that we live by right now, I will expect that. Hey, yo, what is this all about? Hell yeah. Because you already know. We gotta be crazy. We gotta be crazy. Because don't nobody want to talk about it. Don't nobody want to believe it either. You know what I'm saying? But then when we start getting more and more, and it starts sounding more logical, rational, and possible, now you start thinking about how probable that is. Yeah, and if it's possible, rational, and logical, it's probably 30-40% chance. Now we gotta look into some things. Yeah. And that's what we do over here. Welcome to the rabbit hole. Shit. You can come on up, Joe. We turning up. I got some shit. I just haven't played the videos yet. Shit, I don't know. I started feeling kind of good, and I was just like, yo, we're gonna open up with a little talk. But I would say life, right? It's gonna be about good and evil, ultimately. Because when we look around at the world, there's certain things that make you feel happy or make you feel like butterflies. You know, there's these certain moments in life where you'll get this, like, this calm, serene feeling where, like, everything is so good, like snuggly. You feel me? Now that's that feeling right there that we all fight for every day. That feeling where it's like, yo, this is something I can believe in. This is something that's good about the world. And that's a hard one. That's the hard one. That's something good. Because there's so much bad. And like, you look up away from that good thing and then you start seeing everything on fire. You start seeing everybody yelling and fighting. Seeing explosions. Feel happy. So yeah. That's one of those things. Yo, what up, Joe?
What's good, Pepper?
You already know.
I already know, nigga. I already know.
Right now, we talking about, right now, I'm basically talking about how life is a game right now. I'm getting them into welcome to first person. Now, when you go to working out to build up your strength, you can see the points on the belt, on the dumbbells you're lifting, and you're counting how many reps you could do, and you can compare to other people's stats. So if you got some 20s and you can do 20s 100 times, you feel me? You can call yourself a 200 man.
So how does that? Okay, I get the weights thing. How does it apply to, you know, move it over to the regular life? What are my measurements in regular life? Like the numbers on the dumbbell, repetitions. How do I measure, you know, what you're doing in regular life? I'm sure you got some type of analogous point there.
Yes. Here, let me bust out the book. All right, so how we determine strength, because we did a whole breakdown about it. Actually have episodes about it too. We did a whole breakdown about classes, subclasses, the different attributes, and let's see. Here we go. All right, character building guide, right? All right, we're about to break it down. All right, character builder. All right, so I got to give you the 3 main rules to the game, so that way you understand.
Okay.
Person to person, okay? Interactions, that's PvP. All right. This will be knowledge, culture, dealing with people, conversations, building parties, things like that, clans, different companies, whatever. get money. That means get gold and utilize gold because you need money, right? That's just the way the game is set up, like many other games. And then gain knowledge, which would be physical, mental, and spiritual.
Yeah, I hear you. It's interesting. Give me the first one again. Was
The first one
yourself.
is the first one is person to person. It's not self. It's like
PTP,
interactions with
person
people.
to
Yeah,
person. But
or like
but
PvP,
really just
person
like one
versus
person, as opposed to second was more of a groups and clans. Yeah.
Yeah, that's when you start to build the dynamics in society.
The third one was get money, fuck bitches, get money.
Well, no, that the
fuck
first one
bitches.
is everything to do with people. The second one is get money. The third one is gain knowledge. Only 3 rules to the game. Only 3.
Okay. Wait, PTP.
Yeah, people to people. You got to deal with people. You got to.
So that
It's part of the
covers
game.
clans and everything.
Covers all that. Yep. Any kind of interactions, wars, everything.
All right. And well, what was 2?
Get money,
Well, what was 3?
gain knowledge. Mental, spiritual, physical. Yep.
All right. I would say
Pretty
that-
simple.
Yeah, I don't know. That second one worries me.
Well, I mean,
sirens
that's
in
just.
the background a little bit. I'll tell you
no,
why.
you're-
Let me tell you why it worries
Go
me.
ahead. Well, yeah, the second one is kind of law.
Yeah. Well,
It is what it is right now.
I got friends, man, who do the. I guess they got to get bread too, but
Yeah, see,
they
it's just
do
it's a part of the game.
They do off grid shit, right? And the more they do
Gain
for
knowledge.
self, yes, but I'm saying get money. It might be, the antithesis. Do for self might not be about getting money. It might be about making your own. You and your friends doing your own thing. Get money.
Yeah,
I'm worried. Leads you into get your house mortgage, pay for this and that. It may lead
you gotta
down
remember
the
that
wrong
goes
shit.
into person to person. Person to person deals with all that stuff. Remember, now give money is a part of the game. It's just a part of the game. Now, rule number 3 is gain knowledge. That's why you gain that spiritual, physical, right? Mental knowledge. Now you know how to do things. You can go build your house. You can live off grid. This is knowledge. If you don't have that knowledge, you can't do it. That's why getting money is a part of the game.
Money, knowledge, and communication. I guess I could break.
Yeah,
it down.
dealing with people. Yeah. 3 simple rules, right? Pretty
Yeah.
simple.
They're pretty simple, but that love of money, root of all evil. Everybody I know.
I never
everything
said love
that's-
money.
I know you
Said
didn't.
get
I'm not
money.
saying you. I'm not saying what you said. I'm trying to show how it can be easily misinterpreted because
Yes.
everything that tells you to get money takes you down that love of money, step over your friends, sacrifice whatever and whoever you got to do in order to get money. Get money will have you work a job till you 70 years old. All right, I finally get to retire and live my life. You 70 years old, you ain't got no teeth and no health. You ain't living life. Getting money can lead you down some fucked up shits. I'd like to see that refined.
But that's only one rule in the game. It's not the rule. The first rule, the most important rule, was person-to-person interactions.
Just
And then the second rule is get money, because in dealing with a lot of people, you're gonna have to have money. And then if you gain knowledge, rule number 3, it covers the rest.
let me ask you about this then. I don't want to go all religious. And
It
shit,
took
but
it took me a while to come to this simple points because they're not so simple. They're so
not-
in depth.
I'm wondering if, let's say, someone.
There's room for
holy-
nuance and subjectivity.
Okay. Would Jesus go with your things? I'm rhetorical because I'm going to ask him. Get to know people? Absolutely. Relationships? He'd absolutely be down with.
Love your neighbor.
Yes. The last
Render to
knowledge.
Caesar what is Caesar's.
The last
That
one,
means get
knowledge.
money.
The third one, he'd agree. And number 2, render into Caesar's what is Caesar's. You think that means
Yes.
Jesus?
That means get money because even he had to have money.
Are you sure?
I mean, why do you think Judas had the purse?
Right.
So getting money.
Yeah, but
We don't have enough to feed all these people. Get money. Like, what? It's a part of the game. I'm
You
just
remember when he
explaining the
said-
game. I'm not
Well,
saying you have to. I'm saying it's a part of the game. That's
don't
it.
be so fucking defensive, bro. Relax. You think you're defending. We're trying to work shit out together and get to the truth. You think it's a fight and a battle. You got to cut me off to say your point again, shit. No, work with me. Work together here. I'm not slamming you. We're working together. I don't know nothing more than you know. We're working together at this. I'm wondering if Jesus would go around telling his guys, get money, man. Get money. What do you think about that, right? Because when he said render to Caesar, you remember the conditions? He was saying, I don't want to fuck with money. He was like, get that shit to Caesar. I don't want nothing to do with it when he said render to Caesar. I think that's the context of it. It's just something to think about. I ain't right or wrong on it.
Okay, well, if that was the case, when it was time for them to pay in that moment, why would he say go cast out a line and grab the first fish? Because you got to remember, fishing was a way to earn money.
I don't know about all that. I mean, I know.
Well,
it was,
you don't think fishing? Well, they do it today.
No,
Fishing,
back then,
get money.
I remember when his guys, when he met, I think it was Peter.
Yeah, they were all
I'll
fishermen.
get it wrong. Yeah, and they were fishing for money. After that, they didn't sell no fish. Jesus told them to take one tunic, bring nothing, but and let's go. And and everything will be taken care of. He didn't, he wasn't selling shit so much. And I don't know, man. You can't put fucking that money shit is scary. I don't know.
Well, like I said, I'm just describing the game. I'm not describing how to live life. I'm telling you the three main rules of the game. And it leaves room for nuance. That's why
all right.
people will be able to know how to move through life. Because if you get money and you deal with people correctly and gain knowledge, you should be good, right? Right? Or am I tripping?
You're not tripping. You get bread, you take care of yourself and your family. The first
Learn
one,
some
get
shit.
to know relationships. That's when you have a family and so and so. And the third one was I'm forgetting. What's the third one? Oh, knowledge.
Yep.
Yeah. And you can't argue with that one.
And it took me a very long time to come to those three rules. To minimize this big ass life into three things was very hard.
Okay.
How can I say, like, you know what I mean? It was hard.
Go ahead. What else you got?
All right, so that's the rules. Now, character building, right? Your attributes. You have strength. You got speed. There's only 6. I don't know how it came out that way, but it came out that way.
Okay.
Number of man, right? Strength, speed, intelligence or intellect, constitution. That's pretty much your will to live. Charisma, and your guile/stealth.
It sounds like 7 to me.
Nah, it's only 6. Because guile and stealth are kind of the same thing, but
No, they're
you'll
not.
understand.
No. Guile is trickery, deceit.
That's why I put it with stealth.
Stealth.
It's the same thing.
Stealth
sneaky.
just means to be quiet, stealthy, unseen.
Yeah, exactly. But you're still doing
Right.
stuff. That's what I'm saying. So it's like being unseen and being very cunning. I could use that word cunning, but I feel like that
might have
collides with
negative
charisma.
connotations,
Yeah,
too.
that's why,
Yeah.
I came up with those 6 right there. I felt like it was pretty good because that's
You
what
said
we
deceit.
do.
Was that the last one?
No, it is guile/stealth.
Guile.
Yes.
Why is guile a good thing? Guile is trickery. Why would you be advising me to be anything other
I said
than
these are the attributes. That's all I said.
attributes.
You
of
can
what?
you can have a 0
Attributes of what? I thought these were the things
These are the
we should
attributes.
seek to acquire. That's not
No,
what you're saying.
these are measurable attributes for individuals for a grading scale, because we have to have a grading scale that is not religious.
Okay, so the grading scale, when we say guile,
Yes.
is that a give positive points or negative points for
It
guile?
could be both. And the reason why I say this is because you can use your guile to lay low and stay out of trouble and still have your faith in Jesus. Because a lot of people are going to try to convict us for it. And he told us we can defend ourselves. Obviously, we can. He has swords and everything. We just couldn't stop him from going to the cross. But we can defend ourselves. You feel me? But we just
Right.
cannot deny him. And if we use our guile and our stealth, it's easier to just live our lives without interrupting anybody else. Quakers and Amish and stuff, you know? Just a different way. We have abilities.
What was the
But it
first
takes
ones? Give me
intellect.
some of the first ones. What were the
All
other
right,
ones?
attributes. Strength is the first one.
Right.
Typical, right?
Well, but I assume you're a smart dude, so I'm assuming you made physical and mental strength or other strengths.
And spiritual strength, yes,
Yeah,
because we
type
go
shit.
into each one. Each
Okay,
one
let's
has
see.
3 sub attributes. Yes.
Other than strength, what was after strength?
All right, so strength, it's all mental, physical, and spiritual. Speed, mental, physical.
Speed.
Yes.
I like it.
And
Yeah.
spiritual speed, because you
like
can be quick to defend or you can be quick to stand on business. Not only that, you know, you got your intellect. So that's
Yep.
just how well you know things, you know,
Right. Actually, how well you know things would be intelligence.
and you can retain it as well.
Your ability to know things would be your intellect. That's more important than intelligence. Say like you're a brilliant kid living in the ghetto. Someone else can beat you on an IQ test because they've learned more at their school, but you just weren't introduced to it. Your mind works better than his. Your intellect is higher. So put in a position, you'll figure shit out better than he was. You know, he may know that the answer is this because he's been taught so and so, and his memory is great or whatever. So he's got intelligence. That's what you've acquired. Intellect is the ability to get it. That's where it's at. Intellect. But anyway,
I think that's why I use that word, because it's like, I believe intellect is where intelligence comes from.
Yeah, I think so, right? Yes. Certain people can
Words,
only
right?
have at least I say this to myself. I don't say it out loud, but I talk to some people and I think I can see the cap on their intellect. Because of their on their intelligence, because of their intellect. If you're buying that flat earth shit, you have a small intellect. You think something's going to save you, you have a small intellect. So you can't be too intelligent.
I think that there is room to believe the earth is not a ball. That's it. I won't say any other shape. I would just say it's not a ball. And there's room for that. That's all I can say.
All right, well, relax, because I see where you're about to get. You're like, don't ask me no questions, and you'll fight.
No, it's just not. It's not about flat or anything like that. It's just like there's just so many things that are showing me that it's not a ball.
I would love to
that's
know
cool.
Why it's not a ball when we got pictures and shit of it. Why would you say it's not a ball?
We can make pictures. We've been doing that for a long time, huh?
You thinking they had CGI in the 60s?
I'm thinking that if I can't believe that giants were real and they found a body and they took it to the Smithsonian and now nobody's allowed to talk about giants or you're a hoax, I can believe the earth's not round.
No, I know you can, but I like to know evidence. Anybody could tell you or me that there was a giant. Hold on.
This is my biggest evidence. This is why I say
you get. So hold on, relax a little bit. You be really wanting to fight your shit so hard that you're not listening to incoming information.
No, I'm listening.
Because you're preparing to fight. Anyone could tell me a giant was taken into the Smithsonian and hidden, right? That is not the same as seeing the giant for myself. So for you to compare that to the Earth thing, when there's a 24-hour live feed of Earth from the ISS and every other fucking so and so and all these things that we know that pilots, planes travel around the globe. You can Google flights and shit. All say it's a globe. You can look in the sky and see every other light is round. There's evidence in the round part. I'm not so sure there's evidence in the giant part because I've looked into it. I haven't seen it.
Well, I'll say this: just because something is round like a circle doesn't mean it's still bulgy. See what I'm saying? That could be just as much of a disc. Hold on. It could be just as much of a disc, like a frisbee or like a donut. You see what I'm saying? And the middle is just sunk in, and we can't tell from our vantage point. It'd be so simple. And as they zoom in on stars, right, they start to just get right. Really, they don't have any surface or anything we can really hold on to when you're looking through a telescope. It's not what it looks like. If I remember whose background was it? It was Dave's. All right, we were on Gospel of Bob, and Dave was up there, and his phone was up, and it looked like he had a sun in his house. I was like, "Is that the sun?" And I was like, "No, that's his house." And there was another one, and I was like, "Whoa!" And it started to make me think it could easily just be a light.
That's not true though, right? Because
it is possible that it could just be a light.
Do you want to know why I said that, or you just want to fight?
No, right? You're saying not true.
I'm saying telling you possible. Why. I was about to tell you why. Well, it's probably not true because you no, it's right.
No, I didn't say it was right. I said it's possible is the word I used. Possible.
No,
that's it.
Then you cut me off to say, okay, no, it's possible.
I don't want you to get me wrong. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, but again, if you're defending your shit, which you can wait till I'm done, consider what I say, then prepare a defense. If you already got a defense after my 2 words, you should probably look at yourself and say, I'm being impatient or young right now. And I hate to be, I
know what they describe the sun to be to me.
Listen,
and I know what they describe the earth to be. I went to science class. I do understand why they say it's a ball and how they can prove that it's a ball. Sure, I get that. I see the evidence in front of me. But when I go, this is my evidence. When I go to the beach, this is the only thing I can say. I'm looking out at the water. I really am. I'm looking out. And from all the way to the left, all the way to the right, there's not even a slight bend. I should see a bend at least somewhere around this whole flat. And it trips me out. And that's the only thing I can say.
I'm not sure why you think that you would see a bend. Again, I think that's young.
At the ocean, the horizon is...
do you want to hear or you just want to argue, right? I get 2 words out and you want to fight. Listen to what I'm saying. If it is flat, I can take a telescope and I can see the moon. Moon's 250,000 miles away, a little more than that. But are you telling me if the earth is flat, I can't see the Sears Tower from Colorado? Why not? Right? If it's flat, I should be able to see a tall building from the other side of the globe. If I can see the moon, I can see anything on the planet if it's a plate, if it's flat. And that doesn't happen. So I know automatically it's not flat.
Can I help?
Yeah.
Now, what I would say is there's a defining factor of weather across the Pacific. So if you wanted to look across the Pacific and see China, you wouldn't be able to because weather would interfere. Now, if you had a perfectly clear day, I'm talking about nothing over the Pacific at all, and you took the strongest telescope that can see some crazy galaxy in space and aimed it towards the little mainland over there, you would probably catch it, that one spot. You're definitely gonna see Hawaii for sure. I'm sure you can see Hawaii. That would be a real easy look.
It's not a thing. Actually, they got it in the computers now. They'll tell you exactly how far you'll see before the Earth being round takes something out of view. They'll tell you exactly.
And you know what? Rogue waves and the water and stuff like that too. So yeah, it would probably impair the vision because the waves out there be wild, super high. So yeah, it'd probably be hard to see.
You'd see the wave.
Yeah,
And that's not
you
something
would-
you
yeah.
see. But first, you're saying over ocean. So let's put it over land. Let's take something like, I don't know, over land, Salt Flats, Colorado to Chicago. There are no oceans and no water,
Well,
bodies of
how
water.
high would we have to go? Because if the clouds are in the way at any given moment, we wouldn't
Why
be
would
able
the
to
cloud
see
be in the way?
anything past the highest point
Why would
between the
clouds
points.
are over the buildings? Clouds wouldn't be in the way.
Yeah, but
Clouds
we
are
got
higher than the
mountains in the
Sears
way
Tower.
too.
You can't even see
So-
the mountains.
Or
Why would
take-
you be able to
so-
see the mountain?
Go ahead, Clay.
Yeah, so take the any type of distant plane, right? Okay, like a desert. Okay, not daytime, nighttime. So you look up and you see stars, and you see stars all the way to the horizon. And there's a haze at the end, or it actually fades into black. And so when you look out to the horizon at night in the dark desert, you don't see a mountain range. You don't see something blocking stars as they move past what would be seen as either a mountain range in the daytime or something like that. There's nothing blocking that horizon. Okay, so if you really do go to like a desert and a high plateau, you should see, if the earth is contentionally flat, then you would see the mountains or something blocking the stars at night. And you only see a haze, or it goes fade to black into the desert's dark night.
Yeah, it's black. I don't see why you pick night, because it is pitch black. I'll be out there in Eric now property.
Well,
It
I
is
would
pitch
say-
the fuck black.
The observatory in Flagstaff is above the desert, and it actually has the best view of all the stars. And I was up there too. This place is so freaking epic. I mean, you can see everything in the sky. I'm talking about for realsies. And like when I'm looking, dude, you feel like you're on the top of the world. I promise. It's higher than Denver.
Right.
I've looked at the skies from Denver all over Colorado, pitch black at night, not a star. And when you think of, stars, oh my God, I don't even want to guess how far. You figure that the sun is super close, and that's 93 million miles. So stars are super far away. So my point is, you standing on top of the Sears Tower won't make a difference than standing on top of fucking Ohio flats. There's a negligible differences. You being up that little bit doesn't make a difference.
See, you
between
gotta
when you're looking
you
at
gotta
stars.
account for smog and stuff too, because the cities, they're just not very good at visual of the sky. That's why they put observatories in more clear areas and higher elevations, so they can actually get a view of the entire sky. And you can literally see stars all the way down to the horizon when you're up there. It's then like some of them you're thinking like they get cut off, but no, they're just hiding in the back over there. And then as the world sits and as the sky does what it does, because we don't know if we're moving technically.
You don't know.
No, we don't know down here on the ground.
Sure,
But we can
do.
see this. No, we can see the sky move. We can't feel the ground move until an earthquake shakes the ground for some reason.
Well, let's take it to the backside of the earth. Okay, would there be a backside of the earth? So if it's flat and there's nothing on the other side, it would be what, ground to infinity?
I have no idea. what
I'm
was
just
supposed to be
saying
on the
that
other
it's
side
not
of
a
flat
ball.
Earth.
It's not a ball.
It's not
But if we
ball.
look at water and how water moves, water only sits in a container. It doesn't stay on a ball or on a mountain or anything like that. It finds its level. It sits in a container.
All right.
And I'm just thinking about how water acts naturally, and I
real-
can't defy that. It's just crazy to me.
Well, let's see. Follow it. Let's chase water for 1 second. The water that you say needs to be in a container. If you spill that water out of the container, where does it go?
Well, if water hits the ground, right, it evaporates.
Which way is the ground? Down.
There is no ground if you're on a ball, technically.
I'm just talking about you spilling water.
Everything is in. It's not down. There is no down. There's in. There's in, and then there's off the earth.
I'm arguing the round earth part. I thought you're arguing.
I'm not arguing flat. No,
Flat.
I'm arguing not a ball. I'm arguing against round because
so
if you
you're
look at a
saying-
ball,
Yeah.
it's spinning, right? Everything's gonna fly off. But if gravity's holding everything in to the ball, that means there has to be some sort of
Why do you
in the
keep
ball.
saying there is an in the ball, but gravity is not have you in the ball. You'd be on top. If this was a ball and it's a basketball, you're not in the basketball. I'm not sure. If
Okay,
you're
so
trying to
you're
say
telling
something
me
I'm
with
missing.
your gravity, if there was a huge hole cut under you right now, you wouldn't go into the ball?
Wait. Right
What?
now.
I was gonna say I don't disagree with his point. So what would the shape
Hold on, no.
be?
Don't switch it yet. Don't switch it yet. Because I want to make sure that me and him, when he's saying in, he really means on. And I think he's saying,
No, I don't mean on.
Are
Because
you
on
in
the ball
earth
is
or
off the
on?
ball.
Are you in the ball? You right now, me and Brick. Are we in the ball or on the
You
ball?
believe in the ball, so you are in the ball because gravity holds you in the ball,
Do you
or
know
else
the
you would
difference
go
between-
off of the ball.
If I take a marble and a basketball and I sit the marble on top of the basketball, using your verbiage, would you say the marble is in the basketball or on it?
The marble is out of the basketball.
Okay, so why am I in the basketball? I'm sitting on
Because-
top like the marble.
You're not on top like the marble. The marble is not in the ball like you, because you are getting sucked into the ball by gravity. And if a hole was cut under you right
There
now,
is no
and there
hole
was
under me.
nothing,
There
I
is
said,
no hole under me right now.
Okay,
I said,
fine.
As I exist. I
okay,
didn't say
fine.
what if.
If a
Yeah.
sinkhole, random sinkhole popped under your house, you're going in the ball, not on it.
Yeah, you'd have an argument that I'm in the
That's
ball.
what
then.
I'm talking about.
Here-
No, no,
You're
no,
in
no,
the
no.
ball now. You're just not going inside deeper because there's something solid to stand on.
Here's
All right,
an
maybe I
example.
just got to give up because I don't understand
No,
what
no,
you're talking about.
I've got one. Oh, okay. If you
Wait.
s-
One more question, Brick. Is the Sears Tower in the ball or on the ball?
Ooh, that's a good one.
That was to you.
In the ball, because it has to be dug in foundation.
Yeah,
My
Okay.
bad.
Okay. Okay. So you step on a piece of gum with your shoe, and you lift your shoe up. You lift your foot up. You see the shoe. The bottom of the shoe is the piece of gum on your shoe, or is it in your shoe?
Oh, it's in your shoe. It's all in the crack and shit.
See, and that's where I would actually disagree. I would not say
You
that
see?
the gum is in the shoe. I wouldn't say, "Hey, look, there's a piece of gum."
Well,
in
if
my
the shoe was flat on the bottom,
I'd say, "Damn it!" I
and there was
stepped on
no
a piece of
groove,
gum.
then
There's
yeah,
a
it would be
piece of
on the
gum
shoe, on the
on
bottom.
my shoe. Right.
So yeah, I would agree. But
So
if there's
the
grooves,
So the adherence doesn't make a difference, right? So what you're talking about when you're talking about gravity, that's an adherence. That's a stickiness. It's called the weak force, because what it is, and I hate that people hate me when I say it. It's a bonding effect. I hate that people hate me for saying that, but that's exactly what it is.
Yeah, I think that's
Yeah.
like,
And
yeah, good.
it's like the strong nuclear force and the
Weak.
weak nuclear force, and then what's the other one? Electricity and magnetism. All of those.
that's
forces, the
that's
four
where
fundamental-
gravity comes from.
The four fundamental forces
Magnetism and
are
electricity.
bonding
Yes.
forces. Even when you look at people believe that the electron is a ball. It is not. It is literally waves. It is a bonding force. All forces are forces of bonding, and that's why when you get to the chemical size of reality, so you get the little forces, and then you get the atom, and then you get the chemicals. When you get to the chemicals, they want to call it bonding, but when it's at the atomic level or the force level, they don't want to call it bonding anymore, right?
Yeah, I agree, and I understand.
That's the art of confusion.
I agree. Yep.
Bastards.
Yeah. So it is gravity that is holding everything together, we'll say. But for the Earth to be structured in a way that would be anything other than a spherical nature, I call it a tetrahexagon. That's what I typed into the chat right there. So anything other than that spherical nature, a ball naturally would be called. It would just, it wouldn't serve the purpose of the weak force of gravity.
Well, this is where I start to go with, okay, when we're talking about gravity, right? We're talking about something that can be manipulated. Now,
Whoa! Is that true?
yeah. Gravity can
yes.
be manipulated.
How do you manipulate gravity?
You can do a lot of things.
It takes a lot of mass.
Well, you're not manipulating it, really.
Of course. Look. Look.
Give me an example. Because a mountain,
if the world has, if the world is a ball, right? We have to look at it as a huge clump of magnesium, like a magnet, a ball, right? We have to look at it this way. There is a north and a south, and it'll be random, depending on what other magnets it's dealing with. See what I mean?
There's
That's
electromagnetism.
not manipulating gravity, though.
Yeah, no, exactly. So all four forces work together in conjunction with the matter that exists. When you get down to the subatomic level, they call it quantum or whatever. At that point, it's basically reality breaks down, but the particles are still there. It doesn't disappear. It becomes wavelengths.
Yeah, it breaks down as we know it.
Well,
it's
remember,
probably its natural state, though, is in waves and shit. We just kind of ignore.
It's mostly empty space.
It is mostly empty space. I'll give you an example. If you took one of your cells, or I think it's a cell, and you blew it up to the size of the Sistine Chapel, all the matter that's in it would be like taking one grain of sand, opening the door and throwing it in. That's how much actual matter is in. The rest is empty space. Most of your body, as it is now, is empty space. The actual matter is tiny.
Right. Yeah.
Also, since you're talking about bonding, and I don't want to go too deep. I was scared, Brick, you were going too deep, because my man, this is, so it don't look like something that he's studied a whole bunch of. But your matter, your cells, they don't really touch each other. There is in fact, that's how you make nuclear bombs. Matter doesn't touch itself. There's always a force. When you touch your girl or scratch your back, you're not really touching it. There's a magnetic force that will never let you touch a thing. And
magnetic force.
Exactly. Electromagnetic.
Electricity.
Yeah.
Exactly. Electrics and magnets gives you gravity. Ha ha ha.
Not really, though, because
I'm telling you, really though.
No,
because look, I can promise you this. I can promise you this. If you found the magnetic frequency to Earth and you put a belt on and it changed your magnet opposite, you would fly off this bitch. I promise you.
You already said that we can do that already, right? We can
exactly. So I'm telling you, it's magnetics. Thank you.
No. You said we can. I haven't seen anyone manipulate gravity. For instance, magnetics. If I put my gold chain up to a magnet, it doesn't adhere, right? Because it doesn't grab a banana. Magnetics doesn't account for every fucking thing.
Never said it accounts for everything. I said it accounts for this Earth's magnetic field. It does.
But
you find a frequency. You
saying
can do
magnets,
opposite and you'll fly off. Yeah.
Aren't you saying magnets hold me to the Earth?
You're manipulating electromagnetism, not gravity. Those are two separate forces.
Hold on, but gravity is the whole the whole explanation for the magnetic forces interacting with themselves.
No.
That's what I'm telling you. That's what makes it logical.
No,
I'm not so sure. Like let me ask you this: is there a mountain or a big rock? Is it a magnet and has that electronic force that you're talking about? I can take a big rock and pick up a keychain or something using a rock.
No, the whole Earth itself has it. The composition of the Earth
I'm
is
asking, do smaller
giving
pieces of the Earth
magnetic.
have it, like a rock?
If you have a magnet like a rock, or magnet is a rock. Yes.
Okay, so if I took if I take a,
If it's not a magnetic rock, no, it's not gonna work.
well,
It's
yeah,
not a metal that's gonna be obviously dealing with magnetic forces, and that's why we use certain ones to conduct.
okay, that's
what I'm
this
saying?
is yes, and we're in agreement. And this is my point. No matter what it is, even if it's not a magnetic rock, as you just called it, it's something that's not magnetic. If it's big enough, it will still pull. So it can't be magnetism. Like if you took a mountain, here, even better yet, if I took a marble or something and hung it from a string, and I start stacking bricks up next to it, the size of the Sears Tower, the marble would ease toward the Sears Tower. It would pull it. So even if it's not magnetically composed, as you're saying, if it's big enough, it still pulls. That must be a different force.
It's probably the weight pushing down on the ground.
So it's actually called atomic weight, right? So even the very particles that they have down in the quantum level have an atomic weight. And yes, that is exactly what gravity is. It is mass causing a bonding effect to other pieces of mass in the universe, and they basically connect and create matter over a period of time.
Now,
after they've sat, and what it does is they actually attract to each other.
using Joe's analogy, and if you found the frequency of that brick and you make a marble out of the frequency that repels it, the marble will go away from the bricks.
Show me that on a demonstration of a brick pushing a marble.
Everything has a vibrational frequency.
Prove it. You're just talking. Show me a video. It's YouTube. It's 2025. Go to Reddit. Find me the video right now. Or are you just talking?
Actually, and I would argue that in the vacuum of space, they would actually do quite the opposite.
They pull in space. We know they coalesce in space. That's how the Earth was formed.
Right. So in the lack of any other force, yeah, there is a very, very weak amount of electromagnetic force, but that would the gravity would actually outweigh the electromagnetic force in those two objects.
Yeah, I would agree that there's electromagnetic force, but I didn't want to confuse things.
Right. They wouldn't have enough metallic compound in the brick or the glass of the marble.
You said that you could stand somewhere and you could see the horizon. You said if you what the formula for something is how much weight it has. Literally, the horizon is it means curvature of the earth. If you can see the horizon, that means you can see the curvature of the earth where it bends out of your view. That's what horizon means by definition. And weight, if you look up the formula for weight, it has gravity in there. It depends on the gravity. That's why some will weigh less on the moon, because it says less gravity, less mass. But these things, I think, are simple. The whole reason, that's why I said that if a person still doesn't understand the flat earth, still believe in the flat earth, or it's a disc, we can look up and we know the moon's not a disc, because when the sun hits it.
We'll try this one real quick. I just want to hear what this guy's got to say. Sure. It says vibrational frequency affects
This is what
the world around us.
You understand that's sound waves and nothing to do with what you're talking about, right? That's just vibrating the air like blowing on it.
All right, so look.
This is what true punishment for.
My bad. That's not part of it. Anyways, where I was going with it was there is vibrations and there is a frequency in every atom. Okay?
Okay.
And each atom will vibrate just like other ones don't vibrate.
Okay.
And that's based off of their vibrations. That's how reality is being built. So that's
I
why
agree with
certain
that, but
atoms
no-
clump up to make certain cells and burst off of all this different shit. So if we're looking at gravity, we have to look at the different effects the vibrations of the atoms are having, and that effect itself is generating gravity, is what I'm saying. Gravity is coming from these effects of electricity, magnetism, and vibrations. That's what's given this so-called gravity. That's what proves gravity. But we can't use gravity as the defining factor, or else we won't be able to tap into the frequencies to actually move objects. And we have a switch in our head where we can change frequencies. It's called changing our minds.
So I have a theory on this, and it is something that does sound practical in this sense. So they really don't know what causes gravity. They just say that it's a fundamental force, and that we don't know exactly what it is that's causing
I
it.
think I figured it out. That's all I'm saying.
Well,
No, yours shit was way off, but I could give you 18 reasons why, but I'm gonna let Clay speak.
there is a better way to explain it. I don't believe you're wrong. It's in inclusive of your theory. So I believe that there are small, tiny quantum particles that drift through space, through the space of space, right? And
When a sound frequency
when
Go ahead.
when they're drifting through space, things like, small, tiny rocks in space drift towards each other, not because of necessarily the weight itself. I believe the weight plays a little bit of a part into it, but I believe that those tiny little quantum particles that we can't actually see, that are on the atomic scale, literally bump into each other and into matter and cause propagation of movement. And I
Wait,
think that's actually what's happening.
Like
Wait,
kinetics.
wait. Yeah, but if that's what you're saying is happening, then they would just hit each other and bounce off. They wouldn't adhere just because.
Actually, they would, because
Why?
when you get to that level, the bonding effect takes place. So the bonding.
Are you sure? Because
The frequencies, he's right.
Yeah,
You gotta think about it.
electromagnetism.
well, we'll see. I'll see if he's right.
Yeah,
Because let's take that theory. Let's take something small as a particle of gas.
Yeah, let's
in
apply it
space.
to water.
Something. No. Let's keep it in space for one more second. Something small, because I don't want nothing else around it.
hydrogen atom is the smallest
yeah.
particle.
Yes,
Or
a gaseous
smallest atom.
particle. I don't want the smallest atom. I want something the size of gas. Whatever the particles are making gas.
H2O, or not H2O, but
Any gas will do.
carbon
It doesn't
dioxide.
matter.
Carbon dioxide.
Okay.
That's
All
the
right.
best
So
one. That's the best one.
just one carbon dioxide particle and another, they find each other in space, and you think that they would bond because of something other than gravity? Because you don't think gravity is enough to do it?
No, it actually isn't. So electromagnetism, which is the electrons that are traveling around, which is actually not even a real, like I mentioned before, people believe they're balls. They're actually electric waves, electromagnetic waves traveling around other particles.
We'll call it, yeah.
Right, and so they form the nucleus. They have their protons, their neutrons, but then the electromagnetic waves are traveling around, and they interact with that second chemical compound that also has those things, and they actually do interact and create whatever the next element is, because they're reacting together. I don't know what two carbon dioxide atoms would create. And all of that.
Yeah,
But
frequency.
They would actually interact because of electromagnetic reactions.
If that was the case and they bond, we call it a different particle, because a hydrogen
Correct.
and 2 oxygen particles is water. So every time they bond, they'd form a new particle.
Correct.
So your theory wouldn't hold. We wouldn't have a gaseous carbon monoxide cloud anymore. We'd have something new that we'd have to name.
Well, that's exactly what happens, right? So so when you watch the water evaporate from its original water H2O state into the air, it actually separates the original atoms of 2 hydrogen, 1 oxygen. Is that, or is it one hydrogen? 2 oxygen? 2 hydrogen, 1 oxygen separate, and they actually form back together in the air. And
then drop back down,
and then under the same chemical compound, and what they're doing is they're electromagnetic waves, which are electrons essentially, are reacting together and reforming.
So that's how they break down. What happens when
Correct.
my carbon monoxide shit gets into a room? We got not a million, it'd actually be quadrillions of them touching each other. Do they turn into some new creature, something new to be named, or is it still just a bunch of atoms, carbon atoms bumping off of each other?
It depends on how much space they're occupying.
We know they don't adhere, right?
Right. No,
we know they don't.
I don't know what they would like. So
You put gas in a balloon, it doesn't clump up like salt. If you fill a gas, the theory doesn't hold. I feel it with nitrogen gas or with helium gas.
They do.
It won't clump up like salt.
They do
No,
create.
it won't.
No, they do. So when these chemicals react together, they do create new chemical compounds. So those are
I've blown
called
up
chemicals.
a lot of balloons with helium. Are you telling me when I open them, it is a separate compound in there besides helium? It changed because you're telling me when they touch each other, they all bond, which would make them change because now they have different atoms and we call it something totally different. But it's still helium that escapes there, not something different.
Yes, this is what I'm telling you is that yes, some atoms, so some atoms can become other atoms with other pieces. So you add like protons and neutrons and right, I don't know if it's neutrons or protons and electrons. The more electrons you have, the more electromagnetic force, it becomes a different chemical compound. Yes, the periodic table of elements, when you look at all of those
Listen,
elements,
I'm agreeing with you. All I'm arguing is that when you bring them together, they still manage to when they can bond. Like if
Correct.
I take a brick and I sit it on the glass table, they're bonded through gravity, but not through whatever you're talking about.
So eventually what happens is they actually break down, the nuclear forces take over, and they actually do break down. After a very, very long period of time, they break down. And then they go out back into the universe and then formulate those particles.
I'm not sure they naturally break down. The only reason they break down here is because outside forces act on them. But if I took a rock and threw it in outer space, you can catch it 400 billion years ago on the other side of the galaxy. It'd still be a rock. When none of the gaseous particles had bonded to it, it wouldn't create a dragon or nothing new. That same rock would have flown.
You might be surprised with all the changes that rock goes through.
So just to be sure,
you might be surprised.
In space, there are multiple billions, trillions, quadrillions of other objects. So if you throw a rock into space, it will eventually be stopped by a larger object.
Whoa. That's gravity. We're taking the larger objects out because we don't want gravity to be a force.
Hold on. But on its travel, as it passes by objects that are not so massive. Let's say
oxygen particles. There's oxygen particles in outer space. There's super few. Any particle, it won't bond to the rock. That's why I'm saying that's some besides gravity.
No, they 100% do. This is what comets are.
They're rocks.
No, they're not.
Flying through space.
Yes,
Oh,
comets are
they are.
massive rocks.
What do
with
comets
a
have tails?
with a massive amount of ice particles
Because
Exactly.
it's
The
cold
ice
out there.
coming
bonds.
off
It's
its
not through
end
some electronic product.
because
It's ice freezing
because
and holding on to anything. It is not whatever process
And
you're
you don't
talking
think
because
about.
there's gonna be
because
particles that
if you
collect
watch
on the brick?
listen, if you watch the comet
He's talking about
as
bonding.
it passes around the sun, watch the comet. Which direction does the tail
It is
go?
going to push away, but that you're just making my point
Correct.
is that it's ice. Ice, you can't use ice in your bonding
Why
shit that
is
you're
it no?
talking about.
Why is the tail pushing
Because
away from
the
the
forces
largest
of the
object?
go ahead.
From the largest object with the most gravity in the entire solar system, why does the comet's tail push away?
I told you because of the solar rays. The sun pushes out. I don't even know if you call them rays. There'd be a different
Oh.
name from them. But
So
So you're telling
something
me
in
that light is
space-
physical?
Well, hold on. So you're telling me
Yeah.
that something in
what?
space,
Not really. Kind of.
something in space that something is traveling through space, interacting with that rock to push it away?
No, I'm not talking about. I'm saying the sun. That's why the tail always points away from the sun because the sun is pushing out all these solar storms and shit. The solar winds is probably called at that point. When they hit the comet, they dictate which way it goes. It's like if I blow on a piece of paper or something, a thin string or something, it goes where I blow. No matter where I'm holding
you're
the
saying
string,
that
it's always going to
particles
go
are
opposite of my
so
breath.
particles traveling through space are
Yeah.
pushing the tail away,
Yes.
which is exactly what I proposed.
You said bonding. You didn't say they push them away. You said
No,
they
I
join
said
together.
I said gravity is
I said
bonding.
gravity would pull them together. You
I
said that they would bond
yes,
without gravity
yes,
by electric
yes, I'm
force.
saying, listen to what I'm saying.
I think go ahead.
Gravity, it. So I said it was a bonding effect, just like any other force is a.
That's why
bonding effect.
That's why I put it in space so there'd be no gravity and shit, and only your force would work. And those particles that fly off the sun and push the tail, they don't bond with the tail, which is what you're telling me.
Yes,
Gravity, even without
They
gravity,
are.
things would bond.
The particles are. That's what I'm telling you. The particles that are flying off of the sun are literally colliding with that comet.
And pushing the tail, right?
No, they
Or
are
does
colliding.
it bond
There's a
with the
chemical
tail
process
and make it a
happening.
new
Colliding.
creature?
That's
Listen,
why you can see the
colliding.
tail.
Why does it collide? Is colliding pushing or pulling?
It is not bonding, which is what your argument is supposed to be.
What does the word collide mean?
Hit, make contact, hit into each other.
Hit. Why would they hit?
For a billion reasons.
Not because they're pushing, but because they are what? Bonding. They are.
You're crazy.
attracting. Yes, that's what
that's
collision
like
is.
saying when I hit a ball with the bat, it bonds. The ball goes
Correct.
out of the park, but you're still
No,
telling me
the
they
flying
bonded.
effect when it leaves the bat, that is not a collision. It is left the bat.
So
The
it's no longer
collision
bonded.
is the action. No, correct. Yes, when
You
it
were
flies
saying
away.
that you were saying that outside of
moment
gravity,
No,
shit
you were
in outer space
understanding.
would still
Is
come
collision.
together.
No, how you
So
were
you're giving me an
understanding it.
example of how something flies away from other things.
The moment of collision is attraction and bonding. Is it not?
That's how you understood
So
what he said.
explain that to me, how these small particles, and use the baseball bat analogy, when they bump into each other, they bond and make a new particle, or do they fly off? Hit each other and fly off like a bat. Those are two things. One of them, the bat and the ball become one. That is your argument for outer space.
I'll use a car crash analogy because this will actually make more sense for you. Because if I do the baseball, I could say, well, the tread could fall, could bust off, and where would it land? Like maybe 3 or 4 feet away, right? But when you look at a car collision, when the two cars collide, those two cars become a one heap of metal. They have collided, they have bonded, because they have been attracted to each other. And in fact, some of the pieces of metal even become literally melted together sometimes.
Almost none of that's correct.
That is technically true.
Yes,
in a car
they're
crash.
not attracted together. There's nothing attracting two
So,
cars
two
together when they
cars-
have an accident.
two cars
That's where you
traveling-
started at.
Two cars traveling at 60 miles an hour have a collision, and they're not attracted to each other when they make that collision.
No, that would mean a force is pulling them together. We know that's not the case because
Yeah.
there's an engine pushing the car.
So there is an outside particle pushing it forward. This is true. But the
Well, the
car-
engine's
Just
in
say
front
you're
of the
wrong
car,
about
so
attracting.
technically it's
It's
pulling
not
the car.
attracting. It's the
car-
gas that's pushing them together. It's not some force of
the car
attraction.
is
It's the
one
gas
holding-
in the
is
car.
the gas separate? Is the gas a separate thing of the car?
This will not help your argument. I don't know. Is this
Is
just
the-
a
is
red
the
herring?
Hold on.
Is
Look,
the engine a separate?
let me do
thing?
this real quick. Hold on, and then we'll come back to it
tires
because this
separate
is
thing
back
from
to
the
the gravity, frequency, vibration, bouncing, electrics.
Frequency of 25 Hz is applied to flowing water. It creates a fascinating visual effect. The water appears to dance, flow in reverse, or even float in midair. When viewed in slow motion, this illusion becomes even more mesmerizing. Why does this happen? Because you're vibrating the water 25 times per second, syncing with the camera's frame rate, creating the illusion of frozen or reversed motion. When a sound frequency of 25 Hz is applied to flowing water, it creates a fascinating visual effect. The water appears to dance, flow in reverse, or even float in midair. When viewed in slow motion, this illusion becomes even more mesmerizing. Why does this happen? Because you're
All right, so if we can manipulate water particles, which is 3 particles, right? Or are we talking about 3 elements if we're talking about hydrogen and oxygen? All right, 3 atoms. Here we go. So we can manipulate them with vibrations.
Correct.
Okay?
Kind
So-
of.
No, well,
Before
it's
the
in video.
vibration becomes energy, we are putting energy into the thing to change it. And this was all about, will a brick or a mountain attract a brick? We're not allowed to put any energy into it and make these things happen. It's natural vibration, which is what gravity is, would have to do it on its own.
See,
Well, that's why-
vibration.
hold
We
on,
explained
hold on.
gravity with
This
vibration.
is exactly what I'm
Gotcha.
telling you, is that these little tiny quantum particles are in constant movement. They do not
heard people
stop.
talk about. When a sound
My
Yes,
bad, go
we
ahead.
agree. Oh yeah, I know.
Right. So if they are not stopping, like they are traveling through time and space, just like the Earth does its thing with the solar system, it works its way through space in its little spiral fashion that you see on the little YouTube videos. The same thing that the galaxies themselves do. They work themselves through space in little spiral things like you see on the YouTubes. Everything is in motion at all times.
What is your point? We know that. I think you just
My
want to
point
flex your
is-
intelligence. What holds the moon to the
I
earth?
always do,
Why?
yes.
What suspends the moon to the earth? Why is the moon up there? Either one of you. How come it has it
Magnetics.
flown away?
Magnetics.
So it's made of metal.
Define suspension.
Why is it tied to the earth? Or is it tied? Perhaps you think it's coincidence. I'm asking for your explanation of why every day there's a moon and a sun. We can start with the moon.
Okay, well, fine. If they landed on the moon, right? There was this rumor
Are you
or
gonna
whatever
answer my
saying
question?
that they landed, and when they landed, there was a metal ding,
Right.
and it rang like a bell.
Oh god.
There was, yes. So
So then it is made of metal, and it is
Ah.
magnetic.
I don't know. I wasn't there.
Rick, like I ain't gonna argue that shit.
Like I said, if we going into the rabbit hole,
Okay, let's continue going into the rabbit hole. Therefore, Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, the Sun, all are made of metal, yeah? Because all of them appear to stay together.
is Earth made of metal?
It'd have to be in your scenario. I'm asking you.
I mean,
Of
I'm
course.
asking you. Is the Earth made of metal? Yes or no?
Not mostly, no.
I believe
I
mostly.
would say no.
Most of the Earth is not. metal.
It's
If
not
that's what you're
made
about to argue.
like you can say made of metal, or I could argue a point that it's not, because if we look at the Earth's surface and we're just going by the surface, it's mostly water.
No, you're only talking about the water, but I'm talking about the whole Earth that y'all
Why
call
would you
around.
break it down to the earth when I'm trying to determine something different? I think it's that red herring shit again. All
No,
of it, if
I
it's
already proved that
magnetism.
gravity could be manipulated with
Okay, but we're
waves.
moving
And
on now. We're moving on
all
now.
right, what are you
And I don't
trying to
think you
prove?
proved nothing.
Oh, I proved everything I'm saying is right, and you're just proving what I was saying anyway. So what are you making now?
Okay, by what you're saying is that the reason the moon stays close to the earth is because it's made of metal, therefore
No,
magnetism
because it's
is at play.
magnetic. Just all magnetics. That's why. Period. Go ahead. Continue.
Okay. So all of the planets, the sun, all of them have some type of magnetic property that's holding them to us, keeping us close to each other.
That's yep. They're all interacting with each other on a vibrational frequency.
Magnets, don't change it. Magnets. Is
Yep.
what you're
That's
saying.
where all this is coming from.
Okay. All right. I'm not even gonna argue that one. This is fucking. You'd have to believe that fucking a gas Oort cloud is made out of magnets and a rock.
No,
or,
they have a frequency.
Jupiter, which is a gas planet, and Saturn, the gas giants.
They all have a
made
frequency.
out of magnets.
It's all frequency, man, and it can all be manipulated through frequency.
It takes energy to manipulate different frequencies. If I got a rock, a brick,
The ether
two
is
bricks.
energy soup, and it's all around us.
I don't even know what that is. Is it an outer
All
space
that
as
empty
well?
space is filled with this juice that's all electrified.
Electric soup.
Electric soup juice.
Yeah. They call it dark matter or
Bro, I gotta get a
antimatter
couple
or
of
whatever.
beer drinking.
Dark energy,
Bro.
dark matter.
Whatever you want to call it, bro. It's just electric
Bro,
soup
which
juice.
shelf did you get that off of?
The premium. It must be.
You got that from
I'm
the
telling
Dollar
you.
Tree, didn't you?
Come on, it makes sense though, because if everything came from a primordial soup, what if it's just the electric soup juice and
Listen,
all the atoms were
everything
interacting,
does have
and something
magnetism.
ordered it through
every-
vibrational frequencies, and then everything came into existence.
Look, I'm
Yes.
all for describing things in their proper context for science, right? But
Right.
when you go to like the primordial soup shit, I don't believe it. I don't
Then
believe
it's no Big Bang, and we didn't come here randomly.
Yeah, we didn't come here randomly. No.
But if there was a Big Bang, then God made it when He said, "Let there be light."
No, what I'm saying is that's not a big bang in the theory behind the whole like trillions and gazillions.
Okay,
of
can I ask you a
years.
question?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, this is the most logical way I could put it because I think I'm a little bit deeper than y'all in the rabbit hole. So, okay, so when God said, "Let there be light," right? What is light made of? What is light? Like, think about that for a second.
It is
What is light?
It's massless.
Okay, I'm not asking about mass, but what is it?
So it's
What is
not
the
a thing.
constitution of it? Now
It's
think
not-
about one of those things called a lightning strike. That's pure electricity. What is it? It's light.
It's vis-a-vis.
It is physical light.
Vis-a-vis.
And the comet that was interacting with the particles, that's the light physically interacting. When the plants grow, when you feel the heat of the sun, that's physical interaction. I'm telling you, light is physical. And when it's concentrated, it will burn. Okay? Now, if God said, "Let there be light," and electricity is light, see what I'm saying?
Light
That's
is
it.
sight.
And if all this came from a big random, even primordial, it's all still in line. Like I'm making it better for y'all, so
Light
all
is
this
just-
can happen.
It's just viewpoint. That's all light is.
Wait. I think that he is saying that. I don't know. I don't even want to go into it, but and none of it fucking explains gravity. And I think his argument is that everything is made out of light, which is electricity, so everything is supposed to stick to everything. That's where that logically goes, and we know that's not the case.
Electrons, magnetism, and vibrations is where gravity comes from.
Well, if you're telling me that gravity comes from the earth, the sun, and so, yeah. But
They
that
all
doesn't.
have an electromagnetic property to them, and they all see how it works.
If let's say electromagnetic properties, you understand magnets. You understand that if I take a refrigerator magnet and I put it close to the fridge, it pops on. But when I pull it away from the refrigerator, the magnet nor the refrigerator has an attraction strong enough to hold it anymore.
Now, if you hold it just close enough to where you feel the pull,
Yeah.
but not let it get pulled, that's
Yeah.
how it stays.
Is that a thing?
That's how God said it.
No.
Gotcha.
God didn't
With the
say nothing
frequency.
God didn't say nothing about refrigerator magnets.
No,
What
God
did you
said-
mean, got you.
Okay, look, the earth is the magnet, the sun is the refrigerator. So he put it right there where he could feel the pull, but it's not gonna pull it. And he set it there. And he set the frequency and it stays.
Well,
I'm
here's
explaining
what's
your
gonna-
universe with his power.
This is why your shit don't work. If you move it closer, it's going to snap in. It must maintain that exact distance in your analogy. Yeah, in your demonstration.
That's
yes.
the frequency. Yes.
Would you answer my question? Yes, it must.
I said
Well,
yes,
we
the
know-
frequency, yes.
Well, we know that planets move on elliptical orbits, and the moon is on an elliptical orbit around us. Sometimes it's a
Frequency of
lot
20
closer, sometimes it's a lot further. So it's supposed to snap in or fall away. Your theory doesn't hold anymore.
It holds because
Only on
look,
a circular
the
rotation.
frequency
No,
is making it
no, hold on.
go
The
around
moon-
right now.
The moon actually does fall away at the further distance from the sun. I don't know if you know that.
No, it does not fall away.
Yes,
You know
it
how
does.
I know that? Because
It's a
still up
frequency.
there.
It's an
It ain't-
elliptical orbit.
Yes, that's what I just explained. It's closer and it's further. And I'm telling him,
Correct.
if it was magnetism, if it moved closer, it would snap to the earth. And if it moved further, it would fall away and keep drifting away from the earth.
Not
And
if the
this-
sun is interfering with that in gravity.
With
He's talking about
frequencies.
magnetism. Remember, we took
Oh,
With
gravity
yeah,
out.
frequencies.
That's right. I keep forgetting that he's stuck on that.
Yes.
I'm not
Trying
stuck
to see
on
what
that.
magnetism
I'm telling you,
work.
the frequencies that are set, they interact with the other frequencies at certain times.
We
But
know
So it
these
gives
things.
premise to what you're saying, Clay.
What- We
Yeah,
know
yeah, no,
frequency.
I know
we
what you-
actually
Talking
we
past
know.
each other. Talking past each other.
Yes, hold on.
So the emperor is
think-
calling gravity frequency. It is frequency is what he's calling.
I'm
He's
saying
saying frequency
gravity
isn't
comes from,
everything.
hold on, my claim. Gravity comes from a specific magnetic plus electric plus vibrational frequency. It's a specific tune.
Magnetism and electric.
Each thing is a different size as
No,
well, right?
magnetism and electricity is both the same exact. It's called electromagnetism.
That's
It's
what I'm
literally-
saying. And with the perfect
It's the same
frequency,
exact
you
thing.
can tune a certain size object to have a certain magnetic. And if you tune this one, and you tune that one, and you tune that one, they're gonna have a thing happen in here.
Okay, so electromagnetism, if you calibrate something with it properly, yes, it can create a vibration.
Look at the water.
Yes, we just
Look at
saw
the
that
water.
in the two videos you demonstrated. However, the frequency that works for water will not work on a peach palm player apple brick. According to you, the frequency
There's waters
of the
above
earth,
and waters below.
according to you, the frequency of the earth must work on everything. That same frequency that it puts out must attract everything.
No, I'm saying the frequency of Earth has its own constitutional properties, just like the frequency of the moon and why it's put right there specifically.
But it don't just attract the
Hold
moon, right?
on.
It attracts
No,
me, my gym
no,
shoe,
no.
apples. It attracts
Because you have to
everything.
account for the frequency of the sun and the frequency of all the other planets that can reach and interfere with what we're doing and all the other objects as well. There's a certain tuning to our universe that
I
you
agree.
don't
What's
understand.
that? I agree, and I'm not disputing that. Did you see how you just moved it away from everything? You said it has a
I never,
frequency.
everything does have a frequency with their electromagnetic properties, and that's what gives gravity.
Great.
Yes.
So listen to my question. So gravity's frequency works, I mean, the Earth's frequency or gravity works on everything, correct?
I don't know what that means.
With you if that's the case. Well, according to this frequency here, you're saying everything has a different frequency. Therefore, they'll interact differently. You understand?
Yes,
They changed
with
that
the frequency of the Earth. Yes, everything's
Yes.
gonna interact differently, just like we do as humans.
Okay,
That's why we
so
have to get
then-
grounded.
So if every frequency interacts differently, how come everything is pulled toward the Earth? Nothing is flown off, blown up. How come its frequency works on every fucking thing, no matter what it's made of? If everything's frequencies are different.
In other words, why does the bowling ball fall the same distance as the baseball when it's dropped?
You see?
This right here is why I would say the frequency. Because if the frequency of these two objects is specifically tuned to interact with the Earth, like aerodynamics and whatnot was put into the object, because when you throw a bowling ball, you it's about weight, and then it's about the smoothness of the
Speed,
ball, and you can't have
friction,
any
all
like,
that shit.
you see what
Yeah.
I'm saying? So, and then the holes have to hit right, because I used to bowl. I know a little bit about that. And when you got the baseball, you see the baseball is built to fly through the air a certain kind of way so you can manipulate the spin. So each one is built aerodynamically, so, and it's tuned to the frequency, and then think about the materials. Now at this point, it's not about weight, it's about what?
I don't know what you're talking about, some frequency thing.
It'd be
Apparently, when you hit a
It'd-
baseball, apparently its frequency changes because it flies through the air and then it goes back to normal when it comes down. I think that's what he's saying.
Right. So can we?
I mean, you
can
hear
we-
the sound change when they crack.
Can we agree? Can we agree on something? So the Earth is basically in space, correct?
Do you agree that space is a real thing?
I don't know. I'm just going with what you guys are saying, and I'm just applying my God logic to it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So the Earth is in space along with the moon and the stars and the sun and all of that stuff. Everything is in space.
Yeah.
Now, if the Earth is in space and everything on the Earth is part of the Earth or on the Earth, then
Right.
everything on the Earth, logically, it would follow those things too are in space.
So can
Yeah.
I ask a question?
I'm not sure he was done. It might be rude.
It's about space, so I
Go
can
ahead.
get more clarity. So
Okay.
what is space in?
It wasn't
Space-
for clarity. It's a red herring bullshit.
Space
No, I'm
is
asking, what is space in? Because if space is not in, then space is out.
Hold on.
Told
Let me
you.
answer you. Space is a vacuum, meaning space means there's nothing. There's nothing, right? And then other stuff, the things are in it. Like if you jump in a pool,
You're in the
So
water.
we're in a
would be-
container then.
Here we
Yeah,
go.
essentially. The space.
So space is the
a container
container,
of nothing.
and we can't
Yeah.
see outside of the container. So that's what makes us in space.
Well,
I
outside
got
of the
it.
container, yeah, you can't see outside the container because it's too far.
You never will because it's expanding. You never will see outside.
I mean, we don't know how big the container is. We can get to the edge if we wanted to. Fuck it.
I don't know. if
Yeah.
It's the Truman Show.
We know it's expanding now because we've been able to.
I don't know. I think it fluctuates. I think it's a wave.
Frequency.
I think it goes back and forth.
I like
You
that.
think that the universe has spent time contracting and stars and everything are
Correct.
getting closer to us? Is there any reason you believe that?
Yeah, because everything does. Everything else does. It would make sense that all matter and particles and space-time would do the same naturally if everything else does.
Check here. You're not. This is a bright your thought here is heavy, and I'm gonna tell you a little story. You're gonna take a little patience. Stephen Hawking. This is, I think, when he was still walking. Him and his buddy, they thought like you thought, and they made a bet, a $50 bet, because if there was a Big Bang and the Earth, and it was like an explosion, everything blew apart. Well, they surmised that gravity, but we can call it electromagnetic particles for you, or we could call it vibrations for him. It would bring it back together. But they didn't have the technology yet to measure these things. Well, the technology came around and they measured.
Hold on, let me play this real quick. I gotta play this real quick. Hold on. My bad. Go ahead.
We go.
My bad. Go ahead.
That like an explosion, when everything flew apart, at some point the force would wear off, and natural gravity, electromagnetism, or frequency as he's calling it, would bring it all together, and it would slow down. They made a bet. They both thought it was would come back together. Gravity would pull it back together, but Stephen Hawking, and he's the smarter one, he thought that time would also reverse. That once it reached as far as it can go and it would start contracting, time would actually start going backwards. Him and his buddy made a bet. His buddy won the bet. We know now that it's pushing out. Since we've discovered the Higgs boson, that was one part of that big ass discovery. We know that now it's pushing away, and he never cashed a check. He's got it on the wall in his room. But we can measure it now. We know that not only is it expanding, a billion years from now, it's expanding so dramatically that, we won't be able to see nothing but black. It's just getting bigger, and everything's getting further away.
Okay, so what you're actually describing, from my understanding, is called the redshift, right?
No, that's a shift in light. Well, I guess you can measure distance.
Well,
so,
it could be when
redshift,
a third of the stars fall from the sky, and then there's this whole thing about the Bible revelation.
That experiment, from my understanding, was about the redshift, right? So what they were measuring.
Let's check this real quick. Hold on.
The sound ohm at 136.1 hertz is supposed to resonate with humans, creating a deep sense of calm and balance. Let's take a look at it.
All right. So if sound can have that kind of effect, right? Yeah. And sound is vibration, just like everything else has a vibration. All these different objects, the atoms, even gravity has a vibration. If we can find a way to use our vocals, we could tap into these vibrations, and we could do some pretty crazy stuff.
Yes, we could.
We lost this somewhere along the way, but I know that the power of the voice, there's something there, and we could literally make a low sound at an object barely and move it. I know it's possible. There's something here.
No, I believe that's possible too. Again, though, this all takes power, energy. You have to get the energy to get it to vibrate, to change.
Like the last airbender.
To change the natural resonance, you have to use energy. Like they're using energy to make this frequency. You got to inject some new energy into it.
Exactly. So once we can figure out how to master these sounds.
Well, people have done a lot with sounds, man. You got sonar, right? The ships under the seas.
I'm talking about physically, like our bodies. Like we used to have abilities that we are not attuned with right now. And I know, like, even in our own minds, we have a magnet in our minds where we know which way to go. You know what I mean?
We get way too high to feel it, but I could see it as feasible and logical and all those things. You don't have to. You should sharpen your shit so that you can find evidence of all these things. You would really like to get into the quantum physics, you should start with the double light slit experiment, or just light
Yeah.
slit experiment.
I saw that one.
And that should
Schrodinger's
tell,
cat.
before all that too, but that might be heavy. That might be the deep end. But the light slit
is.
experiment would show you how things are in waves and frequencies. That's the language that you speak, apparently.
Yeah, and when you're not looking, they act a certain kind of way, and then when you're watching them, they act a different kind of way.
Yes, that would be the wave collapse.
And that's why I'm saying the frequency, because the frequency we have in our mind is what they interact with as well, because we let off frequencies, and that is evidence that we can interfere with tests based off of our own frequencies and not even know it. So if you're not attuned right, you won't even be able to interact with these things properly to do a proper experiment, because you're the tampering object.
That is
You have to take your mind out of it and stop being you for a moment.
So-
Good.
So I do have a problem with the experiment that Hawkins and his friend, I think it might have been Penrose, but I'm not sure.
I'm not sure.
Performed. And so what they were proposing was that essentially that they would see some type of shift in the energy. It would like go away, or it would go in from the black hole or something like that. So what they were observing when they did
You're
that,
about Hawkins radiation is what you're talking about. That's something different, but go ahead. I love
Really?
Hawkins radiation though. Yeah, it's totally different.
so then what is it exactly that you're talking about then?
I am talking about simple gravity. If you took, they theorized, they wanted to know that they were thinking about the beginning of the universe, the Big Bang. They want to know how old it was, how violent the explosion was, and how it pushed everything away. They were smart enough to know that it happened really far away, and by now, the energy would be wearing off, and the Earth and all the other particles flying through space should be slowing down. They were sure of it. Everybody was, until the redshift shit you're talking about came into play. And they theorized what would happen if it just slowed down to the point where it stopped. And one guy says gravity would pull it together. And Stephen Hawking said, yes, but as it does, time would go backwards. I was like, what? Like, like back into the womb type of shit. That's crazy, Joe.
Could you imagine trying to stop your life from going backwards? You're like, no.
So then would it be okay, because I just looked at it, so no boundary, that there would be no boundary in space, thus it would continue to stretch out.
Yes, that was the question. Would it continue to stretch out, or would it come back? They were betting that it would come back together, that gravity would be strong enough, and when the energy wore out, the pieces would find each other and pull each other, and it would go back. And they probably would have thought it'd come back, snap, and it would keep happening over and over again. That's probably what Hawkins thought.
The only way I could see their expansion theory being possible is if everything was light and it spilled out into the container, and now the container is starting to slow down and fill up. You know how you get to the walls of the container?
Yes.
And then we don't know how tall the container is or how deep it is.
The belief right now is that the container is ever expanding. So we'll never see the end, because the explosion is still happening. It will always grow bigger. That's the belief now.
Okay, well, if that's the belief, then it's going to go faster and faster until it hits the edges of the container, and then those galaxies would get
my problem
pushed
with
up
the
and down and
container
around.
idea, the problem that I have with this experiment is that they're banking on being able to either see or not see. So what they're saying is that they proved a negative.
Well, I don't know about that. They
You can pull that up. If you're on your computer, you can share it. I'll put it up.
What, the experiment and all that?
Yeah, if you want to pull it up.
I don't think they
it's not
got
really
an experiment of this, because you'd have to take it outside of gravity, which is damn near impossible.
That's why I mentioned the redshift, because that's the only real picture you're going to get of this.
Right. Well, and that just tells you if something's coming closer to you or further away from you. We now know that was the first thing, but now they've discovered the Higgs boson, which is evidence of dark matter. What's the other one?
So,
Dark energy.
so can they
evidence.
see? Can they see the edge of the universe?
No,
So then they can't tell you whether it's got to end or not.
no, but they are doing models. They are making predictions. I think they're making those predictions off of the knowledge we have now, how old the Earth is, the oldest rock we got, how far we can see into the universe, and the speed at which it's expanding.
But that's how far we can see.
Yes,
Not
it could be
what
totally
is.
wrong.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
This is the
100%.
problem I have with
Yes,
experiments. Because theories are great because they drive you towards looking for an answer, but we can't rely on theories for fact.
Of
Exactly.
course. The facts
And this
aren't
is
really
why-
a thing. We could find out that there was a good theory. It wasn't good.
Well, the
but it
facts that
caught
we
on.
have now is God
that-
created it. So that's the facts.
I mean, everybody thought the Earth was flat.
I'm not sure that's
Well,
true, man.
it
They
might not be
forever
a ball.
They forever
Nah.
finding shit that
Them people
not
from
only-
Europe thought the Earth was flat for sure.
no, just
bro.
the dumb motherfuckers. When Christopher Columbus came over here, they had globes, right? That's just the dumb motherfuckers. They're uneducated. But
You know what's
people who are
crazy?
educated knew.
I was thinking
the
about
fucking
this too.
ancient people, by the way, thousands of years old. Not only did they know it was round because they could watch the stars and the moon
What
and all
if
that shit.
when we're
They
looking
knew
at the stars-
circumference of the Earth back then. We now know, and they were very close, thousands of years ago. That's true. Go ahead.
I'm saying, what if when we're looking at the stars, you know how when we're flying at night over the city, what if that's all it was? It was actually other civilizations for real, like dead ass, like what we are here.
It's feasible, right? Because I mean, we can't be the only ones that got so lucky that we had something what's called the Goldilocks zone. It's almost impossible. It is numerically. It's
And some of
impossible.
them can just be palaces. Some of them could be full cities. Some of them can just be an individual's like home, because I think they might be bigger than us. You know,
I'm not sure what you
and
mean.
because look, if
I
the Bible
think I know
is
what you
true,
mean. Go ahead.
and there is waters above and the waters below is where we're at, you know what I'm saying, the ocean, we're on here, then as above so below, then what if it's just a mirror reflection?
I'm not sure that makes sense because if it was a mirror reflection, we'd turn around, look at it, and we'd see it behind us, a duplicate.
Right,
We are the
I'm looking in
duplicate.
water.
But that's not what we see, though. We don't see ourselves. We don't look out and see ourselves anywhere.
No, I'm
We don't see-
saying, like, you're saying it's all round, right? If
You're
it's
saying
all round,
reflection. I'm arguing reflection right now.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Think
That
about
means there are
reflection
two images.
through
Where's the other
a
images?
glass ball.
Yeah, I can see myself. Where are the two people? I one here. Where's there? What's the other Earth? You're saying it's a reflection, a duplicate copy somewhere. I don't see such a thing.
From a different angle, because you're looking through a ball. So when you look through a ball and you see
Have you ever
everything out
looked
there,
through a
it's
people?
different.
Have you ever
Like,
looked
look,
through
no, I'm
people?
saying,
Have you ever
you gotta
hold
look
on,
through
hold on.
a
Have you ever-
fisheye
hold on.
lens.
Yeah, a fisheye lens, right? So if you look through a fisheye lens, all you see is the nose, right, of the person. That's all you
If
see.
they
is
put
just
it
their
up
big-
close, yeah.
the point of their nose, right?
Yeah.
So do you see the point of your nose when you look up into the sky?
And this is what I'm saying. You're not going to be able to, because if you zoom away from that, but you're still looking, they're not even going to see you.
Not sure what that means. You're just saying that
If you're looking at that people, you see your nose, and you back away from it, and you keep looking at the people, you're not going to see you no more.
So what, I
You
gotta
don't
lay
see
it out
you
on
at
the
all.
ground or something? Or I gotta like
Just
go
keep-
down to the
I
bottom of the
think
ocean
he's
to
saying
see
the
it?
nose
No,
you
keep
see out
backing
there
up.
is your nose.
Look,
I'm
if you're
saying
looking
is
at, if
it's
you
a
got your face up
reflection-
to it, if you got your face up to it, the people, like you said, right? And you can see your reflection, and you see your nose.
You see the
And
guy
you-
outside the door. What is this?
This is what I'm
reflection shit
saying.
that
You see,
people talking about? I
exactly.
see
You
brick
see the guy
my
outside
door.
the door. That's what
He
I've
looks
been
nothing
saying.
like me.
I said, look, if you're looking through a ball, a glass ball,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? If you're looking through a glass ball, like a crystal ball,
Yeah.
and you look
What are we
through
doing?
it.
Witchcraft now?
No, I'm saying we're in, like,
Where's
the
10th Man
container.
already?
You guys are saying space, right? It's in a container. I'm saying if this is a ball right here, then everything's got to be a ball. That
Where
same
is
kind of
this
shape.
container at, man? Do you know?
You guys are saying Earth is a ball, and we're in the Earth.
I asked you your opinion. I know mine.
Well, I'm going off of what you guys are saying.
Don't.
Because
What is your belief? Wait, because you're the one that believe it's flat and there must be in a
I
container.
don't believe
I don't
it's
even
flat.
believe container.
I don't believe the Earth is flat.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't
Well,
believe
you don't
that at
believe
all.
it's round, but you do believe container.
You just
'cause
don't
you
think
keep
it's a
saying-
basketball.
So what
But you
is
keep
the
saying
shape?
it has to be in a container, right?
So what is the shape? Is it like half of a ball?
That's feasible. I don't
Is it
know.
like a cupcake shape?
like fucking?
I know it has
cameras
to.
don't
It has to
exist.
be. Look, what I'm saying is it has to be a container. So it has to contain like water, because I know how water is. It has to be able to contain water in the manner
'cause you
that
saw
I see water
in
being
the
contained.
glass. So because you saw water in the glass. Did you ever see water on the ground? What does it do when it
Yes,
hits the
I-
ground? What
It
does it do?
spreads out
No,
and it fills in cracks.
no.
Hmm
It sinks. It goes down,
I just said it goes down
down,
and it fills in cracks. Yeah, spreads
Right,
out
so which
and
direction
it
is
fills in
down?
cracks. Well-
For something of an object, what
You're
so
saying it
what would
goes
that be?
in the earth. It goes back in the earth. I believe that because there's groundwater.
Right. so-
Yes.
but we also call it down.
There is no down. No, that's not down. That's in the earth. That's in.
We call it.
That's
down.
deep. That's deep. In the
Why do we
deep.
call?
You go
I mean,
within the earth. Why do we say that?
Why would we,
in a cave.
Why would we have a word for it? I mean,
We already do. We call it in.
depth.
We are in the earth.
Depth is the word.
Yeah.
Depth.
Into the deep. Into the deep.
Right.
Yeah,
Depth
I get
as
you.
in down.
You gotta remember.
Right. If
That's
it goes,
in. That's
Okay,
in.
let's say sea
Yes.
level, right? Sea level is literally 0, okay? And then water flows in to the land, right? Now, does it go up
Hey, grab that
The
link out
river?
of chat. Yeah.
or does the river flow into the sea? Which one? Which one? Does it flow into
You
the
have
sea?
to do
or
it
does
into
does
the
the
private
ocean
chat, bro.
Hey, Brick, can you? Cause I'm on an iPhone. Can you take that link out of chat and put it in the private chat? iPhone, if I do it, I'll get snatched away.
Now, I know there's lots of theories and propaganda, but me, I'm with the actual physical properties of things. I really like to see how they interact, which is why I like this video specifically, because you can see how water interacts. And if the earth, right, the surface of the earth is 70% water, we can make a lot of things interact. If we're made 70% water, we can make a lot of things interact. If all the objects around us have water and properties in them, and we can find out those vibrational frequencies, we can make them
So-
break, or we
so-
can make them shake, or whatever.
When it snows on the mountain, okay, and it starts to formulate a river up there, or the aquifers come out from the mountain sometimes too. Which direction does the water flow?
Downhill.
It flows in, because if you look at the mountain, even if there was caves or any kind of holes in the mountain, they're gonna get filled in
Let me ask you
before
this.
the water
Okay,
goes down.
Which direction do you
Wait.
climb when
I
you
think he
go
just said
on the
he
mountain?
answered your question. He said before the water goes down. I think he stipulates that at least some of the water goes down the mountain.
Because
Yes,
you're
ma'am.
saying
Right.
down,
There you go.
and down
There's
is
the
still
word.
another word for in. Because if we're
When-
talking
when you
about
go
the
on-
earth
when you go on the
specifically,
mountain,
you
wait,
don't get, you're
wait,
not
hold
really
on.
on the
Which-
earth.
which
You're
direction?
in the atmosphere.
Listen,
Go ahead.
when you go on the mountain and you go for a climb, which direction do you go?
In the
Vertically.
mountain. In the mountain. Look, he don't want to say
You tried
up.
so hard not
Like,
to say
he-
up.
like-
You go,
what?
you go
He's scared
outside
to
the
death.
mountain.
Do
You're
you go
scaling
in-
the outside
no,
of the
no, no, no,
mountain.
no,
How
do
old
you
are
go
you?
in the
And there is a
mountain?
thing called height.
When you go
right?
climbing the
Is there a
mountain,
And
thing
if you
called
wanna-
up?
in the mountain,
If you wanna
Remember
call it and
kindergarten?
associate it with up, You can call it up if you want to, but it's out.
Can you call
You're
it up?
going out of the earth.
You're going
which
out
is
of
why,
the
direction
which
that's
is why a
No, I'm talking
tower
about not the
that
earth,
reaches
not
the
earth. I didn't
heavens
ask about
would
the
take
earth.
you
Hold
out.
on,
No,
now
he's
you're going
going
the
to
earth.
red herring shit.
So
Now he's
yes,
trying to drag
it
you
would
Hold
be
on, I
away.
didn't
out.
ask anything about the earth. I said nothing about the earth. I said the mountain.
Yeah, you'd be going out of the mountain.
No, you're going out of the mountain.
He's going out.
Yeah.
He know in
On
and
the
out.
outside of the mountain, yes.
Wait, Joe. Okay.
You're on the
I build
outside of
a
the
house.
mountain.
Let's hold on. I build a house.
This is
And my house
ridiculous.
has steps. They go to the front door. When you go on the steps and you go to the front door from the street, which direction do you go?
Fight and look crazy. Look crazy.
In the
for me. I
house.
love when niggas dodge and look like they 8 years old. Entertain me, imp. Entertain me right now.
You're going in the house. That's
Vertical.
the direction you're going. You're going horizontal.
Real.
Here you go east.
Because I know what y'all talking about, which is why my frame of thinking is a little bit different because I can think outside the box and I can play because I already know the typical shit.
Don't rephrase fear, bro. Don't
Let's
try to make
go
fear
to
look like
Isaac
it's
Newton
something
himself. Okay,
positive.
the apple. When the apple falls from the tree, which direction
It falls
does it
in the
go?
earth. I say it.
Yeah, it fell in.
Hey,
big
point
ass
up,
tree.
yeah. Point
Cause
up
the
right now.
crater
Point
went
up
in
on
the
camera.
earth.
Let me see which way up is, yeah. Point up.
It's the link is in the private chat, by the way.
Which way is up? Oh, north.
Which way is
Got
up?
you. We're going north. Yeah. Oh shit. I already see.
Here, this way we don't
private
have to.
chat.
We don't have to even debate no more what shape the earth is. There's a video.
Nah, I don't want to watch that.
Don't be
tell me the
afraid.
shape of
Don't
it.
be afraid.
Nah, I know y'all think it's a ball, man. Fuck
We're
all
gonna
that.
talk about it. We're gonna talk about it. Play the video.
Nah, hell nah. I'm not
Look,
going
he'd
over no
rather
ball.
remain if it's ignorance.
Look, you see this water?
I totally
You see the water?
overestimated your
Nothing.
goof ass.
I don't see
You
nothing.
see the
You're
water?
not playing it. You're not playing it. I have the link too. So, and the whole chat's got the link. The whole 3 of the people that are watching, which is one of me. And then
I'm on
probably
2 phones.
So, hey, everybody, you guys look it up. I know you guys believe the earth is a ball. I'm not going to defy that.
I
Will
don't
you
believe
play
it's a ball.
a video for me? Imp? What is going on? This is entertaining to me. I can't stop. Would you play a video for me, Emperor? It's in the back chat.
How about this? Can you tell me which direction is up? Can you tell
north.
me which? No, which?
North. Yeah.
Hold on,
You
hold
do
on.
remember
Which-
that third premise that we started
North
the
is
day
up.
off with? Remember
because
Wait,
because if south is down,
I asked the wrong question.
Community.
Which direction
We said
is not
money.
up?
And do you remember the third one? Imp?
yeah,
What
gain
was
knowledge.
the third one? You're
Yeah,
afraid to
I'm
gain
gaining
knowledge
knowledge.
right now.
No,
What
I'm
is
gaining
going
knowledge
on?
every day. I already understand that belief that the earth is round. I get it. It's a ball. I got you.
But
Well,
so,
would you
I
play a
understand
video
that.
for me?
which direction is not up?
Okay, not up is down. Down is not up.
There
Got
you.
you.
Go. There you go.
Are you happy now?
Yes.
There.
I'm
I
not
conform.
to see that
I
video.
conform to your religion. I conform to your religion. Are you happy? But I won't deny Jesus. Fuck you.
Wait. You are a flat earther. There's a lot of flat earthers that think that.
No, I'm not
If
a
the
flat
earth
earther.
is
I don't
round,
care what shape it is. All I
think
know is
that if
God
the
made
earth is
it,
round. Remember
and
that
it's
gain
gonna burn
knowledge
up.
shit? You can't gain knowledge when you're talking. You already know what you know.
No,
You're
I
not
know.
trying to
I
gain
know
knowledge
what the
tonight,
schools. I know what the schools teach as well. So the science
That's got
classes
nothing to do
that
with
we all
me
went
trying
to,
teach
I
you
get it.
something and
But you
talking
can't teach
over
me
it.
science class because I know science class.
How
I
do you
get
know
it.
what was about
I'm
to come out
talking
of my
about.
mouth? Are you
I'm talking
psychic
about
too?
my
Have you
own.
achieved that vibration that you're
I'm.
talking
Hey,
about?
you know what? I
You can
think
read
I
my
got
mind.
it. Yeah, let me try.
Here's the thing. So I do trust my
What did I
own
just say? Because I said
Fruit
something
Loops and
very
candy
particular.
canes.
Look, I
I
understand
said
what the
blow
school,
me,
I understand what the schools say. I understand what the schools say, okay? And they do teach
Yeah.
that it's a round Earth, not a ball,
Yes,
but a round
I get
Earth.
it.
But here's
Yeah,
the thing. I also trust what my father told me. He was in the Navy for like 22 years active duty.
Nice.
And he said that he sailed
Congratulations.
around the world, you know, and it's round. So I
Right.
trust what he said too. And that's the thing. It's like I
I
have
fuck with it.
second-hand knowledge. It's not like the teacher, which is like third or fourth or 19th hand knowledge.
Yeah.
My father told me this, and I do trust him. You know,
I trust me and my mind, the things I learned, and I get up in the morning. I used to do this in Colorado because the guy who lived with me and my girl, my friend and his girl, he was a flat earther when I first got there. He had the craziest shit to say. But a demonstration, I kept, even after he left, I was still there, and I would go outside, and this was an argument I had used. On my way from Chicago, when I came here, I could see the Sears Tower. It shrank in my rearview mirror. It got so small I couldn't see it anymore. Everything in my life, when I get far away from it, it shrinks. It gets smaller. I watch it get small into pinpoint, and it'll disappear. You tell me, how come the sun doesn't do that out on flat earth? Because you tell me it goes so far away I can't see it, but it doesn't shrink and disappear into a little tiny ball like everything else I've ever seen. I said, you know why? Because it disappears behind the earth the same size, because it's the same distance away. And I would, you know, I got videos, so many videos of sunsets and sunrises. Is stupid, man. More sunrises than anything.
there are times when you watch a sunset or a sunrise and it actually appears even larger at that time than it does in the midday sun.
It will, because of it. You know, we had the ground leveling out where I'm at in Colorado. It'll
Correct.
play different effects.
The refraction.
The refraction. Some
Yeah.
days it look bigger, some days it look smaller.
But if it was flat, it would not even come close to appearing that way.
No, if it
at
was,
all. And the
yeah.
moon does the same. So when it gets into the horizon, sometimes it'll appear much, much larger.
the
You
only
ever
way
seen
it
a blood
works-
moon?
The only way it works is if the sun stays exactly the same distance and exactly in the same position, and it's actually the sky itself and everything in the sky that's moving. The only way it would look
the
as
sun
if
had
it
to move
was setting
too, right? Because
is because
warms the
it's
entire
moving
Earth.
so
Yep,
far
you're a flat
away.
earther. You're a flat earther because you're literally saying that the sun and everything in the sky is moving.
No, I said if it were
I
to
think
work.
he's saying the sun's not moving.
No,
And
he
his-
was saying that it is.
Go ahead,
He said
continue.
in the
No,
sky.
I didn't say it is. The first thing I said, well,
he
on the
said
other
stands the sun
side,
distance.
if it were to work, it would have to be in the same spot, in the same position. And then it's like when you're walking down a hallway
If what
and one
were
of the
to-
lights goes
I'm not
away.
understanding. I'm not understanding. When you say if it were to work, what do you mean it?
I think he's
Because
talking
I
about
don't
the
believe
spherical
it.
Earth,
So I'm
spherical
saying-
I don't know what
model.
you do.
If-
what
if
you're trying
the
to
The earth,
explain here.
the round Earth.
If the flat Earth was to work, like I said, it would be like a fixture in a hallway.
Oh,
You feel
flat
me?
Earth.
And the further you get away, in a super long hallway, the further you get away,
got you.
it's gonna look like the floor is right there, and other things will get in the way and block
do you
the view
believe
of
that
it.
there is a curvature?
I believe that the Earth is whatever shape God made it.
Well, do you
That's it.
believe that there is a curvature? Yes or no?
I mean, whatever you guys believe is sufficient.
Wow. How old are
That's how I
you?
move through life. That's how I move through life. I allow people to believe whatever they want, and I will go there with them.
Yes
we
or
don't
no, or
need
I
your
don't know.
fucking permission, nigga.
Yeah. Yes, no.
We're
I don't
asking
know.
you your opinions, and you're afraid to give them because
I
we're not
already
on
told
solid
you.
ground. And it's
I'm not afraid to
embarrassing,
give
and
anything.
It should be.
So yes,
I'm
no. or I
not.
don't
I'm not
know.
afraid to give anything,
Yes, no,
and
or
I
I
am
don't
on
know.
solid ground. I'm
Play
just
the
telling you
video.
that
Play the
I
video.
don't have.
Why won't you play
I
the
don't
video? If I
have
sent
any
you Trump,
kind
you'd be
of-
playing it by now.
I don't have any kind of evidence for anything other than the Bible and what everybody else has told me and what I've seen through the experiments I've done, which
That's
is
what all the
only a
evidence all of
few.
us have.
And
All
like
of
I
us have
said,
the
my
same
experiment
evidence.
was when I went to the beach.
For some things, other than
I saw
that.
all of it was just, it looked kind of flat. I didn't really see a
but
curve
you
or
got
anything.
evidence for other
But
things
that's with
than
my
just
eyes.
that.
That's
There
all I
are
got.
some things. What's a rock? A rock is a rock, right? I mean, what are we doing here? Like, a tree is a tree. Like, there are some things that you can say, I know that that's a thing.
Well, yeah, I know a rock is a rock and a tree is a tree, but I don't know if the earth is round or curved or anything,
But how
because
can
when
you
I went to
prove
the
that a rock
beach,
is a rock?
I didn't see any of that.
But how can you prove the tree is the tree?
Well, those are scientific definitions that everybody
Right,
understands.
you just believe it. You just believe it.
I'm not just believing it. What I'm saying is the description of that word has certain properties that relate to other things that are in that category. So they use these words to categorize things, and I understand that.
So the category
and I
of the
allowed
shape
that
of the
to
earth.
happen. I
The
don't fight
category
it.
of the shape of the earth. What do you say it is? Yes, no, I don't know.
I will continue to say I don't know because it's
Okay,
not
there
a
it
ball
is.
or whatever.
Fair enough.
Maybe
Fair
I don't
enough.
know.
What
Fair
shape
enough.
is the moon?
Fair enough.
Surely you know that shape, yeah?
It just looks like a circle. I can't see the back of it. I can't
Not
see how much
really.
of a ball it is.
Sure you
If
can.
it's a
Have
ball,
have you heard of a quarter moon, half moon, 3/4?
it doesn't
The
look like a ball. It just looks
the
like a flat
different
thing.
well, I haven't seen a plate that
It's a painting.
casts a shadow on half of it and a
It's a
quarter
Van
and
Gogh.
shit on a plate, right?
It's
I
That's
mean,
how
if
you
you
know
have
it's
if your
spherical.
plate has an LED screen under it, it could do that.
Ah, so that's what we're thinking. LED screen.
I don't know. I have no idea. I'm just
You
saying how
sure
that's
you got
possible.
no idea?
We're in
Because
the
I look up
Truman
at it at night. We
Show.
got a really good camera out there in Colorado, and you can see all the craters and everything. So I've had good look at it.
Fair enough. Fair enough. You don't know. That's
Exactly.
a fair answer.
It's not.
No. I don't know.
He wants me
and
to
I
know
don't know what
something.
to
I don't know
choose
shit.
is a fair answer in
You
this
can't.
case. But I do find
It's
it
what-
hard to believe that you can claim what frequency is. You see, you're claiming
You
what
don't know the shape of the
frequency is
moon.
in outer space or out there in the universe. The stars, the sun, the moon has frequency, but you can't even tell me their shape.
Well, I understand that frequency doesn't have a shape. I understand light doesn't have a shape. I understand that most things are
Frequency
empty
doesn't have
space.
shape? No, that's not true. Frequency has shape.
You
Look.
just saw it on your video you showed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying
You're telling me that
It doesn't-
frequency doesn't have a shape.
each frequency has its own shape, possibly. This
Well,
could
if
give
we
premise for
scale it
geometric
on a
shapes.
If we scale it on a number line, we would draw a shape, but the entirety of frequency, the shape, it has a name. It's called a wave. It's called the wave function, actually, in physics. But it's a wave.
Okay.
The shape is a wave.
And frequency is how
I don't really
often
classify that as
the
a
waves
shape
occur.
because
That's where
waves
frequency
are-
comes in.
Waves
A
are
wave-
constantly shifting
wave
and
is
changing,
The word. Wave is the
but
word.
that's not necessarily a
Wave
shape,
is
though.
the word. No, wave is the word for the shape. That's
Yes,
what I'm telling
that's
you.
a shape. He said.
Fine then. Fine.
just
then.
like-
If a
there you
wave is a shape and you have the starting point of that wave and everything goes 360 out in that direction, right?
Yeah.
But
No,
waves,
no,
how does
no,
waves
he's
work?
saying-
No,
I'm
it's
asking.
not 360. It doesn't.
How does it
go-
work?
No, when you hit a tuning fork like that, there's not a 360 pattern. The side that
What
you
kind of
hit
pattern
it
is
with,
it?
the side that you hit it with, where you actually tap it at, right? So that portion right there, the object is actually blocking some of the wave.
I'm cracking up. The dude saw that video.
Okay.
I ain't gonna play that. I ain't playing that video.
No, I didn't look at it. I didn't look
I'm
at
not
it. You
gonna
told
play
me
that.
that it was gonna be about a round earth. I was like, bro, come on, man. I ain't looking at that.
Well, so
That's
you
crazy.
gotta take off a few
Fuck
degrees
gain of new
for
shit,
the,
new knowledge,
for the
new
object
knowledge.
itself.
I might have to argue at the.
Nah, it's probably an
expense of
old video.
learning something new.
It's probably an old video anyway.
It's probably
Right.
just old. That's
It
all.
might
It's
be
just
hard
an
to
old
learn
video.
new
You ain't
shit.
gotta see that. It's just old.
Yeah. This guy recorded
That's some Charlton
15-year-old
Heston shit. You ain't
science
gonna worry about
class and
that.
shit.
No, it's brand new. You should check it out. And I got another
All
one
right.
for you too, if you didn't want to tolerate that. The other one, people say there's a dome up there. The other one is they strapped a camera to the outside of the rocket that they launched a couple weeks ago, and it's one continuous shot. And since it was on the booster drops back down to the earth and lands on the platform. That's beautiful to look at too.
But
You
I just want to say
cannot
this
be
for the
afraid
record.
of new shit, bro. You cannot. That's kid shit, bro.
Not
I
afraid
had
of
such
nothing.
a
I am
esteem
not
of you. That's
afraid of
why I'm
nothing.
jumping all over you
All of
right
this
now.
shit is new shit right now.
I've been running around bragging on you, man. Nigga, I was over in Imp Room. That nigga go deep. And now you don't play that video. Man, you acting weird, bro.
What are you talking about? I was never acting like calm down. This guy
So
tried
did you
to throw
guys
a
did you guys see
round
the
earth video
Marine?
at me.
Did you see the video of the Marine getting dragged out?
No.
No.
Oh, that's yeah.
What?
Yeah, just
No.
Can you
do
find
a-
it and share it?
do a quick search on it.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
And by the way, I think Imp is right. He's so wrong. I hate to even say it and fucking give him any gusto. But I do think it'd be advantageous to use frequency when we're moving heavy things. I've seen some little experiments where motherfuckers vibrate shit and you push it with a finger and just slide across the table type shit. You have to have a lot of energy output, but now we can create energy, so nice amounts of energy. So I wonder what we could pull off.
There you go. I got it in the back.
We say we
Play
make
that one right after this.
like we want to launch the rocket, so you make the pavement heading out to the launch site out of a certain material. You inject it with power, it vibrates at a certain frequency. Now you can push the damn thing along easily. You know, we don't trust it like that.
I just want to play this real quick, and then I'll play yours.
Well, thank you. Finally get to see I ain't gonna tell you what it is because you think it's old footage. I'm looking at the wrong phone. I'd have never saw the video.
It's not making any sound.
If
Oh,
you
shit.
really want to know what things are made of, watch Feynman.
Well, here, I'll just play this.
This is something about an atom.
It's just
This
showing
isn't
how
mine.
everything in life is vibrations.
Okay.
Just listen to Feynman for a few hours. He will literally teach you.
And when you were talking about light and heat, that is what you call radiation, which is vibration. It excites the atoms, they move faster. That's how you get liquid to solids and shit, by how fast the thing is moving. You excite the atoms in a rock, it'll melt and turn into lava. You slow them down, it'll become rock again. Mm.
Like I was
Yeah,
saying,
Jake.
I'm about to play right now. But just for the record, just so y'all know, I understand what y'all saying. I get it. The science, I get it. That's where I came from. I already know all that stuff, so I'm just like, all right, cool. And then some stuff is just dead ends, and all I did was take and just learn more and start building on whatever they're talking about and filling
Hey.
in the holes and correcting the mistakes. There's a lot of holes in a lot of this shit, bro. And I'm not just gonna, man,
Well,
if
like,
we're
I
doing
don't-
science,
I don't-
then
I
y'all
don't
gotta
know
be
is a good
open for
answer.
new ways of thinking.
Yeah, I don't know is a good answer when you really don't know. Simple as that.
Well, here's the thing. I'm not gonna discuss it with you. And so I say I don't know. And I'm not gonna sit here and tell you you're wrong. So I say I don't know. Because if I tell you, you're just gonna tell me how I'm wrong because of what you believe, but we already know what you believe. See what I'm saying?
Well, no, that's not true. I wouldn't tell you you were wrong if you told me that's what you believe. I might laugh at you for your belief, just like you might laugh at me for some of my beliefs.
Oh, I'm not laughing at you for believing the
You
Earth is
can't- hey,
round.
look,
That's what
you
everybody
can't.
believes. That's not funny. That's serious to y'all.
What is it?
I'm not finna make fun of that.
For what?
Well, maybe for
Your
other
Earth is
things.
round,
he
boy.
said something.
I'm
If he
not
said
playing.
something
Hey, look, if you
really
want to laugh
stupid,
at that,
though,
go
you
ahead.
might laugh at
I'm
him,
not
right?
gonna
If he
laugh
said
at that.
something really
Nah.
stupid, like he believed dogs were really unicorns at night, then you'd probably laugh at him, right? That's
You
what it
would laugh
sounds
at
like
that, right? Hope
You
so.
know, I mean,
when
what the
motherfuckers
fuck?
say that.
Maybe dogs are majestic at night. I don't know.
Or you justify it so you can maintain crazy beliefs of your own. Maybe that's the thing.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna knock somebody for what they be seeing.
Well, you gonna play my video, man? I thought you was
Look,
playing my video.
if I told Joe that I found me a good cop,
It'd be a unicorn. You damn
bro,
right.
you
It'd
would
a
be
unicorn.
laughing. Joe would be laughing at me.
Yeah. If you say coming out of your mouth is twice as funny. All right, because you supposed to know better.
Out. No one wants to fight for Israel.
His hand.
Man, his shit broke.
Hand.
No, he's holding on.
Who is that? Who
No,
is
his
that?
hand broke.
He's a Marine.
Nah, it broke.
He's in
It
Congress.
broke. His arm broke.
It's not broken. No.
It's broke. I heard the snap, bro.
No, that was the door. They were kicking the door.
If his hand is in between the doors, it could have snapped his fingers, right? Well, if it was broke, he wouldn't be holding on with that death grip, so it's not broken.
Senator just broke the hand of a Marine.
Oh, I guess they did break it.
He's saying that. I don't think it's broken.
It might be.
His whole arm got stuck in the dirt.
The hand of a Marine. You're a coward.
It did it, though. It worked. Them niggas leaving.
Dang, my arm hurts.
Hey, give me a second. I'm finna mute up. I got a phone call.
Everybody sit down, please.
If I can find the mute button.
Yeah, this shit's toast.
No, it's not.
This is disgusting. Disgusting.
Just pull it out.
You might get a powerful dragon.
You
Uh-oh.
might get a powerful dragon.
Y'all want a dragon? Ah! I'm just playing. What's this guy talking about?
Telling Fox thousands of Iraqi Kurds have launched a ground offensive in Iran. Decimated, destroyed, defeated. All words the Pentagon used to describe Iran's various military forces on day 5 of Operation Epic Fury. Moments ago, President Trump touting its success.
So we're in a very strong position now, and
This guy.
their leadership is just rapidly going. Everybody that seems to want to be a leader, they end up dead, and it's an amazing thing that's taking place. Their missiles are being wiped out rapidly. Their launchers are being wiped out. They're attacking their neighbors. They're attacking their, in some cases, allies, or not so long ago allies. And, you know, it's really a nation that was out of control, and they would have used it on us if we let them.
The Secretary of War says it's just the beginning.
We are just getting started. We are accelerating, not decelerating. Iran's capabilities are evaporating by the hour, while American strength grows fiercer, smarter, and utterly dominant. More bombers and more fighters are arriving just today. We can sustain this fight easily for as long as we need to.
The White House reporting more than 17,000 Americans have returned home safely from the Middle East and repeating the president's motivation for the operation.
This is a rogue terrorist regime that has been threatening the United States, our allies, and our people for 47 years. This is a president who has been remarkably consistent on this issue, that Iran can never obtain a nuclear weapon. And the president tried peace through diplomacy exhaustively and extensively. He and his team gave it their best go, and the president ultimately came to the determination of that peace was not a pursuable path. The Iranian regime, they want death, they want destruction, they want to kill Americans, and that's unacceptable to this president. It's intolerable to him as commander-in-chief.
Here's the conflicts by the numbers so far. The U.S. has hit over 2,000 Iranian targets and destroyed more than 20 Iranian naval vessels. Iran has fired more than 500 ballistic missiles and over 2,000 drones. Reuters reports that defense executives are planning to visit the White House to talk about accelerating weapons production amid fears of diminishing stockpiles. But that is a fear that today was dismissed by General Kane.
This must be old.
The throttle is coming up, as the secretary said, as opposed to ramping down. This will allow us to maintain consistent pressure on the adversary over the coming days, disrupt their launch timelines, and impose cost every day around the clock. I know there have been a lot of questions about munitions. We have sufficient precision munitions for the task at hand, both on the offense.
Yeah, you better correct that.
Pause,
Israel's Air Force.
Pause. This is what
He's stumbling over that speech.
This is what he's talking around. You have precision to missiles and shit to destroy the whole country. But what everybody wants to know, how you going to stop them from attacking with those fucking drones? And that's what they had the meeting about today. They're killing too many people. How can we stop it? We're going to pound them harder, but they don't have a way because they sending these motherfuckers out in droves. And we can stop some of them, but they sound so many, there's no way you can catch them all. How do you stop it? Every day on the news, we're going to have motherfucking civilians dying. So they supposed to met sometime today.
Well, I mean, it's time for Israel to take some licks. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I think Trump forced their hand because Trump was like, look, y'all want to retaliate, but we don't want to do that because y'all got us over here, so we finna do something. And then they was like, wait, don't do it.
Yeah,
like, nah, y'all finna be boots on the ground. Get ready, buddy.
All right, y'all look bad. You gotta put some skin in the game, baby. We can't do it
right?
all.
Shit, it's time to see what Israel's made of now.
That's crazy. And
you know what? The best part, Russia not helping because of Ukraine, and then Russia is looking at China like, hey, we still cool, right? China's like, look, I don't know if I'm finna make a move on Taiwan right now. That's when World War III starts. Go after our chips, and it's over with.
Yeah, already, you know, that little, when they cut off, was it Venezuela? No, I don't know. I'm really
When we took Venezuela, we shook the whole Gulf of America.
It was the Iran shit is when they had brought ships over there. Now that little strait, I don't even know what it's called, but that's how China get 90% of its oil through there. The U.S., I'm guessing, is about to control it because they're trying to embargo fucking Iran and all that bullshit.
Did
China
you know that
has to ask permission for their oil to get through? That's when we got to start worrying about war.
Did you know that Cuba started asking America for help?
For what? I mean,
they were marching in the streets. Us too. Because they saw what happened with Iran.
Oh, shit. America's the one been keeping them down for 30, 40 years. I wouldn't even ask America for help.
You think America's going to try to make a deal with Cuba?
They're going to take Cuba. Yes, Cuba's next on the list. Cuba's oil rich. They're going after everything with rare earth and oil, anything near us.
Okay. Let's see what this guy's talking about.
Struck in Iran with over 5,000 munitions since the start of the operation. The impact on Iran's stockpile is already tangible. Its ballistic missile launches down 88% since day one and down 23% in just the last 24 hours. One-way attack drone shots are down 73%. A key objective in this conflict for President Trump, wiping out Iran's navy. Today, it appears he is closer to that goal after an American submarine sunk Iran's prize ship with a torpedo. It's one of the few instances of a sub doing so since World War II. Hey, it's Will Kane. Click here to subscribe to the Fox News channel on YouTube. It's the best way to get our latest interviews and highlights. And click to subscribe to the Will Kane podcast for full episodes right now.
That shit just ain't gonna. I was telling motherfuckers.
I make money creating songs.
They be making money making songs, y'all. Time to get in the music industry.
To launch this operation was based on a cumulative effect of various direct threats that Iran posed to the United States of America, and the president's feeling based on fact that Iran does pose an imminent and direct threat.
I've said repeatedly since the first briefing over 10 days ago, there was no imminent threat to the United States that I believe would constitute putting our sailors and soldiers in harm's way.
But was Iran a threat to the U.S. or not? Joining us
No, it was a threat to Israel. Of course, it wasn't a threat to us.
National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice. Secretary Rice, thanks for being here. You know, we have these polls out about Iran, national security threat. You know, most people who answer these polls, it's 61% yes, 38% no. This is the banter back and forth, even as obviously the military operation is being characterized as being very successful, and we have markers on that.
You know that percentage, 60-something percent of everybody outside of Republicans is 90-some% that think it's dumb. Republicans all just follow whatever the fuck Trump say, so they're just going with they're a threat.
Sheep. Yeah, they're sheep.
It'll say 90-some%. If you ask how many Republicans supported, think they were a threat, 90-some% would say that. Even though these niggas ain't threw a stone at the United States, ever probably. Certainly since the 70s, and that wasn't even over here.
I've been thinking about this lately. They should have took the deal to not pick up nuclear arms, because if you didn't get in at the end of World War II when everybody was getting in, then you out. You don't deserve it. That's the grandfathered in club.
You really
now anybody that's trying to get nukes, let's say I was trying to get a nuke.
If he's done, I don't know if he's done.
You see what I'm saying? If I was trying to get a nuke, it'd be a problem.
You
see what I'm saying? So I'm thinking this. People that got in, like North Korea was the last one. After that, it's like, all right, nobody else getting nukes. We're done with this. All over the world, it's an unspoken vibe that nobody else is getting nukes after North Korea got some and said death to America. It's an unspoken rule right now.
Okay, I understand. Are you aware that Obama made a deal with them where our people could go in and make sure that they didn't have any nukes? We can go and go to all the plants, and their enrichment was at, I don't know, 6 or 9%, something that was nowhere near. They'd have been X amount of years away from making a nuke. And as long as we can stay in there in the country and go see, we're good. We can do it without setting off a bomb or killing anyone and still make sure they didn't have nukes. Now, don't forget, 8 days before the war, they hit the nuclear facilities. Trump went on TV and said we decimated 100% of their nuclear shit, 100%. And then a week later, he says, "Oh, we had to go to war because they were close to making nukes again or some shit." Make it make sense.
Okay, look, money, right? Money works in mysterious ways. So as long as you have the money, you can re-up your surplus. There's people around them that have access to nukes, India, whoever. They could make these deals. They could have had some things in the works all over the place that we don't know about or we weren't privy to in the media. And it could be something as where, okay, now the leaks are coming out because they're in a panic. So people are hearing stuff all over the place, and now everybody's snitching.
I have no idea what you
okay. I thought it was just me. All right. Rephrase it.
All right, so pretty much things got crazy, and now everybody is against them. That's pretty much it. They're telling all the business, and now they know where to hit.
Huh?
When you say vague shit like that, you don't have to stand behind it. That's why you say vague shit like that. If you're curious, you're not really trying to communicate with us. You're trying to stay on safe ground. Another childish fucking behavior.
I'm not doing what you're talking about. I'm just talking about it as in, yo, it is what it is. So I'm talking about
it is what
they got nukes again. You just said
it doesn't.
Okay, fine. You want me to be very specific. You said he's destroyed their nukes the first time around, 100% of whatever they had going, and now they had to come back and destroy more because they were trying to do it again.
Yes. And I said Obama had it peacefully done. When Trump came into the office, he killed the agreement.
Right.
Both
the agreement, well, I heard the agreement was ending and they were about to be in that safe zone where they could start doing it again. And in that 12 days, this is what I heard.
Well, don't
and in that 12 days, look, okay, well, this is what I've been looking up. This is what I heard. So this is what I'm saying, because it's not, I don't know. This is what I heard. I'm not there.
Okay,
I can't tell anything for sure.
Show me the
It's all hearsay.
What would the agreement be?
Yeah,
the agreement, their nuclear agreement was up, and they were about to be in a free space where they can just go nuke if they want to.
So
and
No
Trump
one
had
is
that
saying that
12
even
days
Fox
to
and
negotiate.
Trump killed the
Hold on.
agreement.
And
No
I
one
said
is saying
Trump
what
had
you're
that
saying.
12-day. This is what I'm saying because this is what I heard because I was watching the other stuff. I showed you the guy I was watching the other day. And you said you didn't like him.
Yeah, I said he could anchor
All
for
right,
Fox.
so
He
anyway,
was
so it doesn't
far
matter
right.
what
Yeah.
doesn't matter what I'm saying because you're already got your mind made up, and I don't
It
know what your
does
mind
matter
is.
what you're saying.
Yeah.
I don't
Okay,
have
then
my
let me
mind made up,
finish.
which is why I don't
Then
say
let me
crazy
finish.
shit and think you won't be opposed.
I'm
I
not
said,
saying
show me an
crazy shit,
article,
and it's not to be
meaning my
opposed.
mind is open. Show me proof.
You were asking me a what if question and a why question that
And you
I don't
told me
really
the
have.
agreement was about to be up anyway because that's what
This
you
is what I heard.
And
That
then
the
you
agreement
said,
was, and I didn't even get to finish. I said after that there was that he said that 12 days, that hole right there, and they didn't want to come to an agreement, so that's what provoked the attack, as far as I know. Now,
The
if you have
agreement-
something
Trump
different,
ended the agreement
then go
years
ahead
ago.
and talk it.
Yeah, Trump ended the agreement, I think, on his first term. It's not nothing new. He been ended the agreement that Obama had in place. I'm saying there was a peaceful way in place being done. Trump killed that shit because he hates anything Obama ever did. And now the things you're talking about, whatever agreement you're talking about, something else.
Right. So essentially, this is my question to you. Do you really believe that this is about nuclear weapons and
God,
DTA? DTA, I'm not going to say it because I don't want to say it. DTA. Do you really believe that it's because those people want to cause harm to the United States?
I believe that this is a spiritual war. I believe that
Dodge. Here's a
there is a lot.
dodge.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
I'm telling you what I
Full
believe.
dodge. Yes, a full dodge. It's a yes or no question. Yes
Because
or no.
I don't know. I don't know if that. You're saying if it's just about that. No, I'm telling you.
So do you believe that those people want to cause harm to the United States?
I believe they said death to the United States. Sure, a lot of people make threats
You
on the
believe
United
that?
States.
You believe
I believe
that?
they said that.
And you
I
believe
believe
that that's
somebody said that.
at
I
least
believe
a
Korea
portion.
said it too.
So you believe that it's at least a portion, if not all of it?
I don't know about all of it. I know that's the reason that they're saying, and that's
Yes
something I can
or
believe.
No, or I don't know. You believe it's either a portion or all of it?
It's a portion.
Okay,
Sure.
Okay.
I already told you what
Now-
I was believing. Instead
No,
of
I
trying to
wanna
paint a
propose-
picture,
no,
let
I
me
wanna-
say it, and you can ask me
okay,
questions.
Okay, I got you. Yes. You don't have to go into full explanation. I get what you're saying. I've heard it from multiple people. I want to propose something. I want to propose something to you. Israel, that location of that country right there on the Mediterranean, that is the eastern seaboard of the Mediterranean. It is the link between the Western world and the Eastern world. I'm proposing that to you because that strip of land is a massive port for oil, which means that that land is a massive territory for conflict because of oil. I don't believe that any of this has to do with real religion or real belief systems or really any belief in actual God or anybody's going to kill somebody.
Here, let me give you an argument that might change your mind on that. At Brick, or somebody had to wait. Can you take that link out of chat and put it in the back chat?
Gotcha.
And that's if Imp is gonna play it, because apparently he'll play y'all videos. He won't play my shit though for some reason. It might be too old for him or something. It's nothing heavy. It's Netanyahu saying that Iran will have nuclear weapons within 5 years and kill us, which is what he sold Trump and well, at least what Trump is trying to sell us. I'm with Brick. It's more to it.
It's more to it. It's this.
Yeah, I'm saying there's more to it, and you were trying to tell me I was dodging. No, I was definitely saying there's more to it.
You didn't answer his question.
I just want to add
because he was trying to stop me.
Yes, it's this president or representative, this fake ass Israel, claiming that these other people in this region want to harm them, that they now have this upper ground because there's people in the United States who are actually believing that shit, and then it's really about the oil.
I'm telling you.
So this is what I'm telling you that it's about. If you want to hear my
before you
theory.
tell what you think is about, that video I got is proof of what Clay is saying, that he's been saying that shit for 30-something years. That short I just sent you.
Yeah, let's watch that.
All right, I will, because I need to say what I need to say. We'll finish this one real quick, and then we'll go to the short. But what I'm saying is, my belief on all of this, I said it's a spiritual war. When I say it's a spiritual war, it's not about a religion. Okay? This is about money. Money is the god of this world right now. Money is the beast. And the institutions on which we buy and sell things is the mark. Including our cell phones, all the little apps, the cryptos, all that is the mark. And it's in our hand already. We are already marked. And the only way to not be marked,
nothing to do with the reason of the war, does it?
This has everything to do with the reason of the war. And I'm going to collect it right now. The reason why oil and all this stuff is so important is because of money.
Okay,
and
so
money is telling you that oil is important. Money is telling you these people want to go to war with us. Money is telling you all of these things.
They don't want to
and
go
they're
to war
it's
with
using
us.
people to do it.
They just want to keep their oil.
I agree with that last part.
It's about
Evil.
keeping theirs. Just like
it is. Oh, let me clarify a little thing. It is amp about good versus evil. We agree. But what we're talking about now is some of the tactics that evil is choosing to use through people. We agree. We're discussing tactics though. And you know, was oil a part? Was nuclear weapons a part? Using what we've garnered and what we've learned. And if we want to be sharp, and I do, then I just don't believe what motherfuckers told me. That it is a shot at you, but it wasn't meant to be. I'm going to investigate for myself. So if someone tells me that we did that because they were going to have nuclear weapons in 5 years, I look for and blow up Israel because they don't have, they can't have missiles to send over here. It's
well,
not
Israel, they have to take the brunt of this sword right now because, dude,
but why
it's
would
their backyard.
Iran be interested in attacking Israel? That's my point.
For the same reason Israel's interested in attacking Iran.
No, wrong.
But because
That's
they ate
my point.
Muslims or something, I don't know what the reason is still.
Because it's supposed to be this way. It's prophecy, man.
No.
There's a spirit that is taking over and possessing these people.
In your God. These people, your God is your God. Those people, you said it yourself, money is their God. How do they keep their money? Oil.
They make moves. Oil. And another great argument. Every place they've taken is there are 6 or 8 countries that didn't have a Rockefeller bank in them, that ran by a Rockefeller bank. The last one, they've knocked the other ones off the list: Venezuela, Iran, and the last one without is Cuba. They'll take them next. Yes. Every place they've went after has oil or rare earth minerals. The day they took Venezuela, they seized all the oil, and Trump was on TV that night. We got 152 million barrels of oil that night. Right? So it's hard to say that oil didn't play a role.
Let me tell you something too, Ember. So the reason we're telling you this is because we really want you to open your eyes on this oil thing, right? This whole setup started way back at the beginning of the car industry and the diesel industry and the shipping industry, right? When you really open your eyes up and you see the banking industry and what they control, it's all about the oil. So Iran has some of the most massive oil deposits, and Israel is the port. It is the link Therefore, if Iran would want to take Israel, they could. It's not a matter of would they want to. They could. Let's be clear. They could take Israel, but they don't want to. What they probably prefer to do is just to do business. But because Israel keeps saying these things, right, to try to stir up some kind of bullshit, because here's let's make something clear. This whole Palestine-Israel thing is because people are shifting belief systems, and Palestine is a Islamic state, whereas Israel is the Jewish state. So what the Jewish state is doing, very much so, is they're trying to hold on to as much land as possible, because that's what the higher ups do.
And wait. That land in particular, he said that it was something to do with God, and I was going to argue for him. This is the place. If you know that they believe that there will be a heifer sacrifice, and they will build a temple somewhere in Palestine, I forgot where it is, and then that sets for the end of the world, or whatever the fuck, Jesus to come back or something, the apocalypse or something. We know that early on they did get the cattle out of Texas, the 2 red heifers. They only had to sacrifice 1, but they wanted to spare in case something went wrong. And they built the altar to sacrifice the motherfucker, all before they destroyed Gaza. So it does look like they knew they were getting that land already, and it would be for a religious reason, so that they could put their shit over there, because until they return to that land, the end can't come, and there God can't come back and all that.
Right, and that's why I'm not disagreeing with the religious aspect of it. However, let's be realists as well at the same time, and recognize the physical, the actual material aspect of it, which is the oil. And yeah,
they'd stretch all the way to the sea then.
Well, I get it.
Right.
I already understand the oil part. My eyes have been open to that. But your eyes need to be open to the beast, which is money.
Yeah, but the thing is with that, so I don't concentrate on that because it's not of my concern. My concern for now is basically taking care of my physical body, right? As well as my spiritual welfare. So if I focus constantly on what is America going to do with Israel, to Iran and these other, Islamic nations, it's not good for my spiritual welfare, because really my only constant focus for my spiritual welfare is just simply to be a servant of God. That's it. I don't need to know what these other people are doing with their belief systems. I can have a conversation with them, sure. And maybe I can help them to see what I see. But beyond that, I don't need to know, why is, the U.S. going to attack the United States, which is a secular nation, going to attack a country in the Middle East, right, where I don't even really have any skin in the game, with another country that's basically a proxy
harassing
nation,
the fuck out of them.
right? A proxy nation for the U.S.'s harassment for oil.
Money.
Well, I agree. And here's another factor to take into account. So Iran has some of the biggest oil deposits, but so don't we. And so if it was such an important factor that we could just basically leave them to do their own thing, right? Instead of interfering, right? Because those people have been fighting for thousands and thousands of years. And it seems to me that there is a specific problem, right? And it's that people don't like a certain people constantly meddling in their business and lying about them.
Let's be honest. How many of them have come over here starting shit with us? Well, we could justify just dropping bombs on other countries. None. No fucking war's ever been fought on U.S. soil.
Yep. The closest.
Yeah, there's wars that got fought here.
Well, the
No, it
closest
ain't.
it's ever come is the 9/11 event. However, a lot of people look into that and go, well, I don't know. It seems like a little conspiracy going on, something else going on there. So it's questionable. So
Yeah, you
that's
throw
the
Northwoods
closest.
in there. Northwoods, you
Yeah.
probably know, Brick. If you don't know, Imp, that's when they wanted
Yes.
to come up with a reason to get in a war with Cuba. And one of the causes, they said, we'll hijack a plane, fly it into a tall building, and blame it on Cuba. Now they didn't do it then. They assassinated the president instead. And JFK solved it without them blowing up a building. But all these years later, the same thing occurred.
And I'm not saying it actually was, but it does seem a little fishy. You know?
Extraordinarily fishy.
Yeah.
Before we let's just go and play this, because I want to see that clip before the conversation moves of Netanyahu talking about nuclear weapons.
Well, the most important thing, Brett, and thank you for having me, but the most important thing is to recognize that Iran has been at war with us for at least 47 years, all the way from 1979. People may forget. They took our embassy hostage 444 days. They were responsible for the killings of 300 Marines in Lebanon in the early 1980s. And if you ask people about Iraq, what was the source of many of our casualties in Iraq, you'll get estimates as high as 75 or 80% of them were due to Iranian-made roadside bombs. And so they've been at war for us a long time. They also have developed military capability to have reach outside of the boundaries of Iran, including Hezbollah and Hamas, which they both arm and equip and continue to arm and equip even after the events of the summer. And I myself negotiated 4 Security Council resolutions calling them a threat to international peace and security under Chapter 7, the strongest chapter of the UN Security Council resolutions, because of their nuclear ambitions. So to say that this regime was not a threat, I think is simply not, it's ahistorical. They have been a threat for a long time.
You know, you can praise the military's action, its effectiveness, how precise it is, the amazing.
I don't have to look up that.
I
know all that information, what's true and what's not myself.
Raising questions about how long is this going to last? Is it worth the blood and treasure that we're doing currently? You know, another poll, the handling of Iran, does it make us safer, less safe? No difference. Less safe is at 51%. So there is this skittishness or skepticism out there, even if you're wholeheartedly supporting what the military is doing.
It's crazy. I mean, even Republicans are.
But I think if the goal of the administration is to render Iran incapable of using its military forces outside of its borders, of threatening our neighbors, our allies, of threatening our bases abroad, which we're seeing they are capable of doing. If it is trying to deny them a conventional umbrella for their nuclear ambitions, that is a worthy goal. Now, what comes after? People are, of course, concerned about that. But if you can render
they blew up
Iran essentially
all-girls school today, killed
military action against us and against our allies,
because somebody
that's
threatened
worthy. And I think what they're trying to do is to
which is
neuter
bullshit.
Iran
Yeah,
as a military power in the region.
I don't give a shit.
And by the way, the
threats,
Iranians, I think, made a strategic blunder
don't give a shit
in
if you threaten.
attacking the Gulf states like the UAE or Kuwait or others, is demonstrating that it is its goal to be a destabilizing force in the Middle East. Yes, you can still be concerned about what makes them happen. You can still be concerned about the uncertainties of warfare. But to render this awful regime incapable of using its military power, that's a worthy goal.
There's, talk about not restricting what the military may or may not do going forward. You've obviously
here we go
with wars as a national
security. They're gonna flatten Iran and kill civilians. That's what it means.
Mission creep, fear. Now there's talk and reports about the Kurds possibly arming the Iranian Kurds and being a force on the ground. Your thoughts about that?
They're gonna arm their guerrillas to fight against them.
Dude, this is not.
My bad.
Yeah, typical.
Don't know it's the nature of these reports that we're hearing about
style.
What was
Iranian territory? Lebanon,
and we probably ought to
Beirut, Lebanon. I don't know what you're talking
about. Well, when they basically
the guerrilla fighting, all of that.
Toppling governments in order to serve their own material.
That's what the CIA does. They topple the government, destabilize the country, and put somebody more friendly in play. All of these countries that we got problems with, Mexico, Venezuela, whoever you name them, the U.S. has done that. And Mexico now sent in the CIA.
Well, let me ask you about that.
Yeah.
So back, 10, 15.
All right, guys. We're actually going into overtime real quick. Hold on. Let me play this real quick. Yeah.
Go ahead. I like it. Go ahead.
We're going into overtime. All right, hold up. Let me drop some of these things real quick. I gotta play this one, especially.
If you do not want to change, if you do not want to better yourself, if you do not want to break outside of this matrix, if you want to live in your comfortable delusion, that they have built for you. Do not watch these videos. Leave this channel immediately. If you do not want any truth, if you don't want to understand, if you are not here to hear something that's outside of your own mind and accept others' minds and opinions and the way they think for themselves, you do not belong here. And finally, if you are not trying to be positive, if you are not trying to help create solutions while we discuss the problems and how they got here, you do not belong here. Negativity, hate, disrespect, name calling, those things will not be allowed here on this platform and not in this empire. We are the ones, the true Americans, that want to be free and stand as we have always stood.
All right, overtime. Go ahead, guys. We finna get to the gritty. Y'all ready to get the meat off the bone?
I think it's gonna be a very interesting fight. His dance is my fight.
Yeah. Let's go. Yes, that really happened. You see his face? He's like, what the fuck?
The music's still pretty loud, just so you know.
I didn't even hear what he said.
My bad.
Very good. No, I like that. That was good, man.
That was funny.
Yeah, that was dope. I like that. You got a Cash App?
Yeah, man. It's right there on the bottom of the screen. That's for the production.
Good.
Very good.
This chick here, she said that we've been constantly at war with them. They took our people in the 70s and did something to the embassy in the 80s. I forgot the 70s was dramatic. I forgot, and I'm sure I'm going to get it mixed up with the Olympic shit, but I'm sure we were the aggressors then. I know we were in the 80s. I remember that embassy bombing, I think it was. But my point is, that was what, 40, 50 years ago? What the fuck do that got to do with us now? Here's the point.
I guess America hold grudges.
Hold grudges.
Damn.
And then she said the other thing, which is why we need to see that video. And they were very close to the nuclear shit. They always throw that in there and people always buy it. Well, a lot of people buy it. Bush bought it, which is who she worked for. And a lot of Republicans buy it. I don't know.
And it's okay. It's okay to not know sometimes. A lot of people try to beat us up for not knowing everything. It's okay, man. We don't got to know sometimes. But we could hypothesize. Come up with a theory.
Real quick,
you know?
So
theories ought to be tested.
Is it
Go ahead.
Brand New Entertainment?
Yeah.
KNEW.
Yeah, Grand Knowledge Empire, yep.
Brand new.
Brand new, yeah. Grand.
I was thinking about some record.
Uh,
I was trying to remember what it was. Brand new something. I can't remember. Brand new.
All right, here, let's finish this real quick, and then we'll play your other one.
About making judgments about what that really means in terms of Kurdish activity. Is it independent Kurdish activity? Is it somehow coordinated Kurdish activity? We'll learn those things later. But it does speak to the complicated demographics of Iran, and we have to keep that in mind. The Iranian population includes a large Azeri population. It includes a large Kurdish population. Those populations
just trying to destabilize the
Iranian people
country,
have been badly
bro.
treated by their regime, but there have been a lot of suppressions of those ethnic groups. So we do have to be aware that Iran is not a homogeneous population. It's also a population of over 90 million people on territory that's twice the size of Texas. So it's going to be a complicated.
This is the first truth that she said.
Last thing, you've been in the halls of power, in the meetings behind closed doors. Talk about this decision by Commander-in-Chief to do what President Trump has done. and what that means big picture in the world looking at it.
Well, I think you have to see this as a series, really, of events, starting with October 7th, when Iran demonstrated that it probably wasn't possible to deter their tentacles like Hamas. I'm quite certain that October 7th and Hamas could not have happened without Iranian training.
Ain't that a bitch they
And
blaming
then,
it
of
on?
course, you had the events of
Iran.
June.
Didn't y'all
when
invade
the
Palestine
decided,
because
along
of
with the
it?
Israelis, to try and at least
Now they
degrade
blaming
and maybe
Iran.
even
Well, they were saying that Hamas and all that are Iranian proxies.
suppress Iranian air defenses, and so Iran
Yeah,
is in a sense defenseless. Then,
I get
and then you see that the Iranians are rebuilding their nuclear
You
capability.
can probably
They're
throw 3 more
rearming Hamas
countries
and
in there to
Hezbollah,
invade
and
too.
that
Then
they are essentially at this moment defenseless. They won't always be defenseless, and so the decision is to really at this point take care of it and render them incapable of those
all those
activities.
arms
So I
and
see it as
shit
a
tell
series of
you
decisions.
she on some
I do
bullshit.
think that it's big ones, but
When she was telling the
goal,
truth, she
of
didn't do
course,
all that
we'll
arm
have
shit.
to watch and see. But I do think
So
the question
I
of
call
making
that
sure
the
that
definition
you don't
of
get mission creep
oppression
is
right
an important
there.
one. Taking care of Iranian
They might be
is.
able to defend
operations,
themselves
military
one day,
capabilities
so
is
we're
very
gonna go.
important. The other thing that
One-
is particularly if you can do something about the security forces in Iran, maybe it opens the possibilities for the
You put
Iranian
it
people
that
themselves to try to determine their own future. But we're a
I
long
mean,
way
you
from
said
that.
it.
Secretary, we really appreciate
You got to
your time.
break your
Thank
arms,
you very
Joe.
much.
What do
Nice
you
to be
mean?
with you.
You may be able
Be sure
to
to
defend
like and
yourself one
subscribe for
day.
all the
You got to break your arms, bro. What kind of shit is that?
That shit's crazy, right? You got that right.
Yeah.
Very good.
This one?
Hello, everyone. Before we get into the episode today, do you want to
No, I'm
give
saying
No, I sent you. That's not it.
Oh,
I'm saying,
my bad, my bad.
I'm saying the Cash App. You got that right. I just want to make
Oh,
sure.
hold on. Let me double check it.
That way I know that that's you, and I don't have to worry about it later.
If not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a
What
year.
year is
it
that?
could be within a few months.
That was last year.
Uh,
9 months
Chuck.
ago or something like that.
Yeah, June
Okay.
12th last year.
Okay.
It's like a couple months ago,
Okay.
like 7 months ago. It's
All
still
right.
kind of
June
fresh.
12, 2025. I see it. Go
They
ahead.
probably had to
Maybe
think
like
about it.
9 months. But yeah, still. I mean,
Go ahead. Let it play.
within a year.
All right. Yeah, I got it, bro.
Very good. Very good. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you.
Yeah, man.
Shout out to Clay.
Yeah, man. No, I appreciate what you do here, man.
They have the wherewithal, the stored up
year
preserved
is
knowledge to make a bomb very quickly.
2018,
if they
right?
wanted to do it.
Iran is so dangerous. Weeks away from having the fissile material for an
What year is
entire
that?
arsenal of nuclear bombs.
They're very close. They're 6 months away from being about
close.
90% of
Away.
having the
Wait,
enriched
there's
uranium for an
another
atom
one.
bomb. Iran is gearing up to have
2006.
to produce
Iran is gearing up.
25 bombs,
It's Iran.
atomic bombs
Iran's
a year,
coming after us.
250 bombs in a decade. Ladies and gentlemen,
Look, what? I don't know what year that is.
Time is running out.
Of producing
95?
importing anything, nuclear bombs.
30.
And he's been saying this
Not
since the
stop.
90s,
Iran could
and they're
like-
just now starting to do something
He's
about
been
it. That's
saying
wild.
Yes. What are
Well,
the
there-
odds?
well,
that
here's
he's
the
been
thing.
saying
So
that
no
for
wonder they have to
37
make so
years.
many strikes. No wonder they're so well forward in the process. They've had all these years to perfect
At this point,
They've
that,
been preparing
that
all
would be
these
laughable.
years.
That would be laughable, right? So, how long does it take to enrich uranium and
Right.
build a
it. But you got to build the facilities first.
You
How
gotta
long
watch
does
that.
take?
You gotta watch.
I don't
that,
know
so
if you
you'll
got
know
you got
a nigga
Russia
will
and China
lie to
trying to
you.
help.
No, how long?
They've already-
really though? How long?
They've had
I
the,
don't know.
they've
Does it
had the
take 30
facilities
years?
forever.
It might take 20, 30 years.
No,
40
no.
years?
Hold on. What you know what the Manhattan Project was, correct?
Yeah, that might take 20,
So
yeah,
as
20,
soon-
30 years.
As soon as
So yeah,
soon as
right
they
about
figured
now.
out- as soon as they figured out how to split the atom, how long was it before they had a nuke?
Oh goodness.
It
But
was
these
This
guys,
is- and this is what I'm saying. Why try to get some now?
It was
They
Nah,
all-
it's too late. You
They
should have got
They
grandfathered
enriched
in back in the
uranium.
day. Nah.
They enriched
They
the
already
uranium
have
in a
the
few
Nah, don't be
months.
trying to get nukes now. Nah, fuck
They
that.
enriched the uranium in a few months, and then they got it. That's it.
Right.
That's all you have to
Yeah,
do.
but they have to build the
But the
infrastructure.
I
point
keep
is, does
telling
it
you,
take
they already
30
had the
years?
facilities.
Okay, look, That's what
Right?
I'm
They
saying. But
all
now
already
they
had
had
facilities. They
over
could've-
2,000 facilities now.
Yes, they could have found
you?
him. That's what I'm saying. If that were their goal, as he is claiming, they would have been done it. They've been
They've been
at nuclear
trying.
shit.
They've been setting up Hamas everywhere.
The emperor. Is it
What they
because
mean
he's-
Hamas is
is
dropping
it
nuke
because
for? What
he's
sense
wearing a
does that
suit?
make?
Is it because he's wearing a suit and tie and he has white hair? Is that why you believe him?
He looks believable.
No, I don't believe any of them. I'm giving them all their reasons why they're doing what they're doing. And I'm just going to let their truth be their truth. That's his truth.
Any day now. They
Hey, do they psychologically test these people all the time? No. But they let them be in office.
I'm telling you, people believe this shit. Actually really believe that this is what it's about. This is what it's
No,
about.
I believe it's like, look, you could have put ant oil at the end of all of that. Fine.
Nukes and
Does that
oil.
make it any better? Does that make it any better? Look,
Well,
no, that
then-
makes
then
it
he-
more
then he
enticing.
might-
It's like,
then he
oh,
might
well, they
be
got
telling
nukes
the
and
truth.
oil.
And he, at least
That's
he would be
like
telling the truth.
that's like putting money on their head, bro.
But he's asking for the United States to attack this country, this particular one.
I don't think he asked the United
Just
States to
happens
attack.
It just
He
happens
did.
to be 30 years in the making.
I think
It
he was just
happens
warning
to
us
be
about the nukes.
The largest oil
No, he
deposits
asked
in
for
the
help.
region.
Trump said no. And he made him. I ain't gonna say make him, but
So how do you
Trump
create
was like,
a slave
no,
state?
never.
Okay, so then why
How do
did
you
Trump do
create a
it?
slave state?
I wonder. Right? Why
And this is what I'm saying.
Why
Because
do you
Israel's been
oppress
talking
us?
all this shit for all these years, and
You
Trump said,
oppress
fine,
us.
you want us to do something? We're going to do something. Now put your
So
boots on the
now-
ground.
Now, with all of those leaders out of the way, right? All of the educated, highly uneducated people out of the way, all you got is the working class, right? Now, the working class.
Okay,
still
so you're
wants
saying,
something.
are we done? The working class, is we done?
I'm saying that those
Yes.
people in Iran, that working class is actually. Well,
You
they're-
think the earth
they're
is
educated.
fucking flat?
I never said the earth is flat.
The
I will
You can't
never
watch
say
the
it.
fucking video of a picture of the earth.
No, actually, I was gonna go somewhere when he said waves, right? I believe the Earth is the shape of a wave. That's what I believe.
What?
You didn't
It's
wanna see a
logical.
you didn't want to see a picture of you like living in fantasy land?
Nah, I think because you asked me what
Sure you
shape, I don't
do.
think it's flat. I think
The
it's the
Earth is
shape
a
of a
wave.
wave.
There's
Yeah.
a picture of it in the
Ride
back
the
chat.
wave, babe. Where do we be?
There's a video of it in the back chat, so you don't have to have a belief where you don't know a thing. What are you afraid of? That's
I
new,
guess you could
learning
say
something
that,
new.
'cause, like-
What are you afraid of?
Like you get to one
I don't-
side of the earth and you get to the
I
other
mean,
and you go to the
you
next
got-
I
side.
don't believe
Where's the other
the
side?
Earth is flat. It's a wave, man.
I'm asking.
How do we?
And the North Pole is the middle where the wave starts.
Why-
You know how
why-
you drop a stone in the water? Bloop.
Do you care about reality and truth, or you just you're okay with whatever you believe? You're happy with
I'll
that.
play your video if it will make you happy. But at the end of the day, reality is what you believe it is.
I don't know about that one.
I mean, look, I'll say that there are principles we all agree upon. Sure, like a table's a table, awesome. But
There are
at the end of the day, your life is going to be what you make it. Some things can be forced on you.
Are there principles of negatives?
You have to go a little bit deeper. What do you mean?
So
when you say
can
that?
elephants fly?
Is there a good and a bad? Oh, I'm
Well,
sorry,
no,
maybe I was
no.
wrong.
Can elephants fly?
If you use the right equipment.
Oh my god!
Dodge City.
I was just
don't
being
bring your
playful
gun- don't
because
bring your
if you
gun
strap that
down,
bitch
'cause
to
you
a
will-
helicopter, it's gonna fly for sure.
I wouldn't. I call
But-
it fearful, but you know you can call it
But
playful.
I saw Dumbo.
The answer to that is we can both agree that elephants do not fly.
Ask yourself why you're fucking afraid to answer a question, bro. You're
I'm
so
not
fucking
afraid,
fearful.
bro.
Do
When you
elephants
ask
fly?
when you ask a rhetorical question, I can give a funny answer. because it's like everybody
Only
knows
because it wasn't
elephants
rhetorical.
don't have any
You asked for
natural wings, so
clarification.
they don't
You
actually fly.
specifically
So
asked
we
me for
already know that.
clarification. You specifically asked me for
I know
clarification.
it was a rhetorical
Is a
question.
negative.
No, he was building foundation of a thing.
You specifically asked me for a question of what would constitute a negative.
No, I didn't ask for a question. I said go a little bit deeper about what you mean by negative, and you asked me a question.
So you ask a thing and then don't want to answer. Like it's so wild.
No, wait, no. I
to
asked you for clarification about what you mean by negative, and then you didn't give me what you mean by negative. You're asking me a question that is rhetorical.
I gave you an answer of a question that we can both agree the
So
answer
you
is
answered.
no. It's negative. It's a proof of negative. Yes.
You
actually
say
negative.
no, then he would have explained how.
That's why I said it's
He'd have
that's why I
answered your
said
question. But
it's a
instead,
rhetorical
You were
question.
so afraid. You were like, well, if you're
I'm not
strapped to
afraid.
wings-
You thought that I was going to try to get you with
He
the
thought it was
No,
a gotcha.
it's not a
and he's
gotcha
afraid.
moment.
I'm
I was
glad
trying
you
to
said it.
It's not
He's
anything.
definitely afraid of that shit.
I was trying to establish
you
negative.
already established it.
No,
When you
I
said
didn't.
this
You asked me to
statement,
clarify. If you did,
can
if I had already
elephants
established it,
fly?
why would you ask me
And
to
you
clarify?
know, based off of that, the answer is no. It's a
Why would you
rhetorical.
ask
No,
me to
elephants don't
clarify?
He
fly.
should not
already
assume that because you won't even say what up is. You say up is in. He should not assume what you know or believe.
Right, exactly. Because every
I'm still
time I
waiting
ask
on
you
that
something,
video,
you
by
say,
the way.
I don't want to say it because I let you
Like,
believe what you want to
see,
believe.
when I make an example, I say what I'm talking about.
Okay. And
See what I mean? So just say what you're talking about. My bad. Just say what you're talking about. You don't have to try. I know you're used to doing that with other people on the other panels.
You know what?
And you don't have to do it here. You can just make your claim and state your statement. It's fair. I'll listen.
Okay. Do you know what axioms are?
That's a question. He's I asked about
Okay,
questions.
go a
but-
little bit deeper. Tell me what it is.
Fundamental truths.
Okay. Continue.
Okay, so you know what axioms are now?
Fundamental truths, as you explained it. That's
So,
the standard.
Fundamental
Continue.
truths are axioms. They are proven to be fact. We don't even call them knowledge. We actually call them axioms. And that's actually
Like fire is hot, for example, right?
It's a
That's
mathematical
relative.
Yeah. You can say that that's an axiom. Yes, I actually used the mathematical term, which is called an axiom. So that's why I wanted to talk about negatives, right? So -1 equals -1, right? -1 times -1 equals 1.
There's got to be a better way to prove your point than making a motherfucker do negative integer multiplication and shit.
Well, what I'm trying to get to is that the best way that we can discuss things in reality is upon mathematical terms, because with mathematics, things are based upon fact. So when you get into science, it's actually studies, right? So physics is primarily based on mathematics.
Listen, please get to your point. I think you just want to flex your fucking knowledge.
That's
show
why
off
I
or
give the
something.
floor, so he can say what he wants to
what's
say
this got to
and
do
makes
with
his
negative?
point.
Are you going to base it on mathematics?
Because instead of
somehow?
asking the questions, he could just say what he wants to
Bro,
say and
I can't
explain
get-
the stuff.
I can't get it out. No, this is not.
Go
happening.
ahead.
I cannot get it out. Go ahead.
No, it was on you. I don't think he was.
Nah, Joe's
I
just a
did
little
have-
impatient.
I did have a point, but
What's the point, though?
I'm
You
not
got
going to
it.
be able to make the point.
Absolute truth.
'Cause I'm listening.
A tree is
You
a
said the
tree, a car
negative
is
to-
a car.
yeah.
I was wondering how you was going to get that in elephants flying through mathematics. I was interested in my damn self.
Okay. My point is this. It seems as if when I'm asking you something and you don't want to give an answer, you won't give any type of axiom at all. You'll go on to another thing and try to skirt around it. You won't even say the I don't know, which is also an axiom. It's a fundamental truth that you don't know something. That's my point. And I don't understand why you keep doing that.
Fear. Uh, someone's
Have
told
no
him he
fear.
was stupid or
There's
dumb,
nothing to be afraid of.
so he tries
It's
to avoid
just
a certain area. Period.
what you guys are gonna do is you're gonna make your point, and I just want you to make your point, and then I'll make mine, and then you can make your point, and then I can make my point, and it's just easier that way. And then I can
It's
just
easier.
learn what you're
It's-
talking about from your lens, because my lens is different, and
It's
so
not.
I will see this is how Joe sees things.
It's not that
It's-
simple.
Wait.
Because
It's
there's
not
things-
always that easy. He says it's easier that way. It's not always easier to use a hammer. There's a time to do it, and there are other ways to communicate. One is to build a foundation and follow the logic behind it. There are other ways to communicate what engages both people. It ain't all always just one person state your shit. There's a positive attribute, virtue to bouncing shit off, iron sharpen iron type of shit.
Right, and that's what I was trying to say too, is that like I ask a question to you because I want to know if you already know about a thing. Like
Then
for
we can
instance,
progress to the next thing.
exactly. That way I don't have to explain something. If like, you know, we all agree that basic matter is really actually waves, then we can move.
Then we can communicate it further. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Am I gonna get my video, bro?
This was your video.
No, I asked you about the Earth video. You said you're gonna play it if it'll make me happy a couple minutes ago. So I was trolling you about something. Oh,
There's no need to troll me.
about you being afraid to play the vet and learn something new.
I just learned something new from y'all right now.
Good. You can only get a one new thing per night policy or something.
I know we're in
So-
overtime too.
Nah, I am getting to that. Need to go do my exercises and my walking shit. You know what I'm saying?
Well, before
I've been
you-
trying to get myself together.
Before you
Okay.
do that, show his
This
video.
is McDonald's French fries from the United States. It has 11 ingredients, but in the UK, there's only 4.
No, that ain't what I said, you man.
My
If not,
bad.
stop.
That shit just popped up.
McDonald's.
I saw that
I do
shit
not
too,
eat
by the way.
McDonald's. Just so you know, I literally just don't even eat that shit no more.
She gave about 6, 7
I got
examples.
about 30 more minutes in me, guys. Let me.
Yeah.
I don't want to go over the Earth thing anymore. I'm really tired. I'd rather just, because I don't think it's a ball. I don't care if it's a ball. It's not flat, so you can't roast me on that. Earth is a wave.
So I got,
Let it be what it is.
I got one for you.
Flat at night. I'm gonna roast you on how scary you are until that video is played and or the show ends.
I got one for you. So there's two cannibals, right? And one starts eating from like the head end, and the other one starts eating at the foot end. And the one at the head end, he's eating, and he's gets to a point where he's like, I wonder what the other guy's doing. So he's asking, "Hey man, how's it going down there?" He says, "Man, I'm having a ball."
That was a joke I didn't understand in the Epstein files, and all the other
Planning
jokes
to
was
publish your
good. Maybe y'all can explain this one to me.
Okay.
Two cannibals passed by each other. One, they passed by. Two cannibal friends or something passed by. They didn't recognize each other. Those in there, I didn't get it. What the fuck? And the other was hilarious. It was just pages of some nigga who was trying to get in with them, and he sent them a list of jokes that they could use. Some of his faves. He's just trying to buddy up to him.
Nice.
But there was a bunch of pages of jokes,
Can
and that.
you say it again though?
Hold on. I'll Google it to find out. Wow. Imp is pulling up my vid.
Oh, he's pulling up his flag.
Yeah.
Mountains aren't real.
I'll play it at the very end of this show.
Don't go into the mountain.
I don't believe
Everything
you.
is
Now
energy.
you told me you
On
was
the
gonna
chair
play
where you
it
are sitting to your
before.
thoughts and feelings, energy is all there is. Energy can neither be created nor destroyed. It can only be transformed into a different form of energy.
Bro
You
went
can only
straight to
transform
some
and
AI
redirect what
bullshit.
already is. You see, you are more than just a body living in a physical world. You are made up of energy and exist in a universe where everything is vibrating energy. This means that you have the ability to send and receive energy. So stick around until the end, and we'll explore how to harness this powerful force.
All right, so check it
Are
out.
you harnessing
Do
the
you
power?
believe that it is possible to manipulate the energies around you within the objects and people? Because, like I said, like they say, most things is empty space, and then that empty space, there's that energy, that ether, that darkness, whatever they want to call it, that soup.
I understand what you're saying. He is saying
You
that
feel
the
me?
dark matter, dark energy, all that empty space is not really empty. There's something there.
Is that what you believe?
I believe
Yeah, I'm saying that's electronic soup, like conducting the electricity between those atoms. That's why they can all interact with each other. It's kind of like a membrane of your own brain with the synapses that happens. You know what I mean?
So you believe that there is no empty space, that there is no void.
I believe that nothingness is somethingness, but it's not nothing. Does that make sense?
No.
Because they call it dark matter, and it has a energetic property to it. And I'm saying that right there is all the stuff that's in between all the atoms. That's what all the stuff is swimming around. And then you got your frequencies that generate shapes.
I would agree that there are particles, quantum level particles, that exist in the void, but I would not agree that there is not empty space of no thing. That's why we call it nothing, and vacuum and void.
I'm just saying that it's literally a clear, straight up, clearish, like when there's no light and you see clear.
Wow, clear.
You see the color clear and there's no light behind it.
There is no color clear.
Yes, like
clear
glass.
Is not a color. Clear is not.
Glass is a color. Gloss is clear.
Gloss is not a color either. Gloss is an effect. That's why when you were talking about light, photons are not like, so they do have electromagnetic quality because yes, they do.
I'm saying the color that glass
with a field around them, but they're not actually like mass. There's no mass to photons.
No, if you turn glass to the side, right, it has a color. If you look at it from the side.
No.
Yes.
The color that you're seeing is, so you ever, well, okay, do this the right way. So that is a prism, is what that is. That's called a prism. And a prism, if you really actually look up what a prism is an illusion. It's not real. It's not a real thing. It doesn't really exist. It's something.
And that's the color. That's the color of this liquid.
No, that's what I'm telling you.
That's what I'm saying.
Color is not a real thing.
You just described that color really good.
It is an effect. It is not a thing.
You can call clear an effect if you want to, and that's what I'm saying. It is
object.
What was clear? I was trying to find.
Think about the backlighting of your color. Think about the backlighting of your phone, and how when the phone is off, it has that glossy black color, and when it turns on, it has all the colors, but it can still maintain that glossy black look.
It's a prism.
In certain spots. Look at the stream. Look.
It's a prism.
Oh, you say the back of my phone? I was turned my phone.
Yes, that's the color. That's the color. Like that back right there. The lighting itself.
Color in the existence
silver.
of
Look at the in between. Look at the in between. Look at the actual stream itself. Now look at the colors. Now look at that darkness inside. Yes. And look at the colors on the screen. Now think about this
on your
whole
screen right
thing.
Here? Okay.
The screen, yes. You see the screen?
Yeah.
With all of us here?
Yeah.
You see it?
Yeah.
This is the galaxies and shit that you would see. Now look at the keyboard, right? If you pulled up your keyboard or whatever, there's a backlight to it. Now the backlight is that the goo. You feel me? And the electrons in this case, it would be in this case, it would be the tiny little lights inside the screen itself. You know what I mean?
I'm trying to picture it. I know you speak visually. I know that from
Yes,
the last
it's
talk.
hard.
I'm trying
It's
to
hard.
do it like we did the balls last time.
Because if you look at space,
the ball pit.
if you look up and you look at space, it has a glossiness to it.
It's
I'm not
fluctuations
so
sky.
of the
sure.
wave. It's fluctuations of the wave. It's what you call vibration.
I'm understanding. I'm understanding.
They're not.
I'm trying
not
to tell you.
understanding.
I'm
not
trying
so
to. I'm
sure
trying
with-
to
that these
describe
fluctuations
the
and waves
stuff.
are visible to the eye.
I'm trying to describe the stuff that fills up that so-called empty space,
It's
and I'm trying to give you a visual color,
It's gases. That's
so
what
you
stars
can see
swing.
how it changes. Like
so is
the
the
back of your
color a
screen,
real
how you can
thing?
see all the different colors. You can see
color
all
is
the
a real
movements
thing
and
or no?
shit.
Is the color a thing?
The stuff itself is the thing, as which we see the color through. Is what I'm saying.
So the colors aren't real.
So the colors are the light going through the stuff, the black stuff.
Right.
It's
yeah,
not
you
black, but it's a
said that
glossy
light again.
clear.
Right,
But it's
right. So
that's what I'm saying.
It's a prism.
And
What is a
that's why
prism?
sometimes we can see it. It's called air, right?
Prism
You
is
can't see
illusion.
air ever.
Yeah, you can't see
Look,
clear.
when it's real icy outside and it's real cold, you can see how there
you
is
can't
a
see the
stuff.
air.
No,
You can
no,
see
this is why-
that there's stuff.
this is why we
And
see
when you
the
have
moon and the
smog,
stars
right? You
at
can
night.
see the
We see
air,
the moon
bro.
and the stars
That's
at
not
night
the air.
because
You
we
see the
don't see
smog.
the
You
air.
never see the air.
What I'm saying is the
See
stuff
the clouds
that we're
because we
looking
don't
through,
see the air.
the stuff that binds everything, like the screen.
Yeah, we're not
That's
seeing any of
that's
that.
the
No.
dark matter or whatever you want to call it.
We're not
It's not
seeing
empty
any of that.
space. That's
I
why when
see-
you punch your screen, you can see
No, no,
all
no,
this
no, no,
little
no, no.
ooze
Hold on,
and
hold
stuff.
on, hold on. Because do you see the screen or do you see anything between the screen?
I see both.
You see the things between you and the screen?
There is, if you look to the side, there
Dodge.
is a firmament, which is the
Dodge.
screen itself, the glass. So yes, there are things between the screen, which
He
is
asked
why
you,
you can see depth
them?
perception.
When I look
Yes,
at
you
my
can
phone,
see them.
when
When
I
you
look
look,
at, when I just so we know with the question, when I look at my phone, you're saying that I can see particles between me and the phone suspended in air. That's your claim?
that's why it's see-through, and that's why there's this
Is that a yes
glossiness.
or no?
See
Mister, I'm
through.
afraid to answer a
He
question.
said it.
Yes.
He said it
I
right
said
there.
the
You
stuff
see
itself,
through
you're
it.
seeing
You
through it,
said
yes.
You see through it. That means you don't see it.
That means you can't see it, right? Because if
But you
I'm
can
looking
see
at
when if you smoke weed, right? Or if you smoke a cigarette, you see how the smoke is folding and stuff like that. I know there's air, right, moving, but that's circulation. That
but I don't
is
see
how
it. Remember,
because the
we
Earth is
asked, can
spinning,
you
right?
See
Can you
it.
see the wind? Can you see the wind?
What I'm
Or do
saying
you
is
see
you
the
can see
effects of the wind.
It's
when
an
you see the effects of the wind, you're actually looking through the stuff, the dark stuff, or the because it has a clear glossy
you're
look.
not-
Is what I'm saying.
No, you're not seeing the effect. That's what I'm telling you. You don't see effect. You just
The
see
stuff that everything is all suspended up in, like when a cloud floats.
Color
I
is
know
an
we
effect.
call it gases
Wind
and
is an
stuff like
effect.
that.
Gases,
But if-
air, it'll
but-
all do it. What's confusing
That's what I'm
me is,
saying.
though,
But here's the thing: the
Yeah.
particles. You're saying there's empty space between them. I'm saying that's the juice.
I
There's
get
no
that,
juice.
but when I ask you, can
Never
I
mind.
see it visually with my eyes? You keep saying it exists and lights bounce off of it. Can I see it with my eyes?
I say you're looking through it with your eyes. Your eyes actually have some of that stuff in it.
So when I'm looking through the window at a car, I don't see a bunch of stuff suspended in the air unless there's smoke or a leaf or a squirrel flying
Exactly.
through the air. But
The stuff
the air
that-
itself, I do not see. Do you agree? Scared to answer this question.
Yes,
bro.
you
It's
can
so
say you
fucking
can't see
weird.
the air. Fine. But
Thank
that's not what
you.
I'm talking
Shouldn't be
about.
so fucking hard.
I'm talking about the actual cloud itself when it takes its shape, right? And it's up there and it's doing its thing.
Right.
That stuff that is suspended in, if you look down to the particles and the particles are not touching, I'm saying there's a juice that are electrifying these particles, which are keeping them together. You can call it gravity if you want
I
to,
think he's
but
talking about the magnetic.
Juice is liquid.
No. He's
Juice
calling it.
is liquid.
We're 70% water. How is that possible?
Juice is liquid.
Maybe it is somehow liquid.
And you're saying that there's juice in the air, that the air is juice.
Yes. There's
The air is
juice.
juice. The air is gas. The air is gas, not juice. Juice is liquid.
And the gas is suspended in the juice,
Gas is not
which is
juice.
why it
Gas is
layers.
Juice is a liquid.
Just like when you have oil and you put it on top of water, it'll layer there.
Stop for a second. Juice is a liquid, not a gas.
Yes,
Make
it is a
them
liquid,
happy.
and oils and particles can only layer in liquid.
But you're calling gas juice when juice.
I'm saying gas is
liquid.
floating around in
Juice
that
is
clear
a liquid
juice.
state. Juice is a liquid state. Gas is not liquid.
Yeah, I mean you can call it nothing juice if you want.
It's not called juice at all.
These things wouldn't be able to behave the way they do if they weren't free in juice.
All right, check this out. We can stand with the juice theory. I'm going to call water juice first.
Just call it black juice.
We'll call
Fuck
water
it.
black juice. Well, we'll call it black juice in a minute. Right now, just so I know that we're talking on the same language. In water, I could move my fan and it would make ripples and push the ball on the other side of the swimming pool. So the water is the juice. In the air, I could blow the air and see a balloon move.
Or a bird can do their swimming technique and swim through the sky. Yes,
swim through the sky. Yes, or I can make a sound and it vibrates off the particles in the air. Now, when I go into outer space, what is the juice now?
It's the same juice, but it's like way spread out because you got to remember light is different up there.
I dig it. I go for the way spread out there.
Well, no, I can't do the whole.
It's clear though, but that's why you can see other things. You should be able to see other stars and stuff in space, right?
At least with the gas in the atmosphere, and if you're gonna call that juice, okay, I might for one millisecond. When you get into space, there is no atmosphere. There's no stuff.
Okay.
There might be some Higgs bosons floating around.
It's the same juice.
But that's it.
What I'm saying, look, it's the same juice. But you have to remember how the molecules and the atoms and all the different things interact with. Hold on. No, you have to remember they already clumped up together via your gravity. Your gravity clumped them all up. Hold on. There's still juice out there, which is why random rocks get to swim around and slam into planets and stuff, right?
Where's the matter? At least with the atmosphere.
I'm telling you, that's the juice itself. It's just juice we can't breathe in. Just like when we go in the ocean, we can't breathe in that juice either.
In space, there's nothing there.
It's juice, bro. It's just juice we can't breathe in, bro.
Hey,
I
check
promise.
this out. I'm gonna argue on Imp side a little bit there, I think. In space, like let's say if you take the Earth and it's full of air down here, as it gets higher, the air gets thinner until we think it's out of space that disappears. Technically, it's just a part every trillion, quadrillion. There's still an air particle floating around somewhere. They just go further away. So the shit in outer space, whatever it is that they're floating around in outer space, he's calling that the juice.
Yeah, the Higgs bosons, the little particles.
Yes, the dark matter. Yeah,
but
they're floating around in something.
Hold on. Listen, what is beside the little tiny Higgs boson that's floating out in space? Is there anything beside that?
Okay, think about it this way: as a little tiny fish out in a big ass ocean.
No, I'm asking.
That's a yes. His answer is yes. He believes there is.
So there's
Going by what he
another
just
Higgs
said.
boson or some other particle right next to that particle.
They could be swimming in schools on light streams.
Oh yes,
So
this
if
is
that's the
answer so
case,
far.
okay, what happens if that's the case is those particles group together, start to create an atom. Okay.
Yeah,
And
like a
then
star.
It creates matter, and then
Yes,
it creates
eventually
a
a star, yeah.
compound,
Or
right?
yeah, like a planet.
right? Right, and then that becomes a thing, right?
Yeah.
But in the vastness of empty space, we don't see that because
That's why it's like a big
there
old
are no
ocean.
particles.
Because if you go to the ocean by yourself with no boat and you just out there, it looks like a big old space, don't it?
No, that's a horrible comparison because
How?
a boat on the
Go down in the ocean and you just swim around down there. Let's say you could breathe. Let's say you could breathe in the ocean.
This is the problem.
Let's say you could hunt for food in the ocean, and you could just live underwater forever, right? You wouldn't tell me that how big the ocean is. It doesn't feel like you're out in space.
Because water
And
is
you wouldn't see
matter.
anything. It'd be pitch black too when she gets
Water
so
is
far.
matter. Here's the problem.
Yeah, see, look, he don't want to play the. He don't want to play the. I gave him lungs to breathe under there.
What matter is in space.
The matter.
It
We
could
are
be
in space, fool.
Listen, it could be. It could be
The
like
Earth is the matter that's in space. We're the matter that's in space, floating around, and the sun is the matter that's in space. But it's in a juice. It's got to be in juice.
You go to a void place where there's no Earth, there's no rocks, there's no Higgs bosons, there's nothing there. What is the matter there?
That's what I'm telling you. If you're saying there's nothing there, then it's just the juice. It's just an empty cup of juice.
What is the juice?
That clear stuff, that everything, the back of the screen.
No,
When you turn your phone all the way off, the back of that screen is the juice I'm talking about.
That's what you're talking about when you turn the screen on.
Yes.
Listen,
I'm telling you, bro. And when you turn the screen on, you can see everything. When you put light in that juice, where you put some matter to interact in that juice, you're gonna see it optically.
There's an absolute void. You go to a place in space where there is nothing, literally nothing.
You're just floating around.
Wait.
You go
No.
to space, to a location where there is absolute nothing.
Wait. That may not be a thing, Brick, because
You won't answer the question.
Listen, I'm going to answer for him. I'm going to take over his argument a little bit because you're assuming there's nothing there. But even in outer space, the dark energy, matter, whichever one it is,
that's the juice.
Nobody has ever seen or proven has existed.
Yes. Well, we see evidence of like
the black juice,
blowing the balloon.
He's calling it black juice.
Whatever is pushing
it's black juice.
The black juice. Whatever is pushing.
Yeah, dark matter, antimatter. Yeah, black juice, man.
Whatever is causing the expansion of this universe, by their calculations, it's 70%. Stuff out there that we don't know about, and they just give it the name dark energy or dark matter. I can't remember which one is called. Dark energy.
Who said that there's got to be a cause?
Who said that?
I don't believe what
wow, now
we can see the effects of the
Big
planets
Bang
being pushed
Let's
away
go back.
from each other. Everything is being pushed
we
away
never got
from
to
each
talk
other.
about that at all.
All right, hold on. Let me play a little bit of this real quick. Just a little bit.
I think you got to play the video so we can go into outer space.
As Aristotle wisely put it, the energy of the mind is the essence of
Never even
life.
got to talk about that.
Okay, this guy just said the energy of the mind is the essence of life. Interesting.
Oh my God.
Go ahead, continue.
Oh my God. Listen, we never got to talk about that because basically this conversation went way off of the topic of Hawking's explanation.
Oh, we just talk about whatever. It's cool.
Right? Because of that, I never got to put my point out there because you were asking whether I believe that or not. And yes, you pointed to Hawking's and the redshift and things like that. And
he did, yeah.
They're trying to prove a negative of there is no boundary, right? And because
those are kind of separate issues, but go ahead. Kind of separate.
right, they are kind of separate, but they relate to each other because the experiment on the black hole was to show the red.
You can have a black hole, but I can't have black juice. That's bullshit.
No, you got pictures of black holes.
Actually, a thing.
They got pictures of it now.
I bet they do.
What you don't really see the black hole itself. However, as like a whirlpool, the water spins around the edges.
See, look,
It's
not a sea look because that has nothing to do with this conversation. Oh my gosh.
I don't want to get off on the tangent
about
the black hole. I don't want to get off on that.
Look, the black hole
I was
floating
saying
around in black juice.
Black hole because that's a
Wait.
tangent.
that.
Okay, you brought up the Hawkins black hole
The
thing.
redshift is related to the boundary argument.
Okay, yes. It's everything's expanding so fast. There must be a force pushing everything apart, and they're making a name for it until they can find out what it is.
Right. So no boundary. In other words, like the Emperor was talking about with a glass with water in it, right? So a glass with water in it would have a boundary. The glass is the boundary, right?
Right.
What they're saying is now the water shifts back and forth. That would create a boundary. You would actually see it come back.
Well, they're saying that it forever expands to their knowledge. I'm not sure they're right, but that is the current thinking.
My problem with that is they have how long to observe this, number one. And then number two is that they observe it expanding, but that does not negate any contraction. Just because you see something move outward does not mean that at some point it won't move back.
Well, you could kind of
it could be orbit.
That there's no contraction, at least within the lifespan of humans. There has been no contraction, just on the strength of early man kept stars and shit. That's how we know the stars aren't in the same place that they used to be.
This is also why I don't believe in their timeline, because they'll sit there and tell you that they know what happened quadrillion years ago, but then tell you that because they didn't see something happen in the tiny little span of 50, 60 years.
Well, you
see the problem here?
Not really, because we know the speed of light, 187,000 miles per.
Yeah, that's measurable.
We know the speed of light, so we know when we see a thing, we can determine, because we know the speed of light, how far it is. And now we know lengths of time, because we know how far it is, because that's why we measure it in light years, because
no,
how
not
far
necessarily,
it takes.
because time dilation. You know what time dilation is, right?
I do, but it won't account for enough change where if I'm seeing a star, we know that the light from that star to hit my eyes, we know it takes a billion years, just because we know the speed of light. So that's not going to change through time dilation or anything else out there, not drastically. And then we look up at all the other stars. Let's assume there was some gravitational field or something over there. It wouldn't change this and the other stars. So we can get distances in time, and we can get a rock hits the Earth, and because we can do all different types of dating. I wish I could remember some of the names. Carbon-14 is for live shit that was live, so it won't work on a rock. But there's another 5 or 6 where you can determine how old the rock is when it gets here.
Let me ask you this:
by its atomic decay, yeah.
So, does the universe have limits?
It doesn't look like it.
Well, it does.
We couldn't know, but
the speed of light is the speed of light is the fastest thing. Period.
Yeah, okay, I'll give you that, but it's not. But
nothing
without going into quantum
entanglement. No other thing in the universe can travel faster than the speed of light. Correct?
I don't think that's true. In fact, I know that's not true, and that would also discount. Yes, that's Einstein's theory. I don't think that's going to hold. The universal speed of light. Universal is cool. Matter of fact, I bet you here, let me ask Google. I bet you they got some already. At least for a moment of time, moves faster. But if you really going to move faster than the speed of light, you're going to bend time. You're going to do some quantum entanglement shit. Now suddenly things move faster than light. Does anything move faster than light? I expect them to give me Einstein's shit, what they said, blah, blah. So we're going to skip down. They're saying with mass, it cannot travel faster. So without mass, perhaps something can.
So travel. With mass, right? So mass is what defines a actual thing.
Well, you said that a photon is an actual thing, which is what light is.
I said that the photon is actually an effect.
It's not a thing.
Correct.
Okay. I'm not sure about that. What about I'm not so sure that It's not, because force carriers like magnetic, gravity, things that
So
don't have any mass.
Well, yeah. So photons as well as electromagnetic waves operate based on a wave function. They are not actual objects.
Okay. Well, in that sense, yeah. Okay, I'm okay with that. But
Okay.
yeah, we don't need a thing to, if we're not calling them objects, then the speed limit doesn't apply anyway, because these are the things I'm talking about, which would be able
Let me
to.
ask a question real quick.
Yeah.
So, if everything's moving in a wave, then
Correct.
if it was in black juice, right? This clear juice, right? It would be able to move like water in a wave, right?
It would. There's
No.
nothing behind it that really proves that, but theoretically.
No, that wouldn't make sense to me, because
it would
the thing
not make sense to you.
Let him say why.
The items are moving in wave function already. You don't need something else to move the things in nothingness, because nothingness is what they're moving through.
All of this.
Well, this is the thing. If that
if
nothingness
you
is
say
not
it's
a nothingness, if it's
exactly.
a clearish liquid
it's dark
that has
energy,
no illumination behind
black
it,
juice.
yeah, it's supposed to be clear juice technically, but it's black because there's no light.
When you throw an object through space, as Joe alluded to earlier, it travels, and it will go on forever until it comes into contact with another object. That is why I said,
affected by another force. Yeah,
or
contact
affected
gravity.
by-
Exactly.
Could do
Like waves in the black juice.
So that's
or in the,
so that's why I said I could get along with the idea that there are tiny particles like Higgs bosons and such sitting in space, moving about in wave function, but they themselves are in nothingness as well. So as the ball travels, or the rock travels
don't know
through
if that's
space, it
true.
slows.
I'm saying
It
that
does
nothingness is the black juice. Well, it's clear. It's just black because there's no light.
I know.
All right, here, let me give you
the black juice.
No, that doesn't matter. I was going to try to get an example of a black juice, but I was going to use a matter
It
particle.
could be clear goo.
But
Clear
if it was, then it would actually be needing to have mass. And that means that it would be a thing. If it does not have mass, then it is not a thing. It is only an effect.
Well, what if it's the opposite of mass?
And how come it
There
can't
is no
swim through the
opposite.
effect? Because there's nothing there.
No, that's a misconception. Opposite.
You have to understand, if light is going through something, what is it going through?
There's no opposites. Name me an opposite. Go ahead.
The opposite of what specifically?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There are no opposites. Nothing. There is no. You could name me something and say, there, and this is the opposite, and I'll tell you how it's not the opposite. There is
Time and space.
Time and space work together. Time space. It's actually called space time. They're not.
Oh,
opposites.
so yeah. Well, okay. Well, then in that sense,
Time is just a measure of how long it takes to move through space.
Correct.
I thought opposite would be one extreme and the other. That's why time and space. But if they're still considered as one under what you're saying here, then
yeah, in physics
they're
it's
not
called space time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like even good and bad, I don't consider opposites, because good is the application of doing what is right, whereas bad is an application of doing what is wrong. That doesn't mean they're opposites.
Apparently not, but you tell it. I would say they're opposites, but under your shit, they're some type of gradient yin and yang combination or something. I'm okay with that.
Yeah. They one has to exist with the other, right? So these things that exist in the universe, even metaphysical concepts or effects, are still just they're just whatever. They are the whatever that we call them, but they're not opposites. You see?
Then you just killed the word. The opposites of up is down. But you're saying that the same thing. The opposite side of heads
right in
is tails.
physics.
But you're saying there is no opposite.
Yeah, in physics. Right. Because we're discussing physics. Because if we're sitting here talking about up and down, and we're going to apply, well, what is up and down on the earth and gravity and all of that.
Well, that's where physics comes in, right?
The best I could give you is maybe a north and south pole, but even that, they're dipoles. They're called dipoles. They're not actually opposites.
Huh. So all those jokes I was making is everything you're saying now. Got him. I'm good at this shit.
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
You was right.
No.
You were right. Right about what?
There is no up and down. He was right.
No, I didn't say there's no up and down. I just said they're not opposites. How did you?
So then, up and down is the same thing?
I didn't say that.
So what? It's not about up and down. It's about in and out.
No, I didn't say that either. They're not opposites.
In and out
They
are
are
not
things.
opposites either. Wow.
They are things.
You just killed the
They're
definition
metaphysical
of the word.
concepts. They're metaphysical concepts that we come up with up and down, right? But they're not opposites. They don't oppose each other.
Well, we're talking about opposing each other.
There are degrees on a spectrum.
Matter and antimatter, they oppose each other for some reason. Apparently, they blow up on contact.
That's where I'm getting to. So you're calling something black juice. I'm assuming you mean what in theory is called antimatter.
No,
I've been said that a bunch of times.
I think he's talking about dark energy in theory.
I said dark energy, antimatter, that black juice that's around. Yeah, that's a
anti dark juice, whatever. It's all the same. Like it's an opposite of.
I don't know if it's opposite, especially under your definition.
And that's my point. Yeah, there's no opposite, right? Yeah, exactly. There's no
so you still would.
That's why I said this. Listen, Joe. I'll say it one more time.
I still
if you cut off the screen, if you cut off the screen to your phone,
I'm cutting it off right now. You motherfucker, you gonna keep saying this shit. Hold on.
That's what all of that stuff is. Look at it. Look in there.
Phone won't cut off.
Look in there.
Just close the screen out.
That black juice.
I'm closing the other one. It's just, damn it, I forgot how to turn it off. Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm trying to turn it on. You got to turn it off first, Joe. I'm so slow. All right. Now I got a black screen. No.
And you see now, look at it. Isn't it look all like glossy, like clear?
In there?
Yeah, that's bullshit, man. I see my reflection and black.
Now look in there.
Any juice?
Stop it. It's not
like literally look in there.
Yeah, look
and see how deep that shit is. See how endless that shit is? Look in there.
No, he's trying to poison me, Brett.
Bro, look, that shit's crazy, huh?
Myself. If I don't wake up in the morning, it's new. Fucking empty.
See that juice in there?
It's the juice.
Look at it.
I'm turning the phone back on.
Look into it. Look into that blackness. Like, and you can see how endless that blackness actually is.
I see an apple. I'm turning my shit back on.
Now, when you turn it on, that's the light that's coming in, and it's filling in that juice. No, the juice is still there.
The juice is still there.
Yeah, because all of these light atoms, all of those particles are floating around in the juice, but the juice is actually clear. It's not black, it's clear. There's just no light behind it. See what I'm saying?
I think he still has an argument, man, considering that 70% of shit, and I should look up the exact number, is unaccounted for, and it has a force. If it pushes shit away, it has a force to it. Yeah.
So you're sitting there arguing for him. So let me ask you then, what are the four states of matter, Joe?
Oh, God. Liquid, solid, plasma, and gas.
Okay. What state of matter is juice?
Plasma, liquid.
Okay, so it's either plasma or liquid, correct?
I'm not
gas
sure that's,
can be juice too,
it
because
doesn't have to
gases
be.
come off of juice when you're cooking it.
Gases come off of juice. In other words, it's not
As steam,
juice.
yeah.
Yeah,
And
gases
whatever else
come
flies up
off
there.
of juice.
Don't sleep on juice. Juice will cook up, bro.
Wow. So,
Yeah.
so now let me ask you this. Joe.
Go
Okay.
ahead.
So if you
It's
go
just saying
into
the
space,
stages
so if you
change.
go into space, into a place where there's no matter,
That's juice.
hold on, don't. No, I'm asking Joe. If you go
Okay.
into a place in space, there's this
Yeah.
location that you're going to. There's
Yeah.
no matter.
Okay.
Which state of matter exists in that place?
What state of matter would you call a photon or a theoretical gravitational particle?
The
It
black
has no
juice.
mass, but it has force. What would you call those things? That would be the juice. It exists in that state, which is apparently has no matter to it.
Electromagnetism has no state of matter, and photons are based off of, or they're an effect that is an effect of electromagnetism.
What
That's all it is.
exactly? They'd be in that state.
It's an excited form of electromagnetism.
Well, that's the juice. It would exist in that state.
But that's not juice. That's not matter. It's not matter.
But it's got, why
Is-
it got to be matter?
Okay, so let me ask you
Why
this:
it
is
gotta
water
be,
matter?
Why the juice got to be matter? Why the juice got to be matter?
Because juice is a state of matter.
No, it's
No.
not. We're telling you what juice is. You don't even know what juice is.
We're not telling you apple
We're
juice,
gonna
bro.
change the definition now.
No,
It's a force.
we're not telling you
right?
apple
It's not a
juice.
state of matter.
Juice
It's
is a
pushing.
force now.
We're talking
it's
about the
pushing,
juice
yes.
that
If
is
it's pushing-
absent of matter.
If-
Think about
yes.
it this way.
If it's
Think about it this
pushing
way.
the planets away,
The atoms.
it's a force.
Hold on, hold
gravity
on.
pulls.
Hey,
it
No,
also
no, no.
pushes.
Hey, Joe, hold on.
The only
No,
the
I had the
only form of
epiphany.
juice-
Hold on. Wait.
Oh,
I can explain it to you.
Okay.
Okay, so you know how there's the water, right? The ocean. And then there's an island
You tried this one
in the middle.
already.
No, just hear me out.
You tried
An
it
island in the
already.
middle of the ocean. No, seriously. And then you have a chain of islands, right?
Yeah,
These
that's
are all the
water. Water
particles.
is a
No, I'm
chemical.
telling
It's
you. No,
actually
listen.
matter.
These are all the particles. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, that ocean.
Brick already ready to say ocean is
No,
matter.
no,
He's
the
ready.
the
I'm
ocean-
thinking it too, Brick. So yeah.
The ocean around them, that's the absence of the particles.
No, that's a
No.
horrible
Wait.
That's a horrible
Wait,
analogy.
that's anti-particles. So if the particles
But what I'm telling
are
you is
matter,
not.
then the antimatter juice is the juice they're floating around
So
in.
you're making
The antimatter. It's like land is to water. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And as above, so below.
When you bring matter into it, like actual matter, you have destroyed your analogy.
No, I didn't.
Wait. It does destroy his argument, and it only destroys his analogy if you need it to. If he rephrased it, he would be saying that the islands are the matter.
Yes.
And they're separated, and what's in between them, what we call water, he is saying it's the. I'm calling it a force. He's calling it
It's
the
the
opposite
opposite
of matter.
of what matter is. Antimatter. Yes.
Yes, dark matter.
It's
That's what
waves. Yes,
scientists
it's
call it.
waves. It's
Apparently
all
they believe
it's all the natural waves that are electromagnetic that they interact with, so they can bind to each other and make more objects. It's the stuff they work with. The ether.
Okay, so you're saying that electromagnetism
or
gravity and all that.
Similar gravity.
The juice
or some force.
You know how battery has acid in it? The juice is the acid, and the particles are the stuff, the battery and all that. This is where I'm trying to, you know, the juice is needed.
Function, not the wave itself, but the wave function. The function.
Okay.
Do you know what a function is?
Yeah. So, continue,
Action.
please.
Yeah, function.
Teach
Think
the class.
That a cause. A function is a cause. A causality.
Okay, so when God separated the earth from the to waters, right? As above, so below. The waters from above and the waters from below. So this, like I said, the island analogy, we can scale it up and down, all the way to particles, and the juice is still the juice. You see what I'm saying? It's just made of something different now. It's not the juice that you're saying, but it's the absence. It's the absence of matter, but it's still a liquid form, which is why waves can be created by these atoms, which are the matter.
If you're going by that scripture, you do understand that there are waters in space that aren't just in the ethos, that like literally planets and galaxies and other objects that exist in space where there is actual water.
I get it, but these are the heavier elements binded. I'm talking about the lightest elements that we cannot comprehend because there are things we cannot comprehend. You have to have humility in your human finite. You have to.
What's the smallest element?
The smallest one we can do is something like a quark or some shit.
No.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Hydrogen is the smallest.
No, you said the smallest what?
You said elements. I said, what's the smallest element?
It matters not.
Okay, well then you're talking about the elements periodic table, the smallest. I don't know what the smallest is. I know what the lightest is.
Yeah, the smallest.
The lightest is hydrogen, isn't it?
Yeah, it's also the smallest.
Okay, so the small ones go to the top. So the smaller and smaller they get, guess what? You're starting to prove my point.
Hydrogen is a thing, a gas. It's an element. You said there's these other elements.
It's made of something, right? What is it made of?
What?
What is hydrogen made of?
Bro, electron, proton, neutron.
All right, perfect. And those things are swimming around in some juice. The same juice that what?
They're swimming.
The same juice that gas is floating in. Those protons are floating in. Because if we're made of the juice,
are they floating?
It's made of the juice.
Are they floating?
70%. Because you keep saying that most things are hollow anyway, right?
No.
In your science.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
There's empty space between things,
I'm
right?
not saying any
that
of
empty
that.
space is the
This is what I
juice.
explained
I'm
much
saying.
earlier, but you probably didn't hear it because you weren't really interested in hearing it. Even the electron, people believe that the electron, the proton, the neutron, the atoms are like actual balls. Like they're actual like subject balls, but they're not. Everything is a wave function. We believe that we're touching our own fingers when we, put our hands up to each other, to clap or whatever. We're not. Those are just interactions. Those are wave functions.
Hold on, let me see this real quick. Let me push play.
All life vibrates. Everything living moves. All colors and sounds vibrate to a frequency. Nothing sits idle. Many of these frequencies were recorded in ancient Egypt by Hermes Trismegistus. Some of the designs on ancient structures are actually the patterns of sound vibrations, and when those notes are played, they are music. We are all familiar with 432 hertz frequency music, for example, and each of these different hertz carry their own unique vibration. Life is vibration. So is mind, so is matter. Electricity or vibration is that same energy, same power. You can call it God.
All right.
I wouldn't trust dude. He ain't that bright.
So what y'all think about this? Because
I think
I'm
the
telling
first
you
thing he said was
that
everything
juice.
that is alive moves. Nigga, everything that's dead moves. So fuck is his point.
He's basically explaining how everything is off of these frequencies and shit. And what I'm saying is
The fact that he made a mistake
the
by saying
juice.
only life, the juice that you're talking about would surely exist in the dead thing and the vibrations. All of it's
Yeah,
moving a
all
rock.
that
It's
stuff.
not alive. It still has the shit move. The particles are moving around. So
Vibrations.
Well, there. This one right here, I think the vibrations, the frequencies, and things like that, and math. This is all God's language. This is
we
all
agree.
language of the heavens.
I
So
think
if
Jesus is a certain vibration. It would
if
be mercy,
everything-
love, whatever that vibration is.
Well, if everything
Love,
operates based on frequency, right? And then everything would be good a good thing, I would say, for things to operate based on the same frequency.
Yes, and if that frequency was disturbed by a different force, for let's say deception.
What?
What if humans were meant to operate at a higher frequency where we could do telekinetics and talk to each other, telepathy, unless we were tricked by the government to eat a bunch of fried chicken and drink beer?
Okay, let's go outside of the human
Here,
experience. Let's
Cheers.
go to the sun. Let's go to the sun. Nuclear fusion, nuclear fission, all of that. Does that operate based on a frequency?
Yes.
Then why does it explode?
I'm about to tell you why. For the reason that he was just saying, and you were just saying, the emptiness, and you were just talking about how when you touch yourself, you don't really touch yourself. There's always a small field in between that magnetic, electromagnetic field in there. It is not meant to touch. This is how you get
juice.
Come on, it makes sense now.
This
Bro,
is how
wants to tell you about his juice.
This is how you get those explosions.
Jesus
You force two things to touch. You force those two things to touch. The way you do is you take conventional explosives and you wrap them in a 360-degree ball. You blow them up at the same time. An explosive force causes the two fingers to touch. They are so against touching each other that the moment they touch, extreme amounts of energy are released, and that's where you get these atomic bombs from.
Smashing atoms together because they're not supposed to be smashed together. Yep.
So fission is
putting them together. Fission is one is blowing them up. One is the process of bonding them. Releases the same energy. One is blowing.
That's when you're trying to spin them real fast and see if they want to meet in the middle willingly.
And then fusion would be
fission. I don't know. Here, let me Google it. Which one is
fusion? Would be after fission is properly succeeded. That'll be like alchemy.
Splits is fission, and fusion means fused together. So fusion is the other one. Fission is when it splits and blows up. So fusion should be fusion versus fission. That should do it. Fission is splitting them, and fusion is combining them.
Correct. Which would
That's
make
alchemy.
sense. Which would make sense as to what actually the words mean.
Right.
Fission,
Yes.
to fizzle or to fuse, right?
Right.
So with fusion, we know that both are technically happening in the sun, right?
Yeah.
So
Sure.
with the fusion, that's combining to create new particles, new atoms, new chemicals, new chemical bonds.
Yeah,
And then
we can
fission
say
is
chlorophyll, right?
the release of the energy. That's why you see the fire and the explosions.
Or that's why you see the plant grow.
No, that's called no.
It's a chemical process.
He's talking about
the
way
sun.
over here on Earth. He's talking about way over here on Earth. Don't get him
Yeah, I'm
confused.
just showing how it's above, so below.
Let's stick to the
Go
sun.
ahead.
The reason I'm asked, the reason I'm going down this
Go ahead.
rabbit hole. Oh my God, no, I forgot. Goddamn.
Fusion, fission.
So this juice that you're talking about, operating based upon a frequency, and everything should be fizzling to a certain frequency. Why is it that we see fusion?
Wait. It
The juice, it has no frequency because all frequencies are running through the juice.
The only reason you'll see them fuse or fizzle is if there's some added energy to cause that, to fuse them together or to blow them apart. So you wouldn't necessarily see them without some added part of energy.
Right. So
it still exists, though.
Is actually why I don't. This is actually why I don't believe in entropy either.
Why?
Because the universe, right? It's a massive place full of all sorts of objects, all from the tiny little particles of the quantum level, right? That interact with each other. There's no way that at some point in time everything's just going to be one giant like melted Soup?
See?
No, that doesn't make
It's
sense
juice.
with the fun. Listen, it doesn't make sense with the fundamental forces of nature, which is the the strong and the weak force, nuclear forces, and then you've got gravity and electromagnetism. It doesn't make sense, and we observe all four.
Wait.
regularly.
You're gonna have to back up a little bit again.
Yep.
Entropy would be the dissolution of a thing, the coming to disorder. Do we agree?
Correct.
All right.
Yeah.
And you don't believe in that because gravity should pull things back together. Is that where you're going?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. So gravity itself, the weak force, it's called the weak force, in which you have the strong and weak nuclear force, but gravity is actually called the weak force because these tiny particles do have mass. Even the little quantum particles have mass, which means that at some point they would pull towards each other.
You know why it's called the weak force? And this is just a theory. I didn't come up with it.
Sure, go ahead.
Because there was some good. Remember, string theory was a thing, and it's not just one; it's a bunch of them. I read some really good ones, and one or two at least that I read, maybe more, because it became very popular. They had gravity sharing its task between 9 and 10 dimensions. I don't do math, but the scientists did the math, and they say, "Damn, those are viable." So it's a thought.
Yeah. We'll see, okay, so just kind of make sure, because the weak force is gravity, and then you've got electromagnetism, which is the strong force of those two forces, and then you've got the two nuclear forces, one strong, one weak. That's actually what it's called. The weak
All
force.
right, so I want to say how all these processes are containable and limited because of the clear black liquid. It's clear, and it's only black because there's no light behind it. Now, when I say this, it's because particles, nothing can just be floating around in nothing. Because they're floating around and they're doing things.
I like the argument.
There's nothing ever that's been not floating around in something. We're floating around in air.
Yeah, I do like the argument.
Bro.
For what it's worth, I do like the argument. I'm just giving you a hard time based on the studies, really, truthfully. I don't
because if you show a kid an atom, they're going to be like, what is it floating in?
And I believe that's funny as shit.
What?
You start calling that shit what? What is it called?
Black juice.
Black juice.
I think these would all be different forces, man. I think, the same way the Higgs boson, it has a force. Matter of fact, I should Google it. I ain't looked it up. I read it.
Well, it has a weight to it, right?
Correct. Yes, a mass.
Okay, perfect. So then it fits into matter, and then what it's floating around in.
It's a floater. I got a floaty in my
it has
might be a Higgs boson.
I gotta write this one down.
A force to it. I'm gonna Google it to make sure, but I think it has a force to it which pushes shit away, which is what they was looking for.
Yeah.
So
don't inhale the black juice.
It would
don't
have
inhale
it would have an electrum. Everything has some type of electromagnetic force. Let's be clear. Even every particle. But because some particles have more electromagnetic property than others,
they conduct more.
The weak force, which is gravity, can affect certain particles more than the electromagnetic force. You see? So the electromagnetic, as powerful as it is, gravity still affects.
Well, what I'm saying is gravity is actually the effect of the electromagnetic forces colliding and contracting and pulling on each other. So if we had that, this is what I'm saying. Gravity is the after effect, not the cause. The cause is, like I'm saying, that juice. It's electric juice. which is why I'm telling you. And that's why certain matter has a neutron, right? And it's like not electric, and then your proton is the other one, right?
Electric.
And then you got your electron, it's the one that works with the juice the best. You feel me? So when you start interacting in the juice, that's why things get to spin around each other.
Look, brother,
Just like that's why they get to spin around each other.
Hold on, now let me be clear. The only juice I'm trying to interact around in is some pussy juice. Okay, let me.
Well,
make
look.
that
Okay,
very
fine.
clear.
We can go there then if you want to bring it to
And that's a
coochie
deep,
juice. All
dark
right.
hole. That's a deep
Exactly.
dark hole to go down.
Look, there's
Well,
nothing in there,
that's a
right?
deep
It's just
subject.
empty space.
That's a deep dark.
It's a void.
Well, you go down there now. Let me tell you something. Go down there.
But until you go in it, it's all juice in the middle. All right.
Here's another reason why he should be right. I've come up with a few in my head. But one, just the visible light spectrum. We see a tiny sliver of it, and the rest we know exists. We know there's so much out there that's unseen us. We stumble upon them electromagnetic waves, radio waves, or whatever the fuck. But there would be endless, whatever you want to call these things, that are unseen out there. These things could be the juice, as he's called it, that everything floats around in the dark energy, as other people call it. All of it could be, I don't even want to put a name on it. All of these could be a thing that exists out there. It's fucking logical. This is why, because they can't come up with an answer for it, they got to come up with dark energy and dark matter.
So if there's a juice, well, okay, if there's a juice, what specifically could you identify to prove it?
Well, in the case of the Higgs boson, I don't know if it's juice. The photon, because that one doesn't have matter.
I don't know if it's juice.
The Higgs boson, because it's actually a
photon. Actually, that's very good. That's actually a good point.
We can go with a photon.
Yes.
So how could we identify a photon? Well, I could think of a couple ways. One, we just happen it's in a physical light spectrum. We can see it. And secondly, even if we couldn't, it still has energy. Therefore, it is affected by dark gravity, a dark hole or a large planetary, so and so. So we could see the effects.
The juice is supposedly causing waves, correct? Damper?
The juice is what the waves get to move
ride
through.
in.
Yeah.
The waves ride in.
So think about it, like currents in the ocean.
I sound like I yell to you. My voice propagates throughout the air.
Okay, so it's a wave, but it's like a bigger wave.
No, it's like how currents go through the ocean.
Well, that's
and the stuff is the ocean.
Yeah,
think about the So the current is whatever your energy.
Space-time?
Excuse
me?
The current is whatever energy you're pushing through the ocean. The ocean is the juice.
So space-time does have.
In some fashion, he may be referencing space-time.
Okay, if we're doing space-time, think about it this way. How fast can you move underwater? What aerodynamics? What sort of, like...
That's a heavy question.
You see what I'm saying? Because how small do you have to get? Because light can only go so far in the ocean.
Well,
what?
That's kind of my point. Like, how would you go about proving the theory? Like, what would be the identifier that yes, there is indeed a juice?
Yes.
Or anti-juice, if you will.
You would say that you would look at two pieces of matter.
Well, I'm gonna stay with the ocean for a second, because I could go here with you. So we go deeper and deeper into the ocean. It gets darker and darker. You don't know which way is up. You don't know which way is down.
There is
all of a sudden. Hold on, but all of a sudden you see a light. You see a light. Hold on.
Well, let's go back to Joe's point.
All of a sudden you see a light in the darkness.
No. It has to be massless. So the photon is
just take away the mass and
applicable.
Water in his analogy. Just take it, make it something in your head that has no mass.
Right. Photons,
water.
magnetic.
Call it Bob, call it what you
functional
will. For
waves.
his analogy is something that is like a photon, that
Right.
has no mass and other things, blah, blah, blah. Go ahead with your water analogy. Water has no weight in your analogy now, so you know.
Okay. So because I'm thinking of an experiment, right? So like for example, what we were talking about before with Hawking, right?
Yeah.
Because he made a bet with his friend.
Yeah.
Right? So what I'm saying is that it doesn't exist. What he's saying is that it does exist.
Right.
What would be your identifier? Because they were able
I was trying
to
to
come up with an
give you one.
identifier.
I'm trying to give you an identifier.
I agree. The photon would be a good one. How would you identify? Would it bend? Would it move around an object? Things like that. Because when it comes to the double slit experiment,
moving an object, would that qualify?
Like the photon moving an object,
Yes,
or moving another object.
Yes, actually moving
Moving
the
another
photon having the ability to move mass. So the water, we were calling it his shit, this weightless thing, it does have an effect. It moves things. It does have an effect. That's how we know.
Right.
So we'd look.
So that could be what's generating the currents.
We'd look for things. Hold on, I'll get back to this later. We'd look for things that are moving apart when they shouldn't. That's how we would determine if there is this and if it has a quality where it moves things, which it appears to be a real thing. Everything is being pushed, moved apart by something.
We're really doing theoretical physics right now.
We're really doing. We really are.
Keep going, bro. Cook it.
Yes. So as evidence, and we look out and we really do see things being pushed apart, so we know there's something invisible and unknown out there, and for now we could call it the water.
Well, see, I still don't like that, because that was the one that they did, and the reason that they did it was to prove whether there was a boundary or not. And so that experiment,
it's not just them. Everybody's done it with the light shift experiments. Remember, we know that things are being pushed up. Redshift. I'm sorry, redshift still light shift. Redshift being pushed apart. So we don't have to rely on those two clowns. Every scientist knows it now. That
and we can see that light's being bent in the sky constantly.
However, that was to see if things are moving apart, but that doesn't prove anything about a supposed current.
What's moving them apart? It takes energy.
Well, look, I'm gonna stick with this.
Just time.
Let me bring it back to some basics real quick.
They are,
because remember, our basics is where we get our basis from. So let's go back and let's look at electric, and let's look at magnet. Now, if the juice is a conductor, okay, and you have your electrons which are the electric, right? And we have magnetism, and when the electricity and the magnetism do their thing, all right, depending on what frequency, that would be your atoms and your elements and stuff. Those are different frequencies, right? Because they'll make different shapes, right? So if those are different frequencies, now we get to look at the universe as a dance, and now we can see how the stars are and how the planets are and how the moon is, because we're looking at how the molecules, all right, and different atoms are interacting with the juice, and the electromagnetic images we're seeing is how we're perceiving the light, right?
Well, yes, we're calling the juice in this case gravity.
The see-through
We're
stuff.
calling it juice. We know why the sun and the earth and the solar system all spin around. Gravity, but
you're saying that's just the stuff they're floating in. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. All the stuff, everything is floating in. All that empty space between molecules stuff, that's all the juice. Yep, all of it. All the way to the space with the sun, all the stars floating around in it. Yep.
So you're just gonna rename gravity juice?
No, I'm saying gravity is an effect that
That
is
rides on
created.
juice.
No, gravity is an effect that is created between objects
Even
based
better.
on the electromagnetic and frequencies that is tuned to. That's what I'm saying.
All right, that's dope. The Higgs boson gives weight
Look,
to other
You're
particles.
gonna have to come up with a much better name than fucking juice, man.
And it's serving
Goddamn, dude.
multi-purposes right now. It's playing
But you
two
got
different
to come up with a
roles.
better
I'm
name
trying to
than
pin it down.
Yeah, I like the theory. I just don't like the name.
What if the juice, like he's at now, this is where he's at now, putting it in my terms in my head. The juice has an effect on other particles, the way the Higgs boson gives weight to other conventional particles, electrons and shit. Even though I think it doesn't have
I
any
would
weight.
say that is
Hold
possible.
on, say it when I'm done. Because this is difficult to fucking hold in my head. If it's a thing that's massless like light, but it manages somehow to give an electron and other things weight. What if his shit is massless, but it has an effect on everything else? All right, which is how
I could
this
say
went
like
in.
a conductor, and then it would give premise for different frequencies or different atoms to
Right.
group up in certain ways.
Right. It would follow that that the other things could propagate in it. Different frequencies would be the first thing that popped in my head.
Yeah, and they would collect and move in waves like schools of fish in water. And those schools of fish would get collected by bigger fish, like
like
hydrogen.
gravity turns into a planet. These things would gather and propagate, and I don't know if they'd actually turn into visible matter or the force would get stronger.
Let's go
like,
back to
for
the school of
instance,
fish.
Gravity. Go ahead.
And then think about the molecule, or think about the element of hydrogen being the well coming through, eating that school of fish, boom, and now it turns into oxygen. See what I'm saying?
Right. It would propagate. So, and what he's saying, and this is going to flip you out wig if I can get it out right. What he is saying, that it can be an invisible particle that has no mass, and when it interacts with something else, it turns into a different particle. In this case, the fish, and then when it's eaten by another particle, it turns into a third particle, which is some of
fusion.
them would, and some of them would be seen, invisible. Some of them may be visible. Some of them will have weight. Some of them would not, which is very interesting. If you read the Tao of Physics, on the cover there are lines.
Can I?
Look, no. Right now you can. I told you this is hard. It has broken lines on the cover of the book. And those broken lines are what happened after they put two pieces of particles in a proton accelerator and slam into each other. They turn into particles that disappear, invisible to the eyes, like force carriers, and then visible, that have mass before they settle upon what they're going to be. So his analogy, again, has some truth. In fact, the fish could be eaten by the bigger fish. They're being turned into different forms of matter. Some will be invisible force carriers, and some will be actual matter that we could weigh. All right, I'm done now.
All right. Let me add to your invisible first, but I wanted to say how that interaction when the bigger fish eats the little fish, that's the fusion. So if we account for this liquid that has electric properties, that everything is suspended in, that it moves around, all they interact with each other, it gives us premise that light, right, itself, not only is it physical, it's a mental and a spiritual gateway. So light is interacting with this juice, which is why we can see, which is why even when our eyes are closed, we can still perceive light, and we can still see that empty black juiceness when we have our eyes closed. You know what I mean? That's the same juice. The only way to space is, well, I'm saying, like, the only way truly to outer space is deeper within the self. So if everything is as above, so below, the only way to really get up there is to go down. We have to actually go down. And this will give a premise to the bottom being the top. as above, so below.
All right. Some of that stuff I agree with. Half of it I'd say I agree with. Half of it I don't. Like, for
It's all
instance,
theoretical.
I get you. We're sharpening each other. We're learning together. It's not a criticism. It's how we learn and how we get to the fucking sea and the fish shit analogy.
I just want you to be sure that I don't believe this is law. I'm just pondering some things.
I get you. I understand that. Well, a couple things when you, as you ponder, is that you say the only way to look inside would to get into outer space would be to look inside. I could flip that and say, well, the opposite must be true. And the only way to know outer space is to know the inside. The only way to know the inside is to go into space first. Either would be equally true. And I forgot the first thing you said that was the same thing, just the logic. Oh, the darkness thing, that we can still sense it and see it even though our eyes are closed. I'm not sure how true that is. Your eyes are thin. That's the only reason you can still see it. Technically, you can still see it. If you put some black box over your head, you can see it. And the only way you can feel it is because of the heat that it radiates, and that's certain different particles. So those two things.
Well, if we're talking about light, then I was talking about light being able to travel freely through the juice without any kind of restriction, because light is three things at once, and the juice is only the space in between matter.
All right.
See what I'm saying? So on a physical level, light's gonna just do what it does because it's three things that's cutting through. And we're only on a physical level, which is why we can only perceive the light.
Right.
And then when we go to our mental and our spiritual, we can start to imagine. And that's when we're looking beyond the light in front of us and we're looking within the light within us. Does that make sense?
It does, and if what you're saying holds true, that means that we be able to control the juice, because
yes, yes, we can interact with the juice once we know it's there. We can interact with the juice.
How about this? Can I just can I just say this? Static.
All right. What about it?
Can I just say static instead of juice?
Still.
Nah. We can't say static.
Juice may move, so we don't want to name
because
it
has to be the opposite of what matter is. And if matter is solid, but land is solid, then it has to be a juice like water is juice.
Yeah, static isn't solid.
But water is also conductive of electricity. So remember, if water can do it,
static,
then the juice should be able to do it too, right? Logically, or am I tripping?
Static is a perfect model for what you're describing, actually.
You really just don't want to call it the juice.
That would mean
no,
she only want me for my pictures.
Juice has a specific
hey, no, you know about that.
Because I want you to be accurate within physics, because I understand the theory, but actually what you're describing is static. And I'm okay with that.
Okay,
that
wait.
I could actually
wait. When you say static, are you talking about static electricity or static as in not moving static?
No, that's electricity. Yeah, the actual formation.
I don't know what the fuck static electricity is. I got to Google it.
Yeah.
I may not know what it is.
Well, this is what I'm saying.
What is
I don't think it's static.
Electricity?
I think it is a soup of a primordial type.
Yeah, and that would be fine under static.
Wait. Okay,
but I don't want to call it a primordial soup. I'd rather call it juice. If they can call it soup, I can call it juice. But I want to call it juice. Primordial juice.
This is what's blowing my mind, is that you're actually describing static.
I think he may be static. You may be describing under its definition. Maybe I should read the definition first. Static electricity is an imbalance of positive and negative charges on the surfaces of materials, created when electrons are transformed between objects through contact or friction. Meaning, if we have things riding on the juice, then we could use these words, even though they would fail, that they are affecting the shit, they are touching the shit. Riding. It's riding.
Those are just reactions within the juice.
Hold on, because I actually have the definition in physics for just
right,
static. not static electricity.
Look up the
Oh, well,
definition of
that's why I
juice in
asked you, was it
physics.
static or static electricity? Those
Not
are two different things. Go ahead.
Those are two different things. So in physics, static is called, it's concerned with bodies at rest or forces in equilibrium. Do you know what equilibrium is?
Go ahead. You gotta finish your point.
Equilibrium is exactly what you're talking about frequency. Frequency and equilibrium are the same thing, basically.
Basically,
Yeah,
but
I don't like that.
really.
Yeah,
But
it is.
I will say that there has to be a balance in frequency for different electrons and protons to interact with each other, because you have to think about gold for a second. Gold can only be gold if those protons and electrons interact in that specific way. Now, the thing that they're in is the juice, and they can bind together in that juice.
Well, they're in static. I could see that.
Well, it's not, but you can't metal detect it, and it's not magnetic if you look at it. So it can't be static, but it can conduct electricity.
Well, that's static. That's what that is.
Well, I mean, that would be the effect that's happening in the juice, because the juice is the empty space between all of it. The juice is all swimming around. So that static is happening, and then it's happening, and you can see the reaction. Just like
remember, by
electricity
his
from the sky.
definition, static is non-moving. Static
The
must
juice-
be non-moving in his definition.
No, static does not just.
The
not
juice
move.
moves.
Wait.
Let's
It
say
did say it does not move. For instance, the first definition was at rest, meaning not moving. The second one was state of equilibrium, meaning two magnet forces are pushing each other, but they're holding each other in space in the same spot, meaning they're not moving. The full definitions means
Yes,
whatever
but-
it is, it's static
But
and
when it
not
comes to
moving.
what he's describing is frequencies. Let's
I'm
not
talking
forget that.
about how water
That's what I'm
is,
saying,
right?
static
If you
may
have
fail.
water in a cup,
When
it
we're
doesn't
talking
Once it
move.
starts moving,
frequencies-
it is no longer static. Once it
When we're
starts
talking
moving.
about frequencies, right? And you're talking about literally trying to create a point where two people are on the same frequency.
I have
or
an
two
example.
Bodies are on the same frequency. What you're talking about is creating a point of static.
I have an example that might clear it up. So the juice is movable in certain instances. So we have to think about it this way: when you hear sound versus when you feel a sound. When you feel a sound, that's the juice being moved towards you. That's the force that hasn't hit you from nothing, from nowhere. That's the juice being moved.
Well,
It's propagating on air in this analogy.
That's
Well, no, I'm talking
called
about
friction.
the vibration was
That's
so
called friction.
powerful
That's
at
called
such a
friction.
frequency, or so many frequencies
Yeah,
at
we call
once,
that one friction.
that the juice itself
Yeah, we call
actually
that one friction.
moves.
Yeah, we call
And you
that
got to
one friction.
remember, the space in between
So
the
static
atoms
and
is the
friction,
juice.
right? Static and friction are what you're describing. Actually, this is the crazy part. Like you
This is how the
describe
juice is
gravity,
affected.
friction,
I'm saying how
static.
the juice is
All
not
of
necessarily
this-
static.
All of this together is this juice, but they're all different things. So you're describing all these.
No, the
different
juice,
things
it fills
that
in all
create
the
this
space
juice.
between all the things, is what I'm saying.
So it's an actual thing.
It's like water.
Excuse me, Imp. Is that you with the pat? It's like Chinese
No,
water
that
torture
is
at this
not
point.
me.
As you break pat,
Not me. No, I keep muting, bro, and I mute every time that I don't talk.
Mute. Yeah.
The fuck?
Definitely you.
Yeah, you got something tapping. Oh, and now you got an echo. Oh, no, that's gone.
Yeah, it might be
it's-
electric.
It's your mic. Yes. I hear it. It
And
is
now it's
something.
sped up. It is. Whatever you were messing with,
Damn.
it probably was that.
Yeah, and you have a little bit of an echo in your mic as well.
Yeah,
Just
but
like-
that's tat
That's
tat
my
tat
bad.
tat tat. If you can't hear it, it's going tat 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 tat.
Nah, I
tat,
hear
tat,
it. I
tat,
just
tat,
don't know
tat,
what it
tat.
is.
Okay.
My bad, guys.
Yeah.
It's good.
It could be this.
Now it's playing music. It said
it could be
it could be
the music in the background.
Oh,
Yeah,
you know what else too?
My bad.
There's
Is a
actually
fan?
another word.
It's going along. It can't be a fan.
No, it's
Tap,
it's
tap,
a it's
tap,
a
tap, tap.
it's not a
Electric?
tap. It's a mic thing. There's something going on with this mic. Yeah, there's
My
something
bad,
going on with
guys.
the mic. But that's okay.
Yeah.
I know.
I'm still
probably
trying to
fixing
get my
close it out
shit
anyway.
together. Life is still life in that, and you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know you're probably fixing to close it out soon anyway. So, but by the way, there is one other word that many people use, and that word is ethos.
Okay, ethos. Yeah. Or the other one that flat earthers use. What is that one called? What do they call it? The
Ether.
Ether, is that what y'all call it? Ether?
That's not what flat earthers call it. That's just a word for the
Flat earthers
Jews.
call it something. When they
We
be
can
like,
call it the
God
ether if you
created
want
the
to.
thing above and below.
I like calling it the ether, but a lot of people don't like that word.
Separate. What they
So
gotta
that's why I call
separate.
it juice.
I don't
Ether
did God-
juice.
either.
Listen,
I don't call it
as
ether.
one of y'all, both of y'all Christians, God separated the earth from the what?
You know what? Ooh, I'll call it the original
Flat earthers
darkness.
use that word. I can't think of it now.
We'll call it the OD.
You said it 18
I know what
times
you're talking
tonight
about.
during the flat earth conversation.
Yeah, we'll call it the
Oh
darkness.
man, it's the
The
thing.
waters.
No, the firmament.
Firmament. Thank you. Yes, that's what I was trying to get. All right, go ahead. I just needed to know that word.
But I wouldn't call it the firmament or the ether either, because the ether actually is physical property.
It just sounds like a physical thing, don't it, man?
It is a physical property.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But
Like,
ethos, on the other hand, does not have physical property.
I never thought about it, but I like ethos.
Yeah,
better.
ethos is not physical
Or
property.
ethos
is
sound like
reference
some
to
shit that it would ride around on.
the possibility of it actually, what it's doing when you say ethos is actually referencing the possibility of a physical property without actually saying it.
Imp, I need you to remind me, how did you get to we live in the, what are we calling ethos?
well,
And therefore we can control it. How'd you get there in your logic again? Do you remember?
well, it's been a long road, man. Jesus was talking about a lot of things a lot of people didn't understand. He broke it down as simple as he could. And then, you know, the best way I could explain it is a mustard seed of faith. You can move a mountain from over here to there. And you can do greater things in him.
Thank you
So
for that long ass
I would
bullshit.
definitely say if you focus inside from a pure place, you'll be able to send out the vibrations that you're allowed
Yeah, but
to
you
manipulate.
gave a reason why we would be over there. I can't remember what it was.
Okay,
What?
wait, why to be over where?
Why we would be able to move the ether around. You gave a reason
Okay,
why.
so we interact with it. And so once we understand
that was it. Maybe that was
yes.
really it. You say we interact with it. Maybe that was it.
Yes, because we have power over the physical world. We have
Right, and you were
dominion.
talking
We have
about it.
dominion over this world. Remember that. God gave us that originally.
Check this out. If
Go
God
ahead.
gave us the ability to move the ether to ethos,
And to interact with it.
and we've established through some of our other reasoning that the ethos that could, like the Higgs boson, for instance, can interact with another particle and give it weight. So we have the ethos being able to move materials, matter, particles of matter.
You can interact with the ethos, charge it up,
and make it
with a
move
frequency
and make it
to
affect matter.
affect other things if you can type into that frequency that it's on. So if you have a table and you want to shake the table, if you can find the vibrational frequency of the table, you can make a sound from your own self, and you can make the table do what you want it to do.
Okay, let's put that in terms of people. I could use that ether ability on people then. I should be able to manipulate people. And
yes, it is possible, but you would have to know their frequency, and then you would have to be able to tune to it.
I was about to say,
and then everything you say, they'll believe it, and they know frequencies. That's why they use certain ones on TV.
So here's the problem that I have with that. So frequency manipulation is electromagnetism manipulation. That is not what you're talking about. You're talking about the juice.
You can manipulate those.
Stop.
All right, go ahead.
You're talking about the juice. In other words, this ethos that exists, which is not electromagnetism, which is something you can manipulate, right? So
you can interact with it. Yes.
If we're going to experiment, let's say, for proof, for a testable standard, then you can't go by the standard of water moving or things like that where it's matter.
Yeah, let me give you a testable standard.
I looked this up, okay? So the test, standard dark matter theory, predicts thousands of subhalos, clumps, around galaxies like the Milky Way. The ethos signal. If dark matter interacts with itself,
you should look dark energy, not dark matter.
Yeah, I mean it's all dark matter theory. It's all
no. There's
dark energy. It's ethos. It's about ethos. The ethos signal. If dark matter, which also
that's why I'm calling it juice still.
Energy.
I'm not sure if I want to group it in.
as ethos allows, allow me to finish, because this is what you're talking about is this already that they're trying to figure out. Many of these tiny clumps would be erased or washed out. Proof: finding fewer small satellite galaxies than expected would support the ethos-based dark matter model. Gravitational lensing, the test. Using the gravity of a massive foreground galaxy to bend light from a distant quasar or galaxy behind it. The ethos signal. If dark matter has specific ethos properties, the lensed images will show tiny distortion or glitches caused by dark matter clumps. Proof: mapping these microscopic distortions allows scientists to see if the dark matter distribution matches the ethos predictions. Then you've got what's called the Lyman Alpha Forest.
Okay, hold on. This is the only reason I didn't want to go with dark matter, because this whole analogy so far is out. It only applies to galaxies super far. I love it. In fact, I was using the same argument for discovering the ethos earlier when I was saying we can, like, light bends with gravity. It's the same argument, except all of it is occurring so far away. If you just stay with dark energy, it's supposed to be all around us and doing the same shit.
Well, this is how they came up with the theory for the other stuff with the redshift and the boundary.
That's why I'm calling it black juice.
I agree, but you picked an analogy. You picked an example that is so far away. I don't know if he's going to be able to stay with it. He can stay with it, but it would have been much better. Dark energy is around us all the time, and he could have accepted that better.
Okay, I propose a theory because after looking into these other theories, which you have to kind of understand what they're trying before you try to impose your own theory that might be smaller scale. Like
I agree with the big scale theory. I think it's great. I just wanted one closer to
double
home.
Slit experiment would be more ground level. You could do a double slit experiment. You could actually do that in your own bedroom, right? Whereas some of these are too.
Here, let me tell him the double.
However,
I know about it.
I have a proposed theory.
Test. So go ahead.
Okay, so if this ethos exists, it would contend with shaping, not necessarily colors, which is what they did with the boundary experiment, and they went to the redshift.
I don't know. My black juice is pretty good.
When you're looking at juice, right? A juice conforms to the glass it's in, correct? So if it's a round glass, the juice will be round. If it's a square glass,
the outsides of the juice, but not the juice itself.
It will conform. it will conform.
That's like saying water is round or square. Actually, it's whatever the outside of the water is the shape
So
of the
if it's
container.
juice, right? If there is juice,
Yes.
you would be able to, through whatever experiment, create a shape based upon that experiment you put that quote unquote juice into.
Yes,
I'm
we've
not,
done
wait,
it.
wait. How do I manipulate the juice? You said I should be able to move it or shape it or something. How do I even manipulate the juice to begin
You
with?
have to use something spiritual and physical.
I know, I agree with you, and I think I got proof of that when
That's
I
why
get
I
a
say
turn.
sound, the frequency.
All right,
You
fuck
can,
it. Maybe that's the open.
you can speak to water, and water will do things. Water holds memory as well, just like our DNA.
Speaking to plants.
Mm-hmm. Plants like it.
Speak with a calm and soothing tone, or even with like a soothing song, and will the plants conform to a specific shape?
Well,
They will grow
apparently-
in patterns. They will have a different growth than other trees if you did the same experiment with a different type of music.
I thought the only difference was that they grow bigger and faster, not different shape.
They'll have
And
different
my experiment was going
branches.
to be here. Let me see if I can prove it. We're giving experiments that we can't prove. I'm telling you through sound, I can make a thing happen. I'll give you an example.
Yeah, I gave you examples.
Wait the whole thing. I'm going to start in the ethos. I have an idea. It exists nowhere. It exists in the ethos. That gives credence to your theory that it's spiritual. It's, this is where it starts in that wonderland.
Well, I actually have something to say about mind when
Can
you
you
think.
wait? Can you wait?
All right,
till
go
I'm
ahead.
done?
Fine.
Yeah, all right. So I'm going to come up with something spiritual, created from the ethos. It's just a thought. So we know it has no physical form. It must exist in the ethos. And then I bring it into this realm. I'm going to make it fuck with matter. In this case, a person. We know a person is matter. And I'm going to tell you, well, you're dudes in my head. I'm picturing a woman. That is a lovely dress. And I make her happy. I've taken something from the ethos, manipulated matter, and manipulated the ethos on the other side. Now I got her happy. I've changed vibrations. All of these things seem to work. What you think?
Yeah, I agree. Because so let's say that if I tell her that dress looks lovely on you, that she would wear it more often.
Ugh,
And that is
now
the
you've
effect.
created more. Yeah. And you've made her day. So you've changed their energy, her ethos, or wherever her shit exists at.
Exactly.
You
Now,
affected a lot of shit.
Vibrations. We're getting to it. The vibrations that you exude change the world around you.
Now, here's the real
Exert.
experiment.
Fine. Yeah.
Here's the real
Exude.
experiment.
I just don't
You
want you
tell
messing
her
up in front of somebody else next time. You use proper words. Help me out. I'm not
You tell her
criticizing.
this every single time she wears it, and she wears it more often. But it's the goal is not to get her to wear the dress more often. The goal is to have her lose weight, because that's what you really want.
Well, it doesn't matter. The goal was to give an example of how something from the ethos could affect something in the physical.
And that's my
I think
point.
that's yeah.
Because
I think
what
that's
what you're actually trying to do is to affect, like I said,
But
shape.
I'm not going to claim this ethos thing because I don't really
You're
like
about to claim it now
the
because I'm
thing.
about to drag your stuff in it. The spiritual land. You saying
Now,
that
hold on. I needed to say
spirit
something. Hold on,
creates
wait.
all of these things.
So wait a minute. So everything starts with thought first, because if you can't think of it, you can't generate the light particles for that vision to take root. I'm gonna say it that way, because when you close your eyes and you dream, even though your eyes are closed and you're in the dark, you still see the lights of the dream, which is why I'm saying light is still spiritual and
Can I
it's
say
mental.
images light is fucking with me? You're not really seeing light, right? You mean
Yeah, no,
you
it is
see
light.
images.
You're seeing
You're
images. That's
saying
still light.
actual light.
It's light. It's just your different screen. You got screens, man. Look, Your main screen is the one where you see everybody else.
Light
When you
is,
close your eyes,
light has a
that's
definition. It is a
that's your
photon that bounces around. So if you're saying light differently, I can accept that. If you're telling me photons are bouncing around in my head while I'm asleep causing images, that's something else.
Well, I have to tell you the light. So when I say the light is mental, it starts in your mind. I was saying that in the middle of you standing there doing something, you can have a complete daydream, full vivid, and possibly even feel emotions from that shit, and then snap back to where you are. And you literally saw all the light and everything. And that light in your mind had nothing to do with the light that was in front of you.
I get
So
it.
this
It's
is what I'm
just
telling you.
thought in your
Light,
head. I get it.
that's what I'm saying. Light is mental and it is physical. That's why we can visibly see light bouncing off of things, and we can feel it from the sun. Now,
Get that
spiritual
thought.
light, spiritual light is different. Spiritual light has to be fostered because this is in your heart. This is something why they say circumcise your heart. The heart of man was nothing but evil. The heart part, because you have to get it in your head first. You have to see it. You have to turn the light on to visualize it. And once you have that vision, you feel me? You start to speak it. You start to really you know, try to
I can appreciate
not only visualize it, you try to put it in your heart.
Yeah, I
Because
can
once it's in
appreciate
your
your
heart,
art.
because your heart has a different mind
Yep,
than
I
your
can-
brain does.
I can
Your body
appreciate-
will start to exude those vibrations to the world
Look,
naturally.
I can appreciate all of that, but to a physicist, that is pseudoscience. So, what is your
That's what they
physical
wanna claim it.
experiment? No, what is your you have? If you were to show a
I
proof,
just gave you a physical.
I already
proof.
told you the sun. It hits you and it hurts. It's hot, dude. You can
No,
feel
that's
it.
something totally different.
Light's physical. That's what I'm
that's
saying.
heat.
It's
No,
has physical
no,
properties.
that's actually heat. That's
Yeah,
just
that's
heat.
from the light hitting you. The
That's-
interaction of the molecules.
That's thermal.
They're exchanging
energy.
of energy.
It's thermal energy that's touching.
I
It's actually
get it.
interacting with your
But
electrons.
that's
in your
actually the physical light traveling from that
No.
sun.
No,
8
incorrect.
minutes all the way to your
Incorrect.
skin.
Incorrect. No. That's radiation. It's called radiation,
Bro,
man.
Bro,
It's not
look,
physical light.
I'm
that's
trying to
heating up
tell
your
you, you
skin.
could break light
The
down into whatever
photons-
you want,
the
but you could
photons are the
physically
effect.
feel it.
Listen. Stop.
Go
If you're
ahead.
describing light. Light is a photon. It is not radiation. It is the radioactive isotopes that are heating your skin. It is not the effect of photons, which is just simply an effect.
I didn't say the effect of photons. I said light itself.
That's what I'm saying.
It's
Light is
3
photons.
different things.
No, light is photons. In the physical universe where we live, no other description
Okay,
of
so what
light
do photons do?
except for if you want to go to the
What do
spiritual
photons
level,
do?
Jesus is light.
They
I
impart
get
their
it.
energy
But to a
onto your
physicist-
skin, and you
Okay.
interpret it as being hot.
Okay, so
But to a physicist,
photons, hold on. So photons physically go all the way from the sun and hit you, and then there's a chemical reaction and you call it heat. So they hit
no,
you.
not photons. No, photons.
So light
are
is
not a
physically hitting
chemical.
you.
Photons.
I'm
are
not saying it's a
chemicals.
chemical. I'm saying the photon comes through. Okay, tell me what it does.
The photon is just a image. That's all it is. It's an illusion. That's all it is. It's not a real actual object. They're massless.
Okay, so
thing.
if
It's
a
a thing, yeah,
photon,
it's like
But
not a
we
It's not a
agree
real
that
object.
it's massless. However, we can see the effects of it literally because our eyes work off of
we
photons hitting them.
see what our brain tells us to see through.
Okay.
Only
chemical
cause the
I have a
photon
question.
hits them, all right?
Remember,
Only
we're
cause the
talking-
photon hits
I
them,
have a
right?
question.
Listen, you're talking about a physical experiment to prove your theory, and you're
A laser.
going to metaphysical properties. And that's what I'm telling you. No physicist is going to read this paper that you're going to write about this experiment you did and say, well, now I feel all good inside.
I'm not trying to do that. I was just trying to say that, just in line with your argument, a photon which has no mass, it does do a thing because once it hits my eyes, I can do all these things. You remove the photons and everything is black. It
No.
reveals everything and hits my
Not in
eyes, yeah?
physics. No, not in physics. In physics, it's chemical reactions in your brain. That's all it is.
Without the photons?
With the photons are an effect on your physical brain.
Oh, so the photons are hitting you.
To say. This is the
Got
point.
you.
It's a causation, I would agree.
So the photons are hitting you. So that means light is physical.
Listen, instead of just guessing and guessing and guessing and
I'm not guessing.
Yes, you are.
I'm telling you, life is physical and it's mental and it's spiritual. I'm telling you
that no physicist on Earth, on this planet,
no physicist on Earth is going to deny what I'm saying. You'll see. Go ahead.
Every single physicist on this planet will tell you that photons are massless. They are not real.
I'm not telling you it has mass.
No one's saying they have mass.
I'm telling you light is not what you're saying it is.
You're saying light enters. That means it is a thing. It has
I'm
mass.
telling you light is physical, spiritual, and mental.
And this is what I'm telling you. Physicists are going to look and laugh at you.
All right. AI physicist says photons are always in motion. They are never at rest. Always
so they do
moving
stuff
at the speed of light, which means they do hit your eyes.
But it's
nowhere around.
And they're moving at the speed of light. It's not saying they are light.
They're not real things. That's
no
what
one's saying they have mass or they're real, but we're saying the photon. This unreal thing, we're granting you that has an effect on a real thing, which is my eye. Will you grant me that?
How are you going to prove your juice theory again?
No, would you answer my question? What the hell? What the hell kind of dodge was that?
I have no idea what you just asked.
Leave the juice out of this, bro.
Look, what did you ask?
I'm talking about light.
Photons. Photons, light. Photons, light.
Ask your question.
Photons, light, that massless thing. It has an effect on my eyes, which do have mass. True or false?
False.
Okay.
Yeah, he said that real low. Yeah, you better say that real low.
I'll say it louder.
No
false.
physicist is gonna say light has nothing to do with your eyes. They're gonna say without light, everything is pitch black, and you'd be blind without light. That's what a physicist. They on my side.
The wording is improper. Don't believe everything Google tells.
All right, so what I'm saying.
Wait. The wording is improper. Please explain to me, because I'm guessing you're gonna get real pedantic or something right now.
It labels it. It labels the photon as it. So what you read to me was it hits your
Keep
eye.
going. I don't know what that means.
It hits. That's a physical application. It hits.
Interacts with your eye. How about that, Brick? As if you have no idea what I'm saying. It interacts.
I understand.
Is that okay?
I
No, you don't,
understand.
because you haven't given me an answer.
Do. I'm trying to talk physics here. And
does it interact with my eye?
In
my
layman's
eye?
terms, in layman's terms,
Does it interact with my eye?
in layman's terms, if you want to describe it as an object, sure. But it's not a real object.
All I'm saying is light itself. Light itself.
Light
whatever
itself
you,
is what? Is what?
Like I said, light itself is mental, physical, and spiritual. And I can explain
It
how.
is not physical. And that's what I've been trying to tell you. But you
Light
just
is
simply
very
won't
physical.
listen to that. It is not physical.
Then how does it reflect?
My argument is can have.
How does it reflect off of a
can have
mirror
an
if it's not physical?
effect on the physical.
How can
It
you
is an
reflect light?
effect.
No, listen. How can you reflect light off of a mirror
Reflection is an
if it's
effect.
not physical?
Does the
Reflection
light
is an
hit the
effect.
mirror?
Yes, it does, and I'll tell you why.
Let's
Because
ask
the mirror. No, listen. The mirror will never
Does light
reflect anything
hit a mirror?
that cannot be seen. It will never reflect
Yeah.
anything that cannot have a reflection. If it doesn't have any mass, it won't reflect it.
It's called a reflection when light hits it.
Reflection is an effect.
You try to put a massless thing in front of a mirror and see if it reflects anything. I promise you it won't. Mirrors only reflect mass.
If you hit your fist
Now,
to
we don't
a
know that.
mirror, if you hit the mirror with your fist, what's it gonna do?
It's gonna reflect my fist into a bunch of pieces.
It's gonna break the fucking mirror.
Red
That's
Aaron.
why when you say
It's finna
what
drag
happens when
you
a
off or
photon
whatever.
No,
Yeah.
see, but I said we're talking about the reflection.
But you don't want to hear that part.
No,
really
you
just
put your
don't wanna
fist
hear
in
that
front of
part.
the mirror, and what's gonna happen? That physical object
Oh
is
my
gonna
God,
reflect.
You really just don't.
Now,
you don't want to hear it. You really
if
just
you
don't want to
put-
hear it. You don't. You really
if you
just
put
don't
a
wanna hear it.
mirror, hold
As
on.
much
If
as
you
I'm
put,
telling you,
fine,
I've
I'll
told
I'll
you
make it simple for
hundreds
you.
of times
If you
this
put a mirror in front of a mirror, what is it gonna reflect?
Oh my God, bro. Really? The only thing that a mirror would reflect, if you want to call it a thing, isn't a thing at all. It's an effect. Is a photon.
What's gonna what?
Reflection is
You
an effect.
put two mirrors in front of each other, flush.
Light.
What are they gonna
is an
reflect?
effect. Light is an effect. It's a causation. That's what I keep telling you.
It's
I don't
okay
know how
for
to
my
say it any other way.
argument. My argument is that something that has no mass can have an effect.
The
It still
mirrors
fits
are
my
only
argument.
gonna reflect whatever's in front of them.
Therefore, the
and there's
waters,
nothing in
even if
front of
they
them,
have no
so they won't
mass,
reflect
they can
anything.
affect the island.
Not even light, because there's no light in front of them. They wouldn't reflect shit. It'd be black. The black juice. Now, if you took those two mirrors, right, and you put light, it will reflect the light. Because light is physical.
Check this out. I think we've arrived there, though. I think we've got the analogy that I can translate from what you're saying to what
So I
Brick
just
here.
proved both of them.
Listen, I think that
Testable.
in his analogy of the islands and the water, he was saying the water has no mass. It is the ethos and all of that stuff. I think we're saying that a massless
water.
thing, a massless thing, which in this case is a photon, can have an effect on a mirror, eyes, whatever. It can have an effect. Therefore, the massless ethos water that we're talking about can have an effect on the islands in some form or fashion. But we're just trying to establish that something that is nothing, which is light, can have an effect on something that is something, which is a mirror, your eye, the island.
It wouldn't make any sense. So what I say the water is with the islands, right? The water itself is the black juice. The black juice is not black. It's just literally clear electronic or electromagnetic liquid. It's not really interacting like a magnet, but it interacts with the other things, which is what causes gravity. See, this juice right here is like water. You feel me? Water is electric. It's conducting. So this juice right here at the smallest level, if electrons are swimming through something conducting, it would only make sense. As above, so below. All I'm doing is bringing logic to our physics, so it'll start to make more sense and we can actually solve problems.
It's logic. It's logical to me. You're getting across not great because you're using terms that mean one thing and acting like we're just supposed to understand what you mean. You got to do better. Shouldn't have to work this hard and understand it.
Well, that's what I've been saying, because these words have meaning, right? And I'm not a physicist. I'm just a layman, but I do understand.
That's why I'm saying it this way.
Hold on. But I do understand some physics enough to say, hold on, wait a minute. Juice is liquid. You're talking about juice. That's not what that is. It's got to be something else. I don't mind you making it a theory, but don't call it something that it's not.
Understand that you say, just take 2 seconds to say, well, I'm using juice as a replacement until we can find a word. Now, every time you say juice, you're not misleading them. Well, the water's a juice, juice is liquid. It's like you're toying with motherfuckers when you use these words.
Okay,
And we
so
already- and we
the
already
reason why I'm using
established
these
a better
words
word.
is because I'm trying to give other people room to name it. I don't want to name it right now. That's why I'm calling
Yeah.
it black juice.
And
If
that's
black
fine.
juice
We get
sticks,
that
then it is
now.
what it is.
We get it
But I
now.
don't want to call it ethos. That's stupid.
Okay.
Okay, we'll take. We
Okay.
gotta name it ethos. then.
Okay.
The
So
It's gotta
nothing.
be juicy because it's gotta be a conductive liquid type of thing. The reason why I'm saying this is because if we look at everything in the world,
He's like,
everything
"It's
in our
gotta be
universe,
juice."
bro, it's gotta be juice, bro. Like, but even on a smaller level,
I'll
maybe
give you an
the
example, because
atoms
here's the thing.
we
No,
can
hold on,
see,
Gosh.
maybe the atoms we
Hold
can
on for a
see,
sec.
right?
Hold on for a second.
Maybe
because
there's
it's not
smaller
just-
ones.
It's not just calling this quote unquote ethos a quote unquote juice or whatever. It's also other things like
Sauce.
calling light a physical thing, right? Which here's the thing. So I asked, what exactly is a photon, right? And a photon is the fundamental massless elementary particle that acts as the quantum unit of light and all other forms of electromagnetic radiation. So in other words, it is not a thing. It acts. It acts.
Wow,
It's
that's
not
what
a
you got
thing.
out of that.
So maybe that's not what we're talking about here. Welcome to the show. You're not gonna do anything weird, right?
Hey everyone, it's Logan on my Super Mario Logan account, and I want to help y'all get free money.
Thanks, buddy. Thanks for the commercial. We appreciate your silence.
Oh goodness. Wow.
All right.
You got your 15 milliseconds of fame.
But I was gonna say, see, the reason why I'm calling it black juice is because
Black
right
juice
now.
Now we got the black.
Yeah,
juice.
that's gotta be black.
Whoa. All right, pause. All right,
I could not resist
but all right. So the black juice, right? The reason why we're calling it that is because in between all things, including the land, including our own molecules, look at our own bodies. We're 70% water. Where's all that water at, right? So there's got to be something in between the space, that juice, right? And everything is made around this juice. The reason why I'm saying it this way is because if I say sauce, it's gonna sound like I'm spitting game. Y'all not ready for this sauce. It's too thick. That's why I gotta be juicy, so it's real thin and slippery, and everything can just glide by. You feel me?
I already call it dark matter, dark energy. I think you renaming some shit that's already out there.
Well, I mean, if they want to call it dark matter and dark energy, they have to actually give it the qualities it deserves because it's conductive and it's actually interactive and it's actually a juice.
They are saying
juicy
that
liquid.
about dark energy
So,
and dark matter.
If that's the case, right, and we're talking about this, and that's the case, then all of the light still has premise of being physical, spiritual, and mental.
Well, one, I would say it's definitely a thing. Even if it's massless, you can't rob it of its title of being a thing. We can identify a thing, gravity. We haven't seen it, but by its effect, we know it's a thing for real. And you could give the same thing to whatever the fuck we're talking about right now. Oh,
see, because they can't
I forgot
decide
whether we were
if
saying
it's
light or
antimatter
photons is
or
what
if it's dark matter or if it's dark energy. That's why I call it black juice, because they can't decide what it is.
Nor can you. You're just calling it juice. You're not doing
It's
nothing
better.
other than they are. You just gave it a name like they did.
Yeah.
No, I didn't.
Except for that their name
black
actually
juice.
except for that their name actually sounds like a physics name where it's trying to get in the pussy juice. I'm trying to get up in that pussy juice, man.
Dark juice.
You gotta get that black juice, baby.
Let me ask you
You know what I'm
something.
saying?
Well, let me ask you something. Okay, so you're saying that photons are a thing. Can you cut a thing in half?
I'm not saying photons are a thing. I'm saying
Yes,
light
you
is
have.
a thing.
Yeah, you said they're a physical thing.
I'm saying they're.
I'm saying light might not be the photons you're interacting with.
Right. He is saying juice must cover a multitude, which is
the
same shit we're saying with the dark energy. It must cover a multitude of things. There's so much shit interacting and out
How
there.
am I supposed to test your theory about this thing if it's not in physics?
All right, so maybe I'm explaining the physics for kids, right? Because if
Give
dark
him a
energy,
test. He asked for a test. He didn't ask for a recap. Give him a test.
All right.
A provable test, if such a thing exists.
A provable test. So, the first thing I would say is when you stop, turn off all the lights, and you go into a dark room.
Stab
okay?
him now.
Well, you gotta
You're
go
about
into
to
a dark
say
room.
something like there's dot. Okay, let me just shut up. Entertain
No,
me.
you just make sure the room is completely clear, nothing in there, so you can't trip, and then just walk around until you feel the walls and shit.
Right.
Dark room, you're in there all by yourself. Now, this is the black juice. You're in the black juice at
No,
this
no, no,
point.
no, no. What's the experiment?
The experiment.
Don't just identify it.
Look, but the experiment is actually going into the room and experiencing the black juice, because no matter how much you feel on the walls.
I don't know
Look,
if I want.
no, listen. Hear me out.
Trying to go into the room and experience.
Hear me
that
out. Hear
black
me
juice,
out. It's a black.
That shit
Listen.
sounds fucking creepy.
Listen. No matter how much you feel on the walls,
I ain't
you
trying
can
to
never
experience no black juice now.
listen.
Come on now.
No matter how much you feel
Get that
on the
black juice
walls,
off me, man.
you
Don't
can
I'm gonna cut the
never
lights off. Sip up.
listen. If you can, no matter how much you feel on the walls, you cannot tell how big the room is until you start counting, and then you can miscount.
That makes no sense either.
It does. You go into that dark room with nothing else in there but you. Close everything. Make sure it's completely black. You can't see nothing. You have taken yourself out of this world and put yourself into the black juice.
Well, if the room is 6 by 5 by 6 by 5, right? If the room
now,
is 6
if you
by
start
5,
hearing
6 by
something
5,
crawling
I can
around,
tell how big the room is.
listen.
I'm not sure. Wait, we got to go with the analogy you just said.
Go
and see if
ahead.
it's
Go
true
ahead.
before we move
Until you
on.
start counting.
I'm 6 foot 5. The wall is 6 by 5 by 6 by 4. The room. Those are its measurements. When I lay down, my heels touch the fucking one wall. When I stand up, my head touch the ceiling and the floor. I know how big the room is, and I didn't have to do a thing.
Yeah, and I didn't feel any black juice. Thank God.
And I'm not sure that explained juice anyway.
Well,
So now continue.
if you're talking about a room you measured completely, that's why I said you have to go into a big dark room, take everything out.
Sounds scary.
Now, if you're in a small little box that you can't even wiggle around a little bit, that sounds scary. Where you're in an endless void of you can't escape and your extremities are bound
Well,
and you
that's a
can't
little
move.
different from a room, motherfucker. Now talk to me now, motherfucker. Let me see. I'm in.
So you want to
like
be in that
outer
little
space.
bitty, like, here's the thing. You're in a big space because you can't see how big it is. You can only feel how big it might be.
Hold on. Is there oxygen and nitrogen in this room?
I don't know. He's in a tiny little box. I don't know what's in here, but your oxygen might run out.
It's your experiment.
It was his experiment. He changed it.
No,
he's in a box.
It's yours. I was in a room. 6 by 5 is a room. You call it a box, don't make it a box. I'm a tall nigga. It's a castle for a kid. Now, stick with your analogy. In a room, a big room now is very big. It's not where I can walk and measure and touch the walls like you started off. Now it's massive and endless.
Right. And I've got to assume with this experiment that the air and the temperature and all that is optimal for a human being to be able to move around in. Thus, Otherwise, the experiment wouldn't be able to take place. Correct?
It's an experiment where it's like empty out one of the rooms in your house, close the door, close everything, make sure it's super dark in there, go in there, right? And as you walk around, right, feel the walls. You can count all you want to, but guess what? All that goes away once you move towards the center of the room.
Okay.
I'm still not.
So if I'm sitting
understanding
in a
what the
dark room, I don't know how big it is. I'm not sure.
And it will always reset every time you move away from the wall.
What is the
did that
test?
prove the juice?
What is the
No,
test?
you're in the juice. Once you're
It
in the
doesn't-
juice.
no, you can't
all
just
I'm,
say
all
I'm
I'm
in the
proving
juice.
is no, the black juice is that's what you're in when
He
you go
asked
in
you
the
if
room.
you
Actually,
could prove
hold
it
on.
as
No,
test.
okay. I'm gonna tell you right now that I have done this experiment, and I've never, ever experienced the black juice. Not in my whole life.
No, I said this is how you put yourself in the black juice so you can start to
No, I'm telling
let your
I'm telling
mind.
you that I've done this.
He
And
wouldn't
you can
ask
start to-
you how to meditate, man. But go ahead. Maybe that's how you was gonna answer his question.
I've
What a
actually
meditative
meditated.
practice.
No, I've done a
Well,
meditation.
that's what it turns out to be.
No, I've done
a form of
meditation.
meditation.
That's
Look,
not no.
when you
I still
enter
did
when you
not-
enter the
nope,
black juice, bro.
Nope. I'm
There
telling
may
you,
be
I've
more than one
meditated
way
too.
to meditate, Clay.
I've done meditation. I've never experienced black juice.
I said ultimately when you are in the act of meditation, when your eyes are closed and you don't all that darkness you're seeing, that is the
Well,
black
here's
juice.
the problem with your experiment. It must be redoable. So
It
every
is.
experiment. No, it's not because I've never experienced it, and I don't believe I would
Okay.
ever. Like I could.
I can
try
show
it.
you
I
a
could
small
try it,
experiment.
but
You can turn off your phone.
I'm going to tell you right now, it's not going to happen. I'm not
You
going to
can-
be able to physically, actually in physics, be able to experience what you're calling black juice. I just am not going to be able to experience it. I've
look,
meditated before.
You can think about this too. When you cut off the light in your room, the temperature changes a bit.
Let me ask you: are you a liar? Yeah.
No. When your light when you cut your light off, you can feel the temperature change a little bit.
Why haven't I seen my vid? You've told me twice you're gonna play it. Why haven't you played it?
I did play the other one.
Not the Earth one.
You told me twice. You was like, fine, if it'll make you happy, then later on you said you was gonna play it in 20 minutes or something. You still haven't played it. I'm starting to think that your word is not that great.
I don't know if I want to play it today.
I know you don't want to play it. I was just checking your word, yo. I know you don't want to play it, and you didn't play it. So I got to tell you, when next time you start bragging to me about something, you know, hey, man ain't got nothing but his word. I'm going to bring up that fucking video.
I'm going to play it one day.
Today is one day.
That'll suffice for me.
I don't know. I forgot which one it was now. So many.
I'm okay with that. All of it leads to you not keeping your word, which is at this point what I expect.
Dang. You make sure you put a save and then you got to send it back to me later.
Well, you got it in your history if you pulled it up.
I actually didn't pull that one up. I pulled up the one that he wanted with the one guy.
Did you erase the back chat or something?
No, I just never clicked it.
It's probably in
I don't
the
know
back
which
chat.
one it was.
So you don't have to show it. Just click it, put it in your history, and ain't nobody got to give you the link any other time, any other place. And actually,
But-
I think Joe probably.
But if he's gonna complain about it, I want him to at least give me the link live on air.
Hold on.
Again,
Joe could produce a separate other video with the same context.
I could probably some the same.
Well, no,
way.
I
What
watch
did do
round
with it?
Earth videos all the time because I want to see all their CGI.
That's a lie. You're scared to death to watch that.
No,
one,
I
so ain't
do.
nobody
I
gonna
even
believe
watched the
that
ones
shit.
with the space
Have you
station,
ever been in
and then the little bubbles were going up. I was like, huh, I didn't
Not
know there
gonna
was
believe
water
you.
in space.
You know why I wouldn't believe you? Because I know you lie now. Because
Yo.
you didn't play the video.
Have
so
you ever
why
been
would
Okay,
I
you can say
believe
whatever you want.
Have you ever?
You can say whatever
Have
you
you
want.
ever been in an airplane? Now,
Yeah, looks pretty
So-
flat up there too.
so I've been in a few airplanes, and every time that I go up, the curvature of the Earth becomes broader every single time. It actually goes further, and then I can actually see a slight curve. Now that's me. I've seen it.
Oh yeah, because the windows are kind of bendy.
Oh, is that what it is? The piss-covered windows.
Well, yeah, because
All right.
you got to remember how the
It's in
plane
the chat.
is
It's
shaped
only like
funny.
10 seconds or something. It's in the
I ain't
chat.
gonna make no more arguments about airplanes.
Oh, Brick, you got to put it in the bag for him, I think.
That's what she said.
All the windows are curved. You're like, what?
No, it's still back there.
That's what she said.
Should be the third one up. The third one up.
Damn, she did 3?
Yep. She got 3
That's
of them.
crazy work. Crazy work. All right, let me see.
But that juice,
Hold on.
I'm telling you about that juice now. You need to
That
put
juice goes
down.
hard though.
You need to
Yeah.
put that
All
juice
forces
down.
vibration, as all comes from one central vibration taking different form, and as the electrical vibrations are given, know that life itself, to be sure, is the creative force or God, yet its manifestations in man are electrical or vibratory. Electricity is God in action. Seeing this, feeling this, knowing this, you will find that not only does the body become revivified, but by the creating in every atom of its being the knowledge of the activity of this creative force or principle as...
All right,
I don't like them called electric either. I don't like that either.
You don't like it?
It's
You don't like
limiting.
electricity.
It's
I
limiting.
think it's very limiting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
I
Yeah,
was trying to
anytime-
give electricity
anytime
some legs.
spiritual stuff is referred to in the physical form, I find a issue. I take issue with that. I do. I really do. I mean, I appreciate, what Jesus said. He is the light of the world and all of that. Yeah, that makes sense. I get that part. That one actually can be explained. But when they start saying, well, also it's electricity, and also it's sound waves, and also it's this, and it's water, and all, and it's like, okay, water, I could even make a stretch about. Oil. Oil is the life juice. Ooh, there we go.
You see how they bent it? You see how they bent it? Look, you see how it's curved?
What is
Windows
that?
are bent.
What are they looking at?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Look
I
at how
asked
flat
you a
it is.
question.
Look how flat.
I
Look how
asked
flat
you
it
a
is, and then it just
question.
bends.
Are you
Look.
just gonna ignore me?
What are they looking at?
What are they
They're
looking at?
They're looking at this flat Earth through a bent window.
But you agree it's Earth. You agree that they're looking at Earth?
That is Earth, though.
I don't know what they're looking at. They could be looking at a baseball field.
Are they looking at Jupiter?
I don't know. It could be. It could be a telescope.
It
could be.
Are they looking at Uranus?
It could be a TV on the wall.
It could
Ooh,
be
that'd be
Uranus.
cool. Yeah, that's dope. Look at that big old TV on the wall.
But in reality, we know that that's supposed to be a video. At least it's supposed to be a video.
Yeah, it's AI. Yeah, yeah.
Any
regardless.
Any video above 10 miles.
I mean, your attempts,
AI.
Well, here's the thing. When
Cameras
you
don't
attempt
work
to discredit
above 10 miles
immediately without any
No, I'm
prior
not discrediting
research.
anything.
No,
I
you
can't
did.
go
You
up
did
there.
absolutely just
No,
now try to call
no.
it AI.
I can't go up there and look out there crooked windows. Like what?
Wait, he see a picture of everything else tonight. He didn't say that's not that politician. How I know that's her? No, you looked at everything you saw tonight. You accepted when something's above 8 miles. It must be CG fucking up.
Yeah, damn liars. Y'all ain't go to no movie.
Telling you, man. You get out that atmosphere. Oh my goodness, what the heck in AI?
AI, CGI, somebody up there drawing that shit on
you
the
can't
dome.
actually go out there to double check. And if you did, you got this dome in front of you. You got a whole bent,
Well,
like
let me ask you something.
There's
Let
always
me
a
ask you
glass
something about
bubble.
that.
Why is
You
everything
said-
always
you said-
round?
So
how
you
come you
said
can't
that
have
you
a box
can't.
shape?
No, wait. You said you can't go out there and check. If I built a rocket tomorrow, and you looked at it and you said, actually, that looks pretty. I'm pretty confident in that. Would you take the plane? Would you take the trip?
Would I go up in a rocket you built? Nah, after you.
No, I said if you felt
You
confident.
can call me Houston.
If you felt confident in the ability, if you felt confident in the ability of the rocket to get up there, not that it's like a dangerous situation, or would you actually look?
Like I said, after you, and you can call me Houston. And
Yeah,
if you have a problem,
so if
I'll do my best. And
You say you would go? What do you say?
it'd be like someone saying that the Grand Canyon doesn't exist, and I say to them, well, if I drive us to the Grand Canyon and I show it to you, would you go with me so that you know that it exists? And I say the same thing in the case of the
I would go to the Grand Canyon, but you're telling me to try to go up into a rocket you built with your own 2 hands, nigga. Wait a minute. I don't know. I built a couple of bottle rockets in my past, bro.
No. I'm talking about a rocket that you would feel confident that actually would
look,
make it. No problem.
I'm not finna feel confident in no rocket. I ain't gonna lie to you. I barely feel confident in an airplane.
And here's the funny thing.
Now, what I will say is, hold on, wait. Check this out.
That's what it comes down to.
No, what it really comes down to is
you actually have
me having my own equipment, and me doing my own research. That's what it comes down to be.
But you
not having because I don't want these fisheye lenses and shit.
You would ride
I don't want all that.
Listen, you ever been to the Eiffel Tower? Excuse me 1 second. You ever been to Italy? Have you ever seen the Eiffel Tower in person?
Not yet.
No, but you saw video and testimony. You didn't hold these standards where unless I built the car myself, I don't trust Hyundai. I never fly a plane over there to see it. You didn't build those standards to have belief in Eiffel Towers. Why do they exist for shit in outer space? I'm curious.
Like I said, I don't believe the Eiffel Tower is a lot of things. They say it's really cool. I say it looks like a... What is that thing that you be putting on the end of
you believe
food?
it's real, though. You believe it's real. That'll do for
I don't
me.
know. They said it is. I actually went to New York and I actually saw...
Look at you retreat.
Look.
Yeah, I don't even know if I believe the Eiffel Tower is real. Listen to the words coming out of your
No,
mouth.
I said they say that it's there, and I've seen videos, but I haven't been there, so I can never say like.
We just watched a video
that I
of
know.
Iran. We just watched a video of Iran and actions going on over there. Right?
That's what they're telling us.
Real?
Yeah.
Is Iran a real location of a real place?
It's a possibility. That's what they tell me on TV. I haven't gone there.
It's AI though. All that's AI.
Maybe.
Right.
Who knows? I don't know. It's propaganda. What?
Right.
Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Reality, you believe it's
reality. Hey, Clay, I put another thing in chat. You say that the problem is I could never go up there and we can't go up there and check for ourselves. That wouldn't be totally true. I hope you know who Dude Perfect is. Then them clowns that shoot them crazy shots off of buildings with a basketball or sit up for 8 hours to throw a golf ball through a water hose or something. Those guys, Dude Perfect, they're famous. They got tens of millions of followers and shit, I'm sure. Well, it just so happens nowadays you can go up to outer space. It's a tourism industry. Katy Perry, old people, it's all on social media if you haven't been keeping up. So I picked a little short with Dude Perfect, people who you should trust, and the flight of them going up in outer space and coming back down. You'll see it in 60 seconds. It's a tourism thing now. It's so popular. So you don't have to wonder if it's just some NASA guy lying at you. It's Dude Perfect. You can check that video. And please don't make me fight for the video. Just play it. Please don't get weird.
All right, you doing? It's midnight, bro, and I got some shit to do.
Even better.
In the morning.
Even better, yo. This
Even
is
better.
kids beat
We'll
this.
watch this one real quick, and then I'm gonna head out
that.
anyway
get
because I
this
agree
shit on
it is
me.
late as
Yeah.
shit. Watch
All
this
right.
one real quick, and then we'll be done.
Oh, I thought he said we we're gonna watch it. Okay, we're gonna watch it. All right, let's check it out.
I don't know. I might save this one for tomorrow.
Yeah, that's okay with me too.
All
I
right.
don't mind that.
All right, it's
cool.
good rapping with you cats,
Cause
man.
this is a like a 12-part episode right here.
This is
This is good. This is good. I like
oh.
this, man. We discussed a lot. I like this, man.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah,
I'm saying, man, this is a good
yeah.
combo over here, bro.
It was great. It was
I'm
great.
gonna definitely let some people know that I'm over here hanging out with you and shit, so that maybe they'll come through and shit. So, but
Hell yeah. I'm not scared of nothing. I get it. I'm just saying, guys. I got some. I got some theories, bro.
But if you finna be a
I
soft
got
ass
some
nigga,
theories, bro.
you scared
Look.
of playing that video. No,
I'm
nigga.
not scared of nothing.
You scared of that video. You was about to end your show, bro, after you saw that fucking video. Now you want to talk
Bruh,
again.
I was finna end the show a long time ago. I even did the overtime, man.
Yeah, when that video came, though, you like,
Because
fuck that,
the
we gotta go.
conversation was good, and I was just like, you know what? This is what I've been
And then he
wanting the
played
show
a
to
video.
be.
He put a
I
video
wanted
back
the show
that's
to be
gonna
this
break
shit.
me.
And then, like, you can't break me, bro. Like, you don't
And
get
I
it.
did, nigga. You
I
ended
just
the
told you
show.
the shape of the
'Cause
earth
I
is
put
a
a
fucking
video in the
wave, bro.
back.
no, you can't break him, Joe. He's in the juice.
Yeah, man. I interact with the juice, bro.
He's flexible. Was it flex? Would it be flexible in the juice, or would it be fluent? Fluent. He's
No,
fluent in the
see,
juice.
no, all things are malleable in the juice.
Even better. Even better. Flamboyant?
Nah, definitely not. But I would definitely say,
zesty.
when you understand the electromagnetic field that you produce as a person, and then you find that frequency that works with the earth, you'll start to be able to feel the different frequencies between objects.
Well,
And it's really hard. It's really hard to get tuned because nobody taught us how to tune. I mean, I'm still working on my tuning. So
I just want to ask
but
one,
I
real
could
quick
see
question
shit.
about that. So if there is this electromagnetic thing and this frequency and all of this and the ethos and juice and all that, like, does it expand if I fart?
The fart would ride the wave.
Well, you gotta remember this.
Had to leave you with that one. But it's been.
If
really
you had
great,
to
bro.
fart, if you had to fart,
Yeah.
all right, that would be called a chemical explosion, or is that fusion or fission? That's fission.
Fusion. I don't
Fusion. Correct.
No,
yeah.
that's fission. No, fission, because it combusted out your ass crack. So if you eating food that's fusing, or I mean fizzing, I don't know if that's a good deal.
It's
I gotta
combustion.
run to the store. I gotta
Releasing
get a couple
gases.
cigars. I can't lay my head down,
All
so
right.
I'm gonna holler at you cats later.
All right, fellas.
All right, guys.
Later on, bro. It was good, bro. Thank you.
Hell yeah. Tomorrow after work, 6:30 my time. Right now it's midnight. So yeah, about 6 hours ago we'll start the show. All right. To everybody out there, thanks for watching. We appreciate you. This was a good talk. We cracked a few eggs. We made a few omelets. There's still much to be discussed. And we did our best to bring you the cleanest content we could. We took you down a few roads. And I apologize for that. But it looks like a lot of us are feeling pretty agreeable. A lot of us are feeling really agreeable. I appreciate everybody that came through, everybody that was watching. You guys are amazing. This was a great show. If you get a chance to rewatch that tomorrow night, all right, we're going to touch on this as well. We're going to get back on this subject, but we're gonna start off with some fun stuff. You know, man, today was a really, really good show. Remember, everything we're doing is for the edification and truth and different ways of thinking so we can have a bigger and better picture of our history and our future. A lot of things we're going through separately and individually, I know it can be tough at times, but remember that all of us are still here. We're in it together. Life is not easy for most of us. So we always have to stay ready for battle at any moment. If you are not ready for battle, you are in the wrong industry. And guess what? When you dealing with us over here, we're in the rabbit hole. Use discernment. All right? Discernment is very important. Okay? Not everything everybody says is the truth. And sometimes,
do you have some more?
sometimes we can get caught up on not being heard. Instead of complaining about not being heard, we need to speak our minds and say what we need to say so we can move the conversation along. Because the more we talk about, oh, you're not being quiet, that's going to stop the conversation. When we can all let somebody, all right, go ahead. And don't complain about it. Everybody already said go ahead, so make your point. All right? A lot of people get caught up on that stuff. So I'm going to have to start hitting them with the... when they start going too long or when they start complaining. Yeah, right. So, hopefully some of these are like, my bad. And then when we all get... Right. So I'm going to start using those now that I know the conversations are getting pretty wild. So that way we're giving ourselves a chance to hear each other. I am open to hearing new information, but one of my biggest pet peeves is when people try to ask me questions in the middle of them answering a question. Don't ask me anything, just make your point. If you want to use an example, fine. That's nothing. Everybody has examples, but make the point. Okay, because we don't need to get all crazy, you know what I'm saying? And then when everybody want to be on the bandwagon, like they need to stop all that glazing and trying to, dick ride each other. That's not cool. We need to be like, I don't want to have to pull that one, because then, I'm going to have to.
Get ready.
Oh, they don't want to see it. And if these shorties get out of control. I'm telling you, because I will tell you what I'm talking about, and I will use my examples, but guess what? If we're going to have the conversation, if you want to go to war, you got to stop dancing and trying to ask questions instead of saying your point. Because I'm going to hear you, then I'm going to make my point. But now y'all want to be dancing around.
I think it's going to be a very interesting fight with his dancing and my fighting.
Wow, we got to. Because me, I got questions. Of course I got questions. But when I'm making a point, I'm making a point. So don't try to get mad when I'm making a point. Nope, not today, Biscuit. Not today. Because you know, we came through with everything. And next time people get to spazzing and get to acting a whoop-de-wop, you feel me? Because, man, we got to keep order around here. Because I don't want to have to, you know.
Wait, we need to talk about something.
Man, you know what I'm saying? I don't want to have to like, hold on. We them boys, you know what I'm saying? Because a lot of these dudes just be. You see? But look. But that is how it is out there. That's what we deal with when we dealing with people out in the streets and random people on a lot of different other places. But here it's a little different. Me and the homies and whoever comes up here, you guys want to talk, cool, whatever. Like, dude, we're gonna hear each other out. We're gonna be cool because we got shit to do. You feel me? But one thing we don't like. All that mental gymnastics, that's too much sometimes. We gotta just make our point, state our claim, and move on. So everybody can get a chance to say their piece because everybody wants to be heard. All right? Without further ado, we're gonna get some of this exit music going. We appreciate y'all. I'm gonna try to see if I can get some of these other ones uploaded. But thank you. Appreciate you for coming through. Life is life, and just like it does every day. Keep your head on a swivel. Checks in the mix where it's hella hot. We thirsty, so we snatch your water, go to Jelena. If that shorty is your daughter, she a hella thot. And her mama bombshell in the hella drop. Pop up with my niggas, got that killer cop. Sheriff Joe run up quick, tryna blow my spot. On the road, riding dirty, got a district crop. Banging ass green grams, wait out on the dot. If Molly coming to the party, Lucy want me to pop. 2C eye to eye, can you see mine's eye? Never mind, let me wine, dine, and dazzle your mind. If you're trying to catch up, then turn up behind. I carried on our date just to kumquat her grape. I got the appetizers and pea sliders for your plate. I kiwi all you plum slices. I got diced fruit for your fade. Okay. Enough with your fruity pebbles, loops, or mini chips. We eating on that A1, saucing on them dead. We real ones, we go-getters too. Go get those in-sons, cancer hustlers, dude. Blowing smoke into the air. Fuck you miss while we cruise. I don't play fair, but never break the rules. Smoking cigs and bottle runs. Local banging ass niggas. Bless the bottle, light them up. Got bitches hanging ass niggas. If you can see me now, maybe hating ass niggas. Where you been when I had nothing ass nigga? Don't be coming round now. You can't hold nothing ass nigga. Now I'm up. Here you showing up ass nigga. With or without you, I was finna get it. Just be proud of the fact that one of us made it. Checks in the mix where it's hella hot. We thirsty, so we snatch your water, go to Jelena. If that shorty is your daughter, she a hella thot. And her mama bombshell in the hella drop. Pop up with my niggas, got that killer cop. Sheriff Joe running quick, tryna blow my spot. On the road, riding dirty, got a district crop. Banging ass green grams, wait out on the dime. If way back when you was with me when I rolled, you be here smoking blips with me. Cups hella full, taking sips with me. Now I'm out here on the hustle in this industry. Yeah, grab my wifey, nuzzle up between the sheets. Kiss her softly, make that wet spot on the sheet. I'm in with my cousin, have another dream. Turn the music up with a blip of the street. The money stack rising, like the heat at the peak of the day. High noon, it gets way too hot to play. Seriously, the time to get paid is all we getting this day out with the ass with the 2 pieces. Knocked out KO, got that 2 piece. Eat this, you niggas that's hungry for beef, beat this. Fucking with me is a dream, y'all niggas sleepless. If I had you on the scale, y'all niggas weightless. On the corner with the pill, hands out. Y'all niggas shameless, roll up to your spot. Burn y'all niggas faceless, talking all that shit. To bullets, y'all niggas nameless. To SAZ rollers out here, y'all niggas ain't shit. PHX in the mix where it's hella hot. We thirsty, so we snatch your water, go to Jelena. If that shorty is your daughter, she a hella thought. And her mama bombshell finna hella drop. Pop up with my niggas, got that killer cop. Sheriff Joe run up quick, tryna blow my spot. On the road, riding dirty, gotta dish the crowd. Banging ass green grams, wait out on the dot. Brand new entertainment, go ahead, baby.
If you do not want to change, if you do not want to better yourself, if you do not want to break outside of this matrix, if you want to live in your comfortable delusion that they have built for you, do not watch these videos. Leave this channel immediately. If you do not want any truth, don't want to understand, if you are not here to hear something that's outside of your own mind and accept others' minds and opinions and the way they think for themselves, you do not belong here. And finally, if you are not trying to be positive, if you are not trying to help create solutions while we discuss the problems and how they got here, you do not belong here. Negativity, hate, disrespect, name-calling, those things will not be allowed here on this platform, and not in this empire. We are the ones, the true Americans, that want to be free and stand as we have always stood.